And they You cannot make this shit up. I want you to understand how insane that sounds to me. And she came in, I'm my character. What fucking character? I made a baby because I wanted to. Okay. Why did you do it? And I asked the initial question, how much did you charge for submission? No cost, because she wasn't the least bit submissive. Not the least bit submissive. She came through the door with attitude, and I think the auto insurance all seems. Everybody who takes the stand, everybody. First question. Some of the worst women to deal with are Christian, Bible thumping, entitled, righteous baby mamas. Some of the worst. Some of the worst women to deal with are Christian, Bible thumping, entitled, righteous baby mamas. Some of the worst. Oh my God, you cannot make this shit up. Enjoy that one. Wow. Wow. So my critics and detractors, listen, don't get hung up on me. Listen to how women talk about me.
I was over here falling asleep. Let me take my scarf off. Hold on. Okay. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how old are you?
32.
Are you single or are you married?
Single.
Okay, your head's off the camera. Get up the camera.
I ain't taking my scarf off. Oh, God. I look at that.
You ain't taking the scarf off, then go away. I don't know why these people get off thinking I ain't doing this, I ain't doing that. I find it funny. Because so many of my critics and detractors spend so much time worried about my tone and my words, and you don't listen to the venom and the sarcasm and the disrespect and the disdain that comes out of women's mouths when they're just talking about men. But I think it's funny when women get fed up listening to women's bullshit, they can say whatever the hell they want to. Gentlemen, this stuff is going to be studied. We are seeing a pathology play out that is really rather crazy. I mean, wow. And I want you to understand, we got righteously indignant baby mamas. Hello.
Hey.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Okay, let's reset. Are you single or are you married?
I'm single.
All right. Any children?
One.
How old is your child?
Oh gosh, you're gonna kill me, but he's 3 months.
Uh-oh.
But you know what? I want to say this as well. I would be considered a high value woman. I feel like
you would be considered a high value or you would not?
I would be.
Okay. Why do you think that?
I make the income. I have that self-confidence, I have that, I watch your lives. I can't believe you just even, like, this is
Okay,
great.
so you have the money, you have the self-confidence?
I have the self-confidence. I have been in multiple relationships where, I have been proposed to. I did just have a child. I've been with my guy for a few years, so I know you may,
you all still together?
We are still. Hold on. Go put him back in your mom's room, just really quick. Really quick. Go put it back in there, real quick.
Are you still with the man?
Angel, I'm on Kevin Samuels. Get your nephew real quick. This is real
Oh
shit.
my God.
Got out it. I'm sorry.
Oh no 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 no.
I'm sorry. Okay. But yeah.
Uh-uh. You gotta get that under control. All that background noise and all that stuff. That's not needed there.
So yes, I am what some, will may consider a high value woman. I make the income. I am a serial entrepreneur. I just had my first child.
Ma'am, are you? Stop. I'll let you speak, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because if you're with somebody, but I'm going to just be direct. What you just described as a high value woman, men don't give a shit about that. That does not make you high value. No. See, I let you talk.
Okay, sorry.
And you can tell me some. I don't know why you ladies feel so damn comfortable with some. Just because you can make that up. No. But if you're with the guy, congratulations. I'm going to leave it alone. Are you guys getting married?
So.
That's a yes or no.
Are we going to get married? That's the spot. So.
Excuse me? Yes, you broke up.
Hear me?
You broke up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So, I would say yes. Has he proposed? No. We've been together for a few years. So.
Okay, have a good evening then. I mean, I don't want to, you're engaged, and the things I would say to you may wreck your relationship. But I will speak in general. When women are married, I try to kind of let that be because they've already been selected by a man. But I just want you ladies to ask yourself, did you hear submission requires good faith and humility? There is a peacefulness that comes along with women who submit. It's not something you do with your teeth gritted. And I just want you to ask yourself, as you listen to women, are you hearing humility and good faith? If I put most women who speak, put their voice in a changer, you would think that the person speaking is a man by what comes out of their mouths. It's insane how many women think, I'm high value. That's not what men care about. Some guys do. Okay, some guys. But at the end of the day, I want you to remember, the women who tend to make these arguments, all unmarried, the majority have kids. Hello. How are you?
Great.
Good. How old are you?
I am 27 years old.
All right. You need to turn your volume down a little bit.
Turn it down?
Yeah, you got a little reverb.
Okay.
Okay. Are you single or are you married?
I am in a relationship.
So you're single?
Correct. I'm not married.
All right. You have any children?
No.
How long have you been in your relationship?
About 4 months.
About 4 months. Do you want to be married one day?
Yes.
Okay. How much are you going to charge for your submission?
Submission in my lifestyle is trust and being a provider. So to put a
Trust and what?
You want a number on it?
No. You said in your submission. You said it's the trust and being a provider.
Yes, being head of the household, like I just expect him to lead and me be able to trust his word.
Yeah, but how much are you going to charge for that?
I'm going to charge what it takes to...
No. Give us a number.
A number?
Annual number. How much are you going to charge annually for your submission?
Our mortgage. The head of the household.
I'm trying to be respectful. You know what I'm asking. Why are you resisting answering the question that it's asked?
I personally feel like it's the number on it is the rent or the mortgage of the home. Personally, if we have to put a number on it, we're putting the rent, the mortgage of a home on it.
Okay. How much is rent or mortgage?
Let's say,
It depends on where you live.
of course.
See,
So let's say
the reason this question is
3,000.
effective, gentlemen, is because it makes women actually ask, and you see how they squirm. You're squirming, and I'm just asking, how much are you going to charge? Meaning, how much does your man have to make annually for you to choose to be submissive to him?
Over 6 figures.
What does that mean, man? Over 6 figures?
Over $100,000 a
All
year.
right. I'm really trying to be patient. I'm about to not be.
Okay.
And if that happens, it won't be because I haven't tried.
I understand.
Over 6 figures. Put it in a ballpark, ma'am, an approximation.
Approximately
No,
over
ma'am,
100.
give me a number. Closer.
Give you a number?
I'm saying it's $10,000.
Let's say 250,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. What state do you live in?
Florida.
What city?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
City?
Miami.
Okay. Do you want children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
Do you want to be a housewife or do you want to have to work?
I work, but I'd
Do
like
you want to be
to.
a housewife or do you want to have to work?
I'd like to be a housewife.
Okay. $250,000 a quarter don't go very far with family of 5.
Correct. But I do make.
Housewives don't make nothing.
Correct.
Ma'am, all I'm asking is, see, this is a good question for you guys to ask them because you see how they're trying to do the calculations, and what they're really saying is, I charge a hell of a lot of money to submit, but I don't want to say it because it sounds bad.
You're right.
But y'all don't mind charging it.
I mean, I would like a financially stable man. I personally have set that tone. I want a man that makes a certain level of income so I can cook and be in my feminine place.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you. Okay, so like I said earlier, when I was talking to people, how did you set your price?
I set.
How did you set your price? Yeah. So you said you would like a man who does X, Y, and Z. How did you set that number?
How did I set that number? I looked at the cost of living where I live and what I make and what I would want from my man to make from the very first date.
And you're 27?
Yes.
Did you go to college?
Yes.
What's your degree in?
Communication and conflict.
What do you do for a profession?
I would do e-commerce. I own e-commerce brands doing around 7 to 8 figures a year.
So, you set your femininity price based upon what you want your man to make based upon your income.
No. Well, yes and no, because I'm not looking for a man to make equal or greater income, but I am looking for him to make enough to sustain the lifestyle.
He has to make more money.
Well, he has to make enough for the lifestyle I'm looking for.
Right. And what is that? A Lux lifestyle?
At least $250,000 a year.
$250,000 a year today with no children. That's what you're not adding.
Yes, today with.
What they're basically, no offense, but y'all don't think about anything else other than yourselves. He has a lifestyle. He has to pay for your lifestyle, and he has to pay for these kids. So how much is he going to need to make to replace your income?
Probably double that, honestly. If we're being realistic.
Well, if you're a business person and you're charging for your feminine submission, don't you think you should know how much a man needs to make to afford it?
Yes.
You said 250, and I just said not Miami, but you're
right.
like a single woman. But you're
right.
on the market.
I was being modest, but
I wouldn't be modest. Modest. I just don't think you were given the number, factoring in kids and what it's going to cost.
Correct.
So how much is a man going to need to make then for your submission?
At least 7 figures in a Miami lifestyle with 2 children.
7 figures. Now, what'd your mother and father do for a living?
My dad buys and sells private jets and refurbishes them.
What'd your mom do?
My mom was a traditional housewife.
Okay. Did your mother raise you to be a traditional housewife?
Yes. I was raised to cook. No matter what time it was, I will say that I was raised to cook breakfast.
Traditional housewives don't run e-commerce businesses.
Correct.
Traditional housewives generally are married before 25.
Correct. I don't know why I paused.
Traditional are generally married before 25.
There you go. Correct.
And then what ethnicity do you want your husband to be?
Preferably a minority, preferably.
Oh, goddamn. I said ethnicity. Why can't you? A minority.
Ethnicity would be if he was
Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, or other. Which one do you prefer?
Preferably black.
Now, I want you guys to understand something. Men are very simple communicators, direct. And I want you guys to go through my videos and listen to how many times I ask a direct question and I get some vague bullshit indirect answer. This is the technique women typically do to try to frustrate men to get out of our frame. It's a control tactic. It's what girls learn in order to, it's when they learn this as little girls to exert their influence. You know exactly what you're doing. I'm just calling it out. It's not cute, it's not funny. It's really not. But I'll do this because you think you're getting something out of it, but you know the question I'm asking. Answer ethnicity, a minority.
No, I prefer a black man.
Then why not just say that first?
Getting more comfortable, so.
Excuse me?
I said I'm getting more comfortable, so I'll
Are
be
you
sure.
black?
Yes.
Then why not just say black?
You're right. Black man making over $1 million.
Right. How many of those in this country?
Less than 1%.
Give me a number.
Number? Probably less than 10,000. It's probably a very small number.
Yeah, very small. How old do you think they typically are?
Over 25. $30, $35. I think that's a good range for a man making 7 figures.
At what age does a man hit his financial stride?
30. You tell me.
Well, man, you say your mom raised you to be a traditional housewife. You say your dad sold and bought jets. If you were raised to live in this lifestyle, I think you would understand the economics behind it, the setup behind it. But as we talk, you were raised to be a modern woman. Because you're talking like one. You have a business, you want this lifestyle, lux lifestyle, and you don't even understand. You don't speak like a woman who understands who these men are. You just know what they have. 45 to 55 is when a man hits his financial stride.
In 2022?
Excuse me?
In 2022, when there's so many different avenues?
Use the census yourself.
Okay.
That's what it is, man. How do men legally make so much money early in their career?
Tech companies, NFTs, and crypto.
Oh, and I'm saying that. And I want you, ladies, and I'm glad you said that because you don't think you mean this, but women, y'all think it's just magic. Y'all think that it's just because technology exists that all of a sudden the structural limitations on higher income just went away. Just because the internet exists, smartphones, Google, crypto, and technology, does that change the percentage of men at the top?
I don't feel like it changes the percentage. I feel like it changes the age.
Okay. Shaq just sold his house. 76,000 square foot house. Shaq. You know who he is, right?
Correct.
Big Diesel. Uh-huh. What profession do you think, what was the profession of the person who purchased that home? What do you think it was?
Tech. Anything internet based.
This fucking house was bought by a dentist.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
And that's the problem. You want men in this category you don't know. Like Chris Rock. I live where I live in the gay community. My next door neighbor is a dentist. What professions, what are some of the top 10 highest earning professions in this country?
In this country, from what I was aware of, I did think it was Silicon Valley type professions, things that were software companies.
That's one industry. What other ones?
What other ones? E-commerce brands, e-commerce owners. And then obviously then you have people in the medical field, and then you have people in oil and motor and things like that, or even just automotive.
Have you ever dated a millionaire?
I have.
Seriously?
No, I have.
For marriage?
It didn't get that far because of my lack of submission.
I thought you were raised to be a traditional housewife.
But I had to go to therapy. I had to learn a little bit how to take a step back and be in my feminine place. I'm not going to sit here like I didn't have an ego problem when I first started making money, like a lot of women.
Do you think that's worth $1 million?
I think that going to therapy and understanding as a woman I needed to change is worth $1 million, yes.
It was a McLaren, but the motor blew up, and the transmission got wild, and it was involved in a wreck. But because he took it to the mechanic and it made it look and almost like new, it's worth brand new prices.
I feel like you're comparing that situation if I had a child or I was married.
No, I'm comparing the situation that you're 27, you've got a lot of ego. Fine, cool, but that runs out because pretty is a dime a dozen in this world. And there are plenty of pretty women who are married to
peace and kindness.
Men who sell insurance. Men who make the kind of money you're talking about, what do they want more than anything else?
For me to make their life easier. And peace.
They want cooperation and peace with it. But are you peaceful?
Very peaceful. That's happened. That's come on with time. It's definitely come with time.
So I want you folks to understand that $1 million is an insane amount of money to put on but you're fine. But in order to get that, you have to understand who these men are. And I've just showed you that you don't understand what they do. So how are you going to be around these men if you don't know what they do? You don't know their environment. That means to me, you haven't studied these men at all. So how are you really going to provide any peace to a subject who are ignorant of?
I'm going to take a step back and understand the environment that I want to be in and what I can bring to the table to make a $1 million man.
Yeah, what if you get a man that's making about 55 to 75?
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
It's going to be an issue.
Oh, good.
I feel like I can have a standard. I don't have any children.
You can have it, no. See, the funny thing is when women do that, when we say you have standards, it's supposed to be okay, but if a man were to say something about weight, it was toxic. Your $1 million standard, you can have whatever you want, but you're 27. And the reality is, competition is fierce for a very select few men. You don't know what they do, you don't know where they are, you don't know their profession. And why I'm doing this is because you said you were raised to be this way, raised to be a traditional housewife. There's nothing traditional about you. You're a straight modern woman. And
So what is the ideal
modern women, especially attractive women, end up getting flued out, wine and dine until they're 30. Then we move on to the 25-year-old version of you. That's what happens because you don't capitalize on the things you were taught or you knew in your youth because you were trying to hold out for a better deal, not realizing that you're not the prize. He is. That's what happens. And Miami's ground zero. So you should see this. So how has living in Miami helped you better land a millionaire?
I can definitely say I've seen more of a more financial, environment of those types of men. But again, the men in those professions that you're speaking of aren't living in Miami. They're living in probably Boca or Fort Lauderdale. I don't think.
The top paying professions are medical, not tech. Why am I doing this, folks? Because whether you understand or not, you're pretty emblematic of many women today. You want an extreme amount of money. Was your father a millionaire?
Yes.
Was he a millionaire at 25?
29.
Mm-hmm. And you said you did have a $1 million guy, but so top 20 jobs: software developer, dentist. Like I said, 3 effing times.
We're both right, though.
Excuse me?
We're both right. Software and
no, we're not both right. No, we're not both right.
But we have the same.
You said tech, man. You said tech.
I did say software.
Today, women want to use tech to mean anything that has to do with a computer. That's not tech. NFTs and crypto is not tech. This is sign language. This is why right here, and I want you to understand, what you just saw, therapy didn't work because you're still trying to be right.
I thought we could both be right, but okay.
Okay, the difference is you're the one that's still trying to land the guy. I'm the one that talks to the guys who look at you ladies and say, I'm not going to give her no. She may be cute, but she's too unmanageable. Even the way she talked to you. Because you got to understand, the kind of man you're talking about, he has to bring around his colleagues, his clients. And this little back and forth that you've done here will fuck up a lot of money.
I would never do that.
Okay, of course not. They all, remember, my pit bull never bites anybody. That's what it always is. Software developer, dentist, lawyer, surgeon, physician, nurse practitioner, physician assistant, financial manager, information security, psychiatrist, data scientist, pharmacist, registered nurse, statistician, sales management. And they're getting more. But most of the high-earning positions in this country require professional license. And the reason people do this tech shit is because tech is this vague stuff that anybody can do and make 6 figures. And they think because you can make 6 figures, it can turn into 7, and it fucking doesn't. It requires certifications, professional schooling, and then it requires long hours, networking. How in the hell are you going to be a wife and run $1 million business and marry a man that has to work 60 minutes?
You're right. I'm going to have to take a step back and be my man's support system.
I'm going to have to buy a French Bulldog, Sharpei, Schnauzer. That's much more like it. Because the men that you would naturally fit with, because $1 million is extremely high. I would put you in the top 15 or 10%, but not million. That's a very different category. And those guys, you would think are beneath you. If a guy made $85,000, you would think that he's beneath you.
I wouldn't consider him beneath me. I feel like I would have a hard time trusting his ability to provide for our children and our home.
So what's more important, people or your lifestyle?
The ability to provide, so people.
No, man. If a man is making $85,000, he can provide. He just can't provide a luxe lifestyle. I asked the question exactly how I asked it.
You're right. So money is going to be over for the lifestyle I'm looking for.
No. What's likely going to happen, because you can. If I put you in the room with these men, they would find you attractive. But let's go down that path. Are you okay with sharing?
Sharing my relationship with another woman?
Yes, for sure.
No.
100%.
No.
So, you want $1 million.
Would you drink out of a water bottle after me?
Excuse me. You want $1 million. Because I asked you what's more important. People, relationships, and money. And at least you're aware enough to know, and I'm not going to call you shallow, but people will call it vain. That's cool. A lot of attractive women really are vain, because you get shit given to you because you have pretty privilege. But I crisscross this country talking to women who are as attractive or more, who are single as hell. Matter of fact, they are headquartered in 5 cities: Los Angeles, Houston, Chicago, New York City, and Miami. Pretty professional prison. The men that, if your ego was in check, you would more likely be able to get with a guy who's top 15, top 10% earner, but you don't trust his ability to provide. He's in the top 15 or 10%, but he cannot provide Dior or Hermes. But if that's what you require, please, why should that man only have one woman?
Because I wouldn't ask him to drink out of the same water bottle another man drank out of.
Stop trying to be cute. No. When have men in the top 1% in any monetary system, any system of government, any country, any time frame on the planet been strictly monogamous?
You're right. There's not a lot of monogamy left in a lot of countries.
No. Not in the top 1% men. When have men who are royalty or nobles ever been strictly monogamous?
We're not seeing it, no.
So then why do you get it?
In this day and age, there's a very high chance I'm not going to get it, but I do like to believe in hope that I can achieve it.
So you want to set yourself up for failure? Because if put you in a room with the guy who's making $80,000 and you wouldn't trust his ability to provide, and put you in a room with a 7-figure man and he says straight up, "Oh, you could be my wife, but I am going to have 1 or 2 women on the side," you'll know about it.
At least we're getting honest.
We're going to be real honest, because here's the question: can you roll with it? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I can pull up some women right now that I've talked to about this concept for several months, who women you would say, she got far more than me, and they accept it. I've learned this from these women. So, man, I'm asking, if you want these millionaire men, cool, let's roll down there. You don't get strict monogamy.
You're right. In 99.9% of situations, we're not going to get it. But
so you're still holding out for the 1%? You're still trying to hold out for the 0.1%?
No, of course
Is
not.
it better to get the lifestyle you want and have to share your man, have no man, or have to decrease your lifestyle?
I do feel like it's better to share my man and have my lifestyle and my family. Yes, I do. I would take that over being alone. Come on now.
No, I don't know, because the way you're talking, you want it all.
No, I would settle, if I had to settle, I would settle for my family and my lifestyle with a high value.
What would you be settling? Why would that?
Sharing.
Man, he's the asset, not you. He'd be selling for you. See, that's the women who get with these men, they understand that's the bag.
That's the catch.
But you, and I'm no offense, but what tends to happen on attractive women is you get so much attention. You think that men at this level, and you think you can treat all the men at the same level. And I'm sitting here talking, I'm like, dear heart, I know the men you're talking about. And they're like, Yeah, I'd kick it with us for a little bit. I'd spend 30, 50 on it, and then I'm out. They're not gonna try to manage this. They're not gonna work with you. They're not gonna try to train you up. They're gonna just go ahead and 1099 girlfriend you out. Here you go, baby girl. Here's your severance package. What's your friend's name and your sister? I'm not joking. I'm dead ass serious. I'm dead ass serious. And you can collect Birkin bags and Mitzvahs and all other kind of stuff, and Kelly purses and Chanel bags. You can collect all that stuff. But at 30 years old, if you have not secured, well, actually it's 27, if you haven't secured it, you're going to have to start making discounts. So,
And the discount being monogamy?
the $1 million man, you can automatically write that off. You would be better off understanding that at best, you'd be lucky if you could get a man like that to marry you. So that should be where you set your limit. Whatever he does, he marries me, I'm good. Whatever he does, that's fine. That would be a better attitude other than trying to control what he's doing. Because what you've demonstrated here is your tolerance for anything other than that doesn't exist. So it's either that or nothing. You know what's extremely sad? 55-year-old used to be pretty women. And there are a lot of them.
I would take my family and my lifestyle though over monogamy. That's
a better mindset to be in, but then you still gotta get it.
I do.
And what we show is you don't know them, so how are you going to get them? They're not even in your social circle.
I wouldn't say they're not.
Here's the funny thing, in these focus groups, and I'm gonna tell you, when I start putting these men on camera and they start telling you themselves, you'll see it. When you start hearing that you're not even in the places where they are, and I'll tell you how I know that, because as soon as you said the age range, you're out.
I feel like high value men most of them are very boring, especially in those professions. They're hanging out in different places. I would have to change where I'm going.
You feel like they're boring?
I do. I definitely feel like the professions, they're definitely boring, and they're in different places. So I'd have to change where I'm going to put myself in those environments. I don't think that they're unobtainable. I have to make the changes to go to those rooms.
The men who make millions of dollars have boring lifestyle.
I feel like a majority, they're living a life of peace. They're not out here in clubs and bars. They're living a life of peace.
Folks, I just let that run. I let that run because the arrogance it takes to make that statement is mind-boggling.
You're a 45-year-old.
Mind-boggling. The men who make millions of dollars have to live a lifestyle of structure. They work a lot. And this is why I want you guys to understand that it doesn't matter. From average to over here, they all want everything. You want a millionaire. You want to be a housewife. You want to have a luxe lifestyle. You want monogamy and you want excitement. French Bulldog, Shar-Pei, Yorkie. You're laughing now.
Because I'm saying if I'm giving up the monogamy, what's stopping me from going to those places where that high value man is?
Nothing's stopping you from going there, but why would he pick you?
Because I'm, again, bringing that peace and that making his life easier.
Man.
So you don't think that
Man.
I can bring peace?
No, I don't. No, not you. No. I think you're another bill. Women like you require a lot of attention, and you're high maintenance. High maintenance is opposite of peace. You're a side chick.
Why would I be high maintenance if I...
Because, man, listen, I'll tell you. You're high maintenance because you require luxury lifestyle. Listen. You're high maintenance because you require luxe lifestyle. That means the women who normally get these kind of guys get with these guys when they're in process and they build with them. You want to be standing at the finish line with pom-poms waiting for him to get there. Matter of fact, you don't even want to be in the finish line. You want to be in the executive seat or the box on the yacht, and you just want to show your titties and smile. and say, take me. And he's like, all right, I fuck you
Wow.
out. I do this with you. And we may make some pretty babies. Let me put about 2 or 3 million into this because she is going to go left. Sign this prenup. Because you're getting a prenup. Sign this, and here's your exit clause. Now, because she is going to go left because she requires a luxury lifestyle, you're already going to be a loss leader. And they're going to have other women because you're not in it for him. You're in it for you. That, by definition, is not peace.
So how can I be? I just want to know if I'm a modern day woman with a substantial income, equal or even greater in a sense. How can I not make our life easier in a relationship?
Because you want to be a housewife, your income doesn't matter.
I could pay a light bill. I can cook. I can clean.
Man, how come there are women who make more money than you who can't get men at their financial level?
I feel like.
Man, I ask you a question. Listen.
Because they
Stop. Listen. Women, there are women, like, you can look at entertainment and see this often. There are women they want their peers. They'll work, people will make records with them, make movies with them, but they can't marry men at their level or higher. Because those men have options and they want something different. Women who have the bag have to marry down. You want to marry up.
So I bring nothing, so my income, okay, we'll take away my income. My ability to be a homemaker doesn't count for anything?
I didn't say it didn't count for anything, but it doesn't count for $1 million. What? Okay, ma'am, let's be reasonable. If your ability to be a homemaker or whatever it is you bring to the table was a product, what would differentiate your product from other products on the shelf?
It's 100% vegan.
Huh?
The content, it's vegan, it's not damaged. I don't
It's
have
the
any
packaging.
children.
You're trading on your packaging more than anything else because I haven't heard much content. Because contents don't need to go to therapy because they were egotistical.
But the ability to change and listen to my man in a relationship and allow my man to be that leader that preach, provide, and protect should count for something.
Not millions of dollars. They don't want to. The men that do this don't let you allow nothing. The women come over there with whatever you like. See, you're used to being in control. And you keep leveraging what you have, and they're like, I don't care about that. I'm being honest with you. Man, and the thing is, okay, you're not going to be on top. He's in charge. You are secondary. It's about him, not you. And what I'm getting from you is your life is about you.
But my ability to cook for my providing husband or boyfriend or man doesn't count. To get up at 6 a.m. or 4 a.m. because he has to be at work at 6 doesn't count.
Man, there are women so what makes your meal better than the meal that the woman who's married to a man making $50,000? What makes your meal better?
Consistency.
Man, she's consistently too.
Consistency, and I feel like the ability to make his life easier.
Okay, let me stop. Let me ask you a hard question. Okay. You're familiar with an actress by the name of Gabrielle Sidibe?
I'm not familiar.
Familiar with Lizzo?
Okay.
Are you familiar with her?
No.
The musician, okay. Let's see. If you're an average looking woman, a solid 4 or 5,
Okay.
would you be making the same demands?
No.
Thank you.
But considering,
if you were a 4 or 5, you would be bringing the same things you're bringing to the table, but you know you could not demand what you're demanding now. That's why I said, if you were a product on the shelf, what substantially differentiates you from other products, women? Is it the contents? You just said no, it's the packaging.
So we'll be direct then. Yes, okay. Feel like I have a little bit of a, I can ask for what I'm asking for because I'm not a 4 or 5, Let's just go into weight, size, face, the way
Yeah, you're attractive. You can, but
my appearance and my ability to cook that same meal and look a certain way, because let's be real, these high value men do want a woman that they can bring outside and be proud of. You do have to look a certain way. They're not bringing just anybody outside.
I really wish I could bring some of the women I've talked to this week and let you stand next to them, because then you'd be like, ooh, shit. Because, because here's the thing, who are you comparing yourself to? You're comparing yourself to the average woman walking around. And I'm saying that these men don't deal with average women. They're dealing with women to where you're the lowest level.
Okay.
Okay, if you're the lowest level,
what is making me the lowest level?
If you're an 8, if you're around Beyonce, there's still Kelly Rowland and Rihanna. Okay. And Beyonce, you had to put in 7 years to get Jay-Z. The difference is the attitude. And what we're showing is when you're a pretty woman, far too often you guys trade on your looks and not the substance. And where it shows up is when you start demanding things that only your looks qualify you for.
I have
Man, you just said if you were an average looking woman, you wouldn't be asking for what you're asking for, which means internally you don't qualify for it. From a content character, my value female standpoint. So you're doing it on looks. Cool. Don't you think those men up there recognize that she got the look, but she doesn't have the shit to go the long distance? Let me ask you about when's your last relationship?
My current relationship that I'm in, or previous?
Previous relationship.
Previous relationship was a few years.
When was it?
Before the one that I'm in.
In the last 3 years?
Yes.
Was he a millionaire?
Yes.
Why did he marry you?
Because of my attitude.
Who ended the relationship?
I did.
Why?
I didn't feel like I was in a position to be feminine. I couldn't relax. Does that make sense?
I said that on Monday, because what you see for a lot of modern women is they can't relax. And I want you to understand that that relationship is an employer. These men run background check, and they look at your last relationship and they say, a millionaire had you, and you couldn't act right with him either. And you left him. Okay. Man, what I'm trying to get you to understand is, yes, your looks may put you in a room, but as hard as it may be to sound, and as hard as it may be to hear, but what you said is much more of a fun girl or a side chick, not a wife.
But if I'm able to get into a relationship with a millionaire and not be in fear, and I'm being in my feminine place, why are you shaking your head? No, I'm still in a feminine position.
How long do you think, by what age do you think that's gonna happen?
It happened. It definitely happened, but I was humbled. I just needed a situation where I could relax and trust that.
Are you getting married? Are you getting married?
100%. I definitely think that.
How long you guys been together?
4 months. We'll check back in 2 years, and I will send you.
2 years? 2 years?
I think it would definitely take at least. I think at the 2-year mark, I could definitely get engaged, and I will definitely invite you to my engagement party.
She doesn't know who I am, does she? You've already screwed this up 2 years?
You don't think I could get engaged in 2 years? A man knows if he's going to marry you within the first, I think, honestly, 6 months.
Right. And men like that typically move that fast. 2 years is you. Because you're not ready. Because you're not ready. So the point
You're right.
So I want you to understand something. I want you just cut your own throat. Because I've said this so long, 6 to 12 months is all it really takes, especially for men who know what they want, men of value in particular. They don't date that long. That's why the chat room is going crazy. You don't even understand what you just said. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, let her go. And you just said, well, how long did it take? Well, he was on inside 6 months. Yeah, but you would be ready for 2 years. So a millionaire who's ready to go as a high value man has to wait on you for 2 years to get ready.
Definitely not. If my boyfriend asked me to get married in 6 months, 8 months, I'm saying yes, and I'll still extend the invite directly to you in my
Look,
family.
I'm not going to. Look. I don't. If you're with somebody, man, but I'm telling you right now, what I'm gathering from you is you know yourself. If he asks you, yes. If he asks you to marry him, good luck with it, because you're not ready. Because, man, be realistic. If you can make it, you can lose it. And if he doesn't have the money, you're gone.
If he makes that kind of money,
don't lie, man. If he doesn't have it, you're gone. That's what this entire conversation is proved. If you don't have the Lux lifestyle, you're gone. Especially if you're young. Man, if he loses this money in the next 5 years, you're gone, because women like you would be like, well, shit, I have a few more minutes left on the shot clock. Let me go try to find another millionaire. And why do you think I can do this? Because I talk to women like you every day.
Why would I, and let's just be realistic, get married in 12 months, he falls off at 3 years. Why am I not able to pick? I've made millions, so why would I not be able to sustain our lifestyle at that level and still have a successful relationship? Why would
because you wouldn't have respect for him.
Why? We're married. Why wouldn't I have respect for my husband?
Because, excuse me, you didn't have respect for the millionaire who was already paying for you years ago. Women, excuse me, you ask, hypergamy. You are extreme hypergamous. Women do not typically have respect for men they got to pay for. Is the person older?
Yes.
So you'd be paying for an older man to raise his kids, and you'd be respecting him and be feminine. You couldn't be feminine when you were younger with a millionaire. Guys, you can learn a lot from this, because this is what I mean. It's the modern woman. And the point is, women, you have so little value in who we are as men. Go back 20 minutes ago. If I asked you to write out in detail who this man was, that piece of paper would damn near be blank. But if I ask you to write out your lifestyle, you write War and Peace. The man is interchangeable. As long as he has the lifestyle that can keep you entertained, but he has to be monogamous. But that's not his job. Your job is to be on his program. Your job is to keep him entertained. Your job is to stay his life. That's why I'm like, God.
So if my job is to make his life easier, make him happy, and be his basically his trophy to show off, because he is the prize, I'll go with that. Why am I not in a position in a marriage to respect him as a man that he, maybe need to take a step back? Why would we have a shift of power in a marriage? Yes.
Because if you end up having to pay the bills, that means you're not able to raise your children, and you're going to resent him for the fact that you can't be doing what you really want to do. Because you want to do what you want to do. Listen. You mean it? If you think I believe that you would go back and work 8, 10, 12 hours to make millions of dollars and be happy with dudes sitting up there at home with the kids, it doesn't work, man.
He would never sit there. And
it does. My man you asked the question. If a man is making less than you, your respect is going to go down. The clock, gentlemen, understand something. This is why I tell you to make more than your woman. Because when there is a clock, when he stops making more money than her, that motherfucking clock starts ticking. The countdown to her being out. And one thing, man, you would be out. You would be out. And that's not,
I
because that's what the world has told you ladies to do. If a man can't provide this, because the man himself, you ain't said nothing about who this man is, his character. It's about money and a lifestyle. Cool. That's why I said side chick. But a man, if he has any sense, he has to understand that you need to understand who this man is from a character standpoint and what he has to deal with. All we talked about is you. You. And what I'm saying is this ain't too far off from what you described in the 3-year relationship.
But I'm bringing peace and making his life easier. So if he falls off on
who gets to determine whether or not you're bringing peace?
His attitude, where he doesn't have
who gets to determine whether or not you're bringing peace?
His attitude. He decides that.
Right.
Okay,
so I need you to stop. The guy you were with for 3 years. If I asked him right now, hey man, did you experience her as a peaceful woman? He'd say what?
He would say yes. He would call me paranoid. He would say she's paranoid and she would not.
You weren't submissive, but you were peaceful.
I was peaceful, but I wasn't allowing him to be a man. I was not allowing it because I was
That's
scared.
not peaceful.
I was scared.
Don't care. The outcome, man, whatever your motives were, the outcome is whatever it wasn't peaceful. That's why I said, who gets to determine? The man does. And you're not listening.
But you don't think as a man he should have made me feel safe? Like in any way, shape, or form? You don't think it should be a man?
A millionaire. Make you feel, excuse me. No, that's the problem. That's what that woman said last on Instagram. Modern women have been told that a man owes you everything, all of him, and he's supposed to make you happy, feel safe, and that ain't it. Here's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to make him feel. You are
correct.
Listen, man, this is a masculine attitude. You want a wife.
No, but I did learn from my mistakes. And that's what therapy was for.
Well, if this has been a practice test, you need to go back to therapy.
I'm there on Tuesdays.
Man, you said it. If you didn't have the packaging, you wouldn't be asking for what you're asking for.
But again, like at least I'm to a point where I have learned from my mistakes and I'm able to see what
why does a man in the top 1% have to accept an elite style?
He doesn't.
He doesn't. Thank you. He doesn't. That's my point, man. That's my point. That is my point. As an 8, you have to compete with 9s, 10s, and adjustable 6s and 6s. All of those women who bring what you bring, many that bring more, and several of them are not in elite style. Many of them have been raised to be the support system. Many of them have been told by their mothers, oh yeah, you get this man, you get the name on the insurance, on the but he's going to have a woman and a mistress and an executive assistant. You got 4 women you got to deal with to live into one man. And you better be happy with it. You're going to call me, talk about you, mad, you want to come home, I'm not going to hear it. I'm going to hang up on you and tell you to go bring my grandbabies to me. It ain't about you.
But why can't I help that $1 million man and be loyal and be, the housekeeper, the homekeeper, and the
What's
mother?
Your job?
My job is from a laptop. I work.
What's your job as a wife?
My job as a wife is to take care of the home, to clean, cook, and care for.
What do you need to help him with?
Help him with his daily to-dos, like if his laundry's not done, if his breakfast is not ready, like his daily to-dos.
That's not helping. That's just doing your job.
But I feel like as a wife, I'm making his day-to-day easier.
You said how come you can't help him? Help him by doing what, your job?
I fill in the blanks. I fill in where he lacks. So what he needs in that situation, that $1 million man, what he needs from me, that's where I go in and I do what I'm asked.
And therein lies the rub. Say that last sentence.
I do what I'm asked.
Right. You have to be asked. The women who marry these men are proactive. They already know what to do.
Everything I know what to do, you're saying wasn't doing anything.
It wasn't. That's why you're not married to this day. Guess what? Because you weren't trained to be a traditional wife. You're trained to be a modern woman. That's why you said if I didn't look the way I did, if I had a different package, I couldn't ask for this. You can go back and listen to this yourself. And you need to pay me, fuck the therapist. Because I'm giving you more to think about than anybody's couch will, because I talk to women like you daily. And I'm gonna say this, and I don't mean any disrespect. They're not special. Kids. Beauty is common. 1% men aren't. And what I'm saying is you're competing with women who don't have to be told what to do. They already know what to do and they're being proactive. They say, you're a cardiologist, you're a doctor, you're a dentist, you're this, you're that. You know, like, I'll give you an example. I spent my birthday with a high value man and his fiance that he met in my group. She shot her shot and she was a proactive solution to him, so much so that he's actually putting her in the law school so she can go work for his practice. That's how that works. Not just not being pretty and be willing to do if you feel like it, but do what you've been trained how to do, taught how to do, and then study your man enough to know what needs to be done without being asked. You want a good example of what we're talking about? You ever watch Iron Man?
Yes.
Pepper fucking Potts.
Yes.
That ain't what I'm talking to right now, is it? I'm talking to the woman at the beginning. The woman that
I definitely feel like I can be the Pepper Potts.
Sure you can, but it's not, but here's the thing. It's not a matter if it can be, it's how long would it take?
I have to be proactive. I have one question though. Why can't a self woman work just like the man, and why can't I bring any income to the table?
Who's gonna raise your kids?
I can't do both from the computer at all. Like, it's not even a possibility in that type of relationship. Like, a high value man, there's no possible way for a woman to bring
What's the more important job, man? Okay, think about what you just said. Why can't I work? What is more valuable to that man?
Raising her children.
Why are you still trying to go to work? Because that's what makes me feel valuable. Because it gives me input and control and power.
I just want to be able to do for my $1 million man the way that he does for me to some level. I just would like.
And I asked you, what is important to him?
If what's important to him is, birthdays,
raising good kids. It's what's important to him, not $100,000 more. See, the kind of man you're talking about, say, fuck the money you're gonna make. I'll go make another 150, 200, 500, another million. Raise my children correctly. Give me my legacy. I'll make the money. You're still trying to be the husband.
I just want to know why I'm not able to in modern day society. But you're right. And
why do you want to?
I just would like to try to make his life easier in any way, shape, or form. Like, why is that not?
What if you think money is gonna? If he's making the ends of meet like a motherfucker, why does he need you for that for?
You're right. I'm just raising the kids.
That's my point. And you would be a better fit with the $80,000 you got, but you wouldn't respect it.
There would be a power problem, but
I wouldn't respect him.
Being proactive though, being proactive though in the right room, I can make $1 million man's life easier and raise our children.
Okay. Today you're a side chick and mistress of man. I'm not going to change that because your attitude is not appropriate for what these men want. It's not whether or not, see, the fact that you're still not, okay, what if I'm right?
I definitely feel like in a lot of situations you are right. I just would like to know why $1 million man wouldn't want some type of anything. Like, why is there no possible way to do just even 70-30? Like, even just a 70-30, and I raise the children, and maybe I pay for a birthday trip.
You ready?
Or maybe.
You ready? You ready?
Yes, I would like to know.
It's you that values the money. It's you that values the lifestyle. The men who make this kind of money don't even spend money on themselves. They spend money on their kids, on their women. They walk around wearing, trying to get them to buy something for them. The only way I can get guys like this to buy something is I got to get their wife to get it. Because they make enough. You're trying to give him value the way he gives you value instead of being feminine and submissive and pay him that way. You're trying to pay him in a masculine provider way.
So, okay.
Your revenue is femininity and submission, the same thing you can give the first millionaire. You're trying to give a millionaire money. What the fuck? It's like trying to give a cow beef.
His love language was gifts. That's what I was.
Then suck it, ooh, Jesus.
He told me that. If we're being real, he said it.
Then his love language is gifts. Then dress up like a French maid. Did he say his love language is expensive gifts?
He liked gifts. He liked to be given gifts. Like
okay, but did you give him the gift of submission?
No.
That's the one motherfucking thing he wanted. You're the mother, you're the parent.
That's why I learned.
I want a bicycle. I really want this bicycle. I want a bicycle. And you're the mother who buys books, and clothes, the Play-Doh, the G.I. Joe, the video game, and everything else. You buy everything else, and the kid is sitting there like, ooh, all that costs like 10 bicycles. I gotta have a bicycle. And they finally grow up and be like, Mama, I love you, appreciate it, and you know I appreciate it, but when I was 10, I really wanted this Green Lantern bicycle, and you bought all this other stuff, and I love it. But why didn't you take that money and just buy the bicycle?
And that's why I learned from my mistakes.
No, you got to answer the question. I didn't get you the bicycle because I wanted to see you with other things. I wanted to see you get what I wanted to get. It's control. And this is not attractive. It makes good sense.
I learned that the hard way.
It makes great sense. It makes really, really good sex. That's why I've used these men who have really pretty side chicks. You know, I think you're more or less, I don't think you're a housewife. Maybe when you grow up, you'll be an executive wife. Because you have to have some sort of power. Huh?
I definitely feel like once I have a child, I definitely will.
Will you have a nanny?
No.
Do you have a maid?
No.
An au pair?
An what?
An au pair.
What is that?
Somebody to help with the kids.
No, I'm going to take care of our
children. Do you have any pets?
We'll have maybe a dog.
Do you have any pets?
No.
Are you an only child?
No.
Have you ever babysat?
Yes.
What's the longest you've ever been with a 6 to 1 year old?
I was an overnight nanny for years, so for infants under the age of 2.
Okay. Maybe. You know, when women get pregnant, maternal instinct does happen. But I think, basically, you're going to get bored. You need to be in the mix.
Bored with my child?
You get bored, period. You get bored just on a Tuesday.
But I feel like as a mother, I don't have children, so I can't speak to the degree I want, but I just feel like when that opportunity is there and I have a child, I don't think that I would.
That's fine, but the children will eventually grow up to not need you.
And I'll have enough.
They will eventually grow up to not need you to helicopter them. Then what does life look like?
Life looks like me and my $1 million husband traveling the world. Still.
No. Your $1 million, oh Jesus. Your $1 million fucking dollar husband has to work because he does it boring.
He's never going to retire?
Is you go, $1 million man marries you. You have his 3 kids, and his last child is 7 years old. The oldest is 10. They don't need to be tender-eared anymore. Now you got kids, whether they're homeschooled or going to private school, they're not home every day. You've been out of the workforce. Your desire to go make money doesn't fulfill you, make you feel like you're contributing. What do you think? All of a sudden now the kids are, we're going to just travel? No, you can't travel until those kids are out.
Okay, so my children are now.
Well, what are you going to do between the years? What are you going to do between the years
PTA
7 and 18?
PTA meetings, cheerleading, soccer.
Remember, go back about 40 minutes ago, we talked about boring. And see, that's the thing. Men who make a lot of money have to live structured, consistent lives, which are boring. You like to be in the mix, man. That's why, and this is why we keep coming back to this money thing and this and that. We spent a lot of time here, and this has been informative, but I need you to understand that even though I've given her a lot, she's still going to do what she thinks is right, which is fine. But I'm gonna tell you, it's the mindset. Because here's the thing, you gotta ask yourself a question. If you get it in the room with these guys, and there are a finite amount of them, if you don't get them, then what?
If I don't get,
if you don't get them, then what?
Then I would have to start taking discounts. That's the inevitable.
And how much of a discount? Right. So, at what age is that going to happen?
I would say 29.
What is the price going to be then?
85,000, I guess.
Oh, so you can ask for $1 million at 27, but at 29 it's going to drop 85.
But you're making me feel like my biological clock is ticking. So
I didn't do that. That's your creator. I didn't do that. That's the creator.
But I mean, I feel like at 29, if I'm not married by then yes, I would have to start understanding. Okay, I'm looking for $1 million man, and I haven't gotten one. What do I need to change about myself to get these men? And then again, like, I'm older now, so I need to take
I got a couple more questions though. What are you prepared to put up with? Because you say monogamy, you didn't really want that, but what are you willing to put up with for this? Because what else are you willing to put up with?
Long work hours?
Oh, that's standard.
So what is considered not standard for me to be able to
no. Whatever the man has to do to make money, he has to continue to do that. But what I'm asking is, what are you willing to put up with? If he is, like I said, not having monogamy, are you willing to gladly accept it?
You already put me in the scenario of yes, I'm accepting that.
I want to get it on the record. Are you willing to gladly accept it?
I don't think gladly is the correct term.
Well, if it's begrudging, then he's going to be passive aggressive. That's going to cause problems. That's why I'm like, if you want a man up here, you better understand it. It'd be better to understand it. This is likely what it's going to come with. And you might as well just be glad and accept it. It's kind of like getting a shot.
Okay, so for this situation, yes, we will gladly
take but that's only one thing. Then what else?
I need to know what else is the standard discounts that we're.
What else are you willing to put up with this man? Because he comes and says, what if he is? How tall are you?
I'm 4'11".
Okay. What if he has a dad bod?
A dad bod?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely feel like that's something that can be changed, so that's not.
No, it's not changing. That's what he has.
Oh, that's just what he is for the rest of his life?
And he's only going to get older.
Then yes, that's something I'm willing to put up with.
Okay, well, dad bod, what about research loses hair?
That's definitely something I'm willing to put up with.
What about we really can't have orgasms frequently with sex. And we're talking less than 5% of the time. How about this? When you have sex, you got to actually pleasure yourself.
Consistently?
Oh, yes, consistently. And for our audience who thinks I'm joking, trust me, I'm asking these questions because, go ahead. Sex is about 15 minutes and it's about him.
That one's gonna be harder. Let's skip.
So you can't tolerate. So you need to have a good sex life.
I would say above average.
What if you got a little Johnson?
It's not the size of the wave, it's the motion of the ocean.
Women say that shit all the time, and then dudes with little dicks will tell you that's not true. I can stop this bullshit. Bottom line is, I want you to understand, we talked about his money. We haven't even talked about the man. What does he have? Does he have to look? Does he have to be very attractive? Or can he be average looking?
He can be average.
Like CeeLo Green.
Yes, he can be average.
Cool. And he can still have a mistress. And mistress. Like, all these things compel, man. Because I asked you.
Are these public mistresses?
Yeah. See, man. See, what I'm trying to get you to understand is what else. See, most of the thing, I'll accept that. But that's just one thing. Life goes on.
I just want to know if I'm accepting a public mistress.
Sure.
Public?
You would know about it. Not necessarily public, but you would know. But it's not like he throw it in your face and try to humiliate you. That you don't have to accept that. It comes with rules.
Public humiliation.
I said that's not good for his brain. So no public humiliation, but you would know. You'd have a phone number, email address, everything else. You'd actually can call him. He's over there every Wednesday night.
So at this point, we have a mutual understanding. So yes.
This is how it happens, man. And see, what I'm saying is, women who have the kind of lifestyle you're talking about, no, it comes with a man who has to work a certain way, do a certain thing, and he's not going to get everything from you. And your job, and so I think it's interesting that women want everything from this man. Like, you not realize that these men are going to have other interests, and a lot of these women aren't getting the best sex, they're getting average sex, and get it all. Maybe you don't get it as often. Are you happy with having a relationship with its money and not the man? Because more often than not, he ain't gonna be around.
I appreciate a man that is providing for us, so yes.
Okay.
Let's not take
What
it
I'm
out.
trying to get you to understand is you got to think about the man and the environment that comes with it. Men who make a lot of money work long hours. They have a lot of commitments. They got a lot of responsibilities. They have a lot of, and as a woman, the way you started this conversation is you got a lot of demands for a man. I'm like, then you need to have a man that's around average. You can't be talking about a man up here. You can't make all those demands to that guy. Because he'll just find the women who already understand that. All right, man. And whoever you're in a relationship with, man.
Thank you so much for having me on. I feel like I learned a lot.
Yeah, send me a cash out my money.
I'm going to send you a candle. Don't even worry about it.
No. I don't want no candle. Fuck candle. I'm about
Why?
Send my money. Send my money. Send my goddamn money. I don't want no candle. I want my money. Fuck all that. You can play that cute girl shit with your dude. I want my money.
All right, guys, you already know this man doesn't need any introduction. Fresh out the fryer, so much controversy. Back for his 20th interview, Mr. Cuban Link.
Hello, Mr. Bevicek. What's going on, baby?
Yo, man, you got the whole Rocky theme going. I see you. You know what I mean? You got the whole outfit, like you ready to go.
Oh man,
You didn't want to. You didn't want to wear the glasses and the dress shirt today.
No, I got my cigarette. You know how I go. The bottle of Hennessy's right here. So.
Yo, that was funny when I saw you up there. You was talking more proper and everything of Dr. Check Your Colon.
Damn, you stabbing on already.
No, but you know it was funny. People were laughing too. People were laughing. They were like, "Yo, he got glasses on, he got a dress shirt on, and he talking like more professional and everything." That was hilarious.
My little nerdy look.
No, but I give you props though, because you were more on point with your questions and everything. Like I saw the effort. I saw the effort.
Yeah. I try to at least try to hang with, like scholars. He's a professor from.
No, the way you were talking, I never heard you talk like that before, though. I was like, I didn't know Cuban had that in him.
You didn't know that? Yeah, that's good. So, that side I got to show you a little more. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, you get the crazy Cuban. I got many sides to it. You get the crazy Cuban. You get the babbling Cuban. You get the, mad Cuban. You get the
which is like your default. Usually your default.
The funny Cuban. But they, I got to get my grammar a little better, get more understandable. You was my translator all these times, so at least you translated.
But I got to say, though, like, I really love what you're doing with the channel right now. You've been, like, the audience is growing, right? You've been getting good guests and exclusives, like, I'm real proud of you, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. I'm really proud of you, man. This is your job. I dabbled into your field a little bit. I learned from you a little bit too. Don't get crazy too. But I learned, as far as like, I play my position, whatever position it, I gotta play.
Yeah, but you gotta work on not over talking the guests though, because a lot of times
I'm doing less. I'm doing less now though. I'm doing the less.
No, I gotta admit, when you were talking to Dr. Colon, you let him talk more though. I gotta say that.
Colon, don't start snapping on the Spanish last name.
All right.
Now, I'm telling you to respect anything he said because he got his own mind. It's true. He's a little stubborn. He got his own view. But there's nothing wrong with a debate, man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with a debate.
You think I should interview him?
It's important to. Yeah, I think you should do. Just to match wits. He's a real professor. Like he's a history teacher.
Right.
He's teaching kids, so we want to put him through the ringer. Find out he's not, psycho, teaching our future generations no crazy stuff. So yeah, I would, that's why I did it. And I also seen them. And plus, he's Spanish, he's Latino. You know what I'm saying? So it's my duty as a hip hop artist. You know what I'm saying? To get his point of view and of course, tell him my point of view. And but I've seen him in many platforms. Go in. I mean, he just keeps on. And even when he gets caught a little bit, he keeps on. And he knows how to divert it and spin off, you know what I'm saying, with certain things. When I've seen him, in my platform, I hit him with direct, like, questions. And I, and I stood on what I believed, and he stood on what he believed. But it's a conversation to be continued.
So let's address the elephant in the room, right? You and Hocus 4/5 are going to be on Celebrity Boxing. They predicting this is going to be in December. How real is it? What can you tell us about it? Are you training for it?
It's 100% real. In my side, it's 100% real. Hocus is it's a young bro that we shared some energy in some hip hop culture. When he came in the game. Like I said before, me and him was tight because it was me, him, and P.O. all the time together. Drinking 40s, drinking Hennessy, working out, doing hood stuff, you know what I'm saying, around Castle Hill, recording together. S1, S1 would come and go, but he'll be around us too. He'll come and go. He had to get to his work. But yeah, me, Hocus, and PO, and sometimes Gilly at the same time. We would hang out besides just going in a booth and spit rhymes. So that bond always stuck with what I'm saying. And I was the older guy, so I was trying to like guide them just like Mike's and Law was trying to OG's guy and the young G's, but it was their energy. Why my pen started really going off at that time. They inspired me with that, so I appreciate that.
Who would you say that you were the closest to in Bang Bang Boogie?
It was PO or Hocus.
Oh, really? Okay. So I'm actually all right. So wait, you had the conversation with the guy that owns Celebrity Boxing, right?
No, it's actually Hocus had the
No, because you put that screenshot up of
Oh
you
yeah, no.
talking.
As soon as they heard me do that little speech, and I said I accept. I said get that bag. I got a call. Got a call from my man Eggy. It's my brother that I met. What I'm saying a while back, and he does the King of Diamonds with Akinelli in Atlanta. So he does fights and stuff like that. He's into it. That part of the business. He got in contact with the man. That runs the show and the celebrity boxing. And he talked to me behind the scenes. And I told him I want $250K. I ain't playing. That price better be there. You know what I'm saying? It's what I'm asking for. Because I know at the end of the day we can make that happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? The history between just me and Hope and the side he's on now. So it's obvious what side he's on now. That's why the Cuban Revolution has got to be televised. Because I let people before me explain the story, go out to the public and do what they do to represent me, and even behind the scenes in a business sense to represent me. And they always fucked it up, man. You know what I'm saying? They always fucked it up in my view. I ain't saying they ain't trying hard, like the hardest they could, but it didn't come through, right? So now I'm putting myself in this shit. And at the end of the day, it's about the truth. It's about the Cuban truth, because I guess me telling the truth bothers people. I didn't know that the truth is, so dangerous to, well, not even dangerous, so potent to real niggas. Like real niggas, we stand on truth. So what I'm saying about my enemy is the truth. Events that happened that I'm quoting from back in the days, they the truth. The love and the passion I'm repping for my brother Pun, that's the truth. I'm not making nothing up. So if this rubs, the enemy or the guys on the other side wrong, that's their problem. You know what I'm saying? So that with that history and with the attachment, of course, to the Terror Squad, me being a part of that early on in my career, I think we could build up a crazy buzz and Hocus to come off. You know what I'm saying? He come on. Whatever he gets, I know he's going to get more than he ever got. So, you know what I'm saying? So we promote. I mean, it's still love at the end of the day. That's my little brother. You know what I'm saying? I feel about it. I don't know how he feel about it. You know what I'm saying? He might be tricking me. He might be walking me into a setup or something. I don't care, but I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be like this. What up, baby? What's popping? Bang, bang. And we're going to get busy. We're going to get busy. That's it. That's what I can promise.
What do you think about people criticizing you, saying that you put your price so high that you're pricing yourself out of the fight and that you really don't want to fight?
Let's see. We're about to sign the letter of intent. And, the business guys are going to go out there and go get that money. They're going to get that money. They're going to get a show. They're going to get a pre-show. They're going to get a whole build-up to the actual fight. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see Cuban side. You're going to see Hocus side. You know what I'm saying? Behind the scenes. So it's a production that got to be right.
Wow.
And this shit involves real feelings. This is a real story. It's not a make-believe shit. This is Cuban Links really, revolution about to be televised. So y'all can see. You know what I'm saying? My role, my struggle, my glory. You know what I'm saying? So it's my side, and then it's Hocus side. And, he got a story to tell also.
Do you really think that you're going to get 250,000 though? Because some people were saying that.
Why do you keep asking me fucking with people like you, friends like fucking you, doubting it and putting it out here?
No, I'm not doubting it. I'm saying that I'm telling you what the fans are saying. The fans are saying that some professional fighters don't even get 250,000.
That's fighters. This is Cuban Link. This is blood, sweat, and tears for fucking 20, 30 years inside the game. You know what I'm saying? 30 years is out of the game. Me talking my shit for 30 years. People want to see that. Extra Squad, the disgruntled guy, the one that Fat Joe been blocking all his life. You know, the guy with other people, and so for some reason the other guys always end up in Fat Joe's camp. Cuban's fit by himself in his own, repping, stepping on his, you know, standing on his own ground. You know what I'm saying? With real values. It's a story. It's a story of a boy from Cuba who was conquering in his own. And then on a man up came a beluga, and he tried to fucking things up in it.
So I was surprised that you accepted the challenge because in the past I asked you about doing celebrity boxing, and you said nah, not even the Joe. Right? You said it was too personal.
Yeah,
so what about this situation made you finally accept it?
Because I know that at the end of the day, you know, it's for a good cause. There's somebody from the past that I had love for, that we gotta obviously, you know, it's not gonna be somebody I go in there with the whole full load of hate. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the fact that he said, you know, they put all the Fat Joe energy into him, but at the end of the day, you know, it's love there. It's something that I think it'll be a spectacle because, you know, we got to show what you're made of in that ring. And I think that, you know what I'm saying, you know, Hulk he need money. So I hook my man up too. It's not just about me. We make money out of this. We give the world a show, make money, I prove a point. You know what I'm saying? And he got to see me eye to eye. Ex Bang Bang Boogie, and he got to really stand on his shit when he sees, you know, he got to have the Joes, the Gillies, everybody from the back, you know, on his side cheering. I want to see that.
But you don't think that it's at a disadvantage for you to still have love for someone and fight against them because that might hold you back, though?
No. I know how to put those feelings aside and get to the boxing. You know, I know how to I know how to do that.
How did you feel when he said, "Take your frustration and anger from Joe"?
With Hocus, I could listen. With Hocus, I could fight him. Whatever, we could do what we do, like, you know what I'm saying, like men do. Show the kids a lesson, and at the end of the day, I could go and grab Hocus and give him a hug. You know what I'm saying? Pick him up from the floor, give him a hug. You know what I'm saying? A kiss in the head, and be like, "You my little brother." I could do that. I can't do that with the rest of the guys. That's the difference.
So how did you feel when you saw him say, "Take your frustration and anger from Joe and take it out on me"?
That's why you got to get his ass whooped.
Because I saw what you said on, what was it, Lord Jamar podcast? You were like, you going to do the water boy thing? Where you that shit was funny when you said that.
Mama said, the beluga, but avocado is raising sunshine. No, Mama didn't say that. Mama said. Yeah. I thought of that. I thought of the Waterboy, the movie, man. Adam Sandler, where he said, "Yo, you had to face the enemies. You had to put the face of the enemy in the actual player's body, so he could give him that, you know, that turbo tackle." You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like he put himself in that situation. So I mean, that's really like fresh face to say that to me. He knows me. That's like, you know what I'm saying, me taking his worst enemy and me saying, "Think I'm a him," you know, whatever.
Oh, that's like you saying Whack then, right? Like picture Whack in the ring.
But Whack and his beef don't have nothing compared to me and Joe's beef. Nothing.
No, but you know what I mean. I would say like the biggest person that opposes Hocus is probably Whack 100.
I mean, he verbally, he disrespected him, yeah. But that's not close to, you know what I'm saying? They was never really friends like that. They never chilled with each other. Like me and Joe had a relationship before, so it's more there. The betrayal is more there. The anger is more there, you know. But maybe this one will tune me up. You know what I'm saying? Get my aggression out and get you know, you grow from certain things. That fat dude is never gonna jump in the ring.
Yo, but then you were saying, you were like, "Yo, I want to sign a 3-fight deal. I want to take on Hocus." Then you said you're going to take on Tony Sunshine, then you said you want Joe as like the final boss, right? Like Def Jam Vendetta.
Yeah, like Fist of Fury. You go up in levels in the house. You know what I'm saying? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got to beat. You know what I'm saying? Nah, yeah, I'll do that. If it's worth the money, it's worth my dedication to it. Yeah. Listen, I just go through all of this to come up with a chance like this to prove a point, and really, you know what I'm saying, make a show like we're gonna make, with all these emotions, all of this, you know, all of this time that went by, and we you know what I'm saying, and we shared time, and we had a bond, whatever. All of this is like, you know, things that I really lived. So it became to this moment where I gotta, you know what I'm saying, step in the ring and show what I do. You know, and I love boxing. Don't get me, you know, crazy that I'll just be in there, you know what I'm saying, just throwing wild punches, and it's like, you know what I'm saying, I just trying to get my frustration out, like on some therapy session. You know, it's just like respect for boxing, respect for the cause, because it's for a noble cause. It's for the kids. Show the kids, yo, listen, we don't have to hit the streets and take each other out all the time, man. We can put the gloves up. You know what I'm saying? So it's a great message, you know. And I was called out. I ain't off of this.
Right.
So,
what did you think of when Joe put that comment saying that he got his money on Hocus?
Oh man, I already knew that though. That's things I've been trying to get out of Hocus all this time. I wondered, like, when he wrote all that LOL, and the Hocus story and all of this. It's like, damn, what is? When he came out from jail. He was just like going.
No, but this is Joe commenting it. Remember?
Yeah, I know that. But I'm trying to tell you, from back then, I was trying to get it out of him. Like, he rocked with Joe, and then I seen him do the live with Joe. Then I seen him, you know what I'm saying, like, just on that side of the room, standing up for like Rich, you know, Rich playing all of like Terror Squad, Tony Sunshine, standing up for guys like that. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying, damn, you know, and he's still saying, yo, Q my brother, Joe's my brother. So my boy was like, yo, how you gonna be your brother like I'm your brother, if anything, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like I said, I'm selfish with that type of shit. But now it shows, you know, it comes to this where, you know, he ain't fighting Joe for me, but he's fighting me for Joe.
Do you really think that he's fighting you for Joe, or do you think that this just so happened?
No, I think it's everybody. I think he wants to take everybody's weight and put me to the test on that, because I've been talking too much. You know what I'm saying? I've been holding too much feelings, and I feel a certain way. So he wants me to let loose, and we could do it in the ring. That's what I think he really wants. Right? That's just the wrong thing. You know, that's the wrong move.
I think Joe should have not said anything at all.
I think Joe should. No, Joe, let Joe come in. Let the Beluga snake come out. What are you talking about? You don't want him to do that? Let him talk. No,
I'm saying that it's good for us to see him come out and say stuff, right? But I'm saying that for his own sake.
That nigga been wishing for my downfall, everything that ever went down.
I know, but I'm saying for his own sake, it doesn't make him look good, because it's like, bro, like,
let the fucking snakes keep tripping over themselves. Stop giving them advice. Let the Cuban revolution be televised. Let it be televised. Stop fucking telling people what to do.
Q, what I'm saying though is that he knows damn well he owes you the fair one. So for him to comment,
he probably don't think that. He's too big.
I know, but for him to comment on that post and like root somebody else on, like you said before, right? Keep pushing people in front of him to handle the problem for him, right?
Yeah, that's what but you could see it though. He's proving me right.
Right.
He's proving me right, so that's what I'm saying. Let it play out, so I can show the world the truth. Let it play out. But if you give him warnings like that, like, oh, he shouldn't have did that, then it's like the next time he might not do it. No, we want you to fucking do what you do. We want you to do what you do. Crazy, let that boy do what he do, man. Or that beluga.
All right. Do you foresee that this could be a setup? Like, because it's going to be in the Bronx, right? Do you see Terror Squad people pulling up, Tony Sunshine in the audience, Pistol Pete,
Let them all be there. Let them all be there.
And you're not going to come with any backup?
I'm coming in dolo with God. And my cigarette and my honey pot.
You coming in?
Like I was in Jimmy's. Like I always been. That's just the story of my life. I could be with 1,000 people. And I'm really by myself. You know what I'm saying? Except GQ. At that time in Miami. You know what I'm saying? Certain people. certain things like that. But most of the time, I'll be Dolo. Should be happening Dolo, and I'll go out all the way Dolo. And the time in Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? Certain terror squad members, we got down. So
Can we at least like get a 1-day pass for GQ to come out of prison so that he can just be there with you just in case? Because GQ get down, he get busy.
where you gonna
I
be
can
at?
see him throwing over a
Where
bunch
you
of
gonna be at? That's what you need to ask yourself. I need you to be in a panda mask
in the panda mask. I'll be a mascot.
under the ring. I need you to be in the panda mask under the ring. You're watching everything from under the ring. So when it's time, you come out.
Now, see, if it was a wrestling match, then I come out with the sledgehammer, you know what I mean, or the steel chair.
I don't need nobody but God. Tell you the truth, you know what I'm saying? Let them come with everybody. I want all of them to show up. I want all the celebrities to show up, especially those that, you know what I'm saying, that I know at the end of the day are my haters. I want all my haters there.
I definitely don't see Joe coming. Joe's definitely not coming, but I can see Tony. I can see Pistol Pete.
Maybe they give him a bag. Maybe they give him a bag and they go. I wish it was front row.
I talked to Debo. Debo was saying that he gonna pull the Frank Lucas. He gonna be in there with the fucking fur coat and the matching hat like American Gangster, watching the fight.
Listen, if you're thinking that way that they could set me up, I think you're underestimating. You know what I'm saying? I think they're underestimating. They think that now they could do some bullshit fucking Dickstown shit to me. Where they could the Fat Joe guy, the water boy, throw some fucking like powder in my fucking water while I'm drinking and I'm fucking start getting dizzy, or he could do the Van Damme fucking powder.
They're gonna do the blood sport on you with the pill, and then you're gonna be like.
Yeah, Hocus might do that. He might, you know what I'm saying? When he punched me, that shit might just bust out with powder and it shit hit me behind. That I'll be on point with, to that point. Set up like that. You know what I'm saying? But as far as people, come on, man. Bronx is my fucking town, nigga. You know, but love it, you know what I'm saying? And it's hate. But even those that hate gotta respect. So I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And they're good. I'm not gonna try to do no funny shit.
Right.
So if you men of respect, then
I don't see you doing
that. I think
Hocus,
of course, Hocus not, his honor wasn't like that when I was around. But I can't right now. He's down with the Beluga. So Beluga got.
And I'm not even saying that Hocus is going to be the one to set you up. I'm just saying that people going to the fight to watch you.
Let them
something will pop off after the fight. That's what I mean.
Shit pop off, it pop off. Who the fuck is scared of anything popping off? And then how somebody gets knocked in there with a gun or something, and then they got the upper hand on me. Yeah, that's like, oh, damn. I'm gonna still beat the shit out of him. I'm gonna still take the gun and put it up his ass, whoever it is. So it don't matter. Like, that energy's gonna be there. The protection of Cuban, me being protected, is gonna be there. My God, believe me. And the other ones is gonna be, like I said, the revolution masks. They're gonna have the revolution mask, and they're gonna, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be unknown.
I think Hocus does want to fight you fair, but I'm just saying that, and the other fan. And
my God, you're gonna keep on with the fucking.
No, I'm just saying though. But the fans are concerned because I seen them comment. They were saying that like about TS, they're not sure how that's gonna play out. That's why.
Anybody but me touching Hope is a no-go. I'm beating the shit out of whoever touches Hope beside me. Now, if they got the same honor, that they should keep it the same way I keep it. So that's how our motives are. But if they don't, it's going to be what it is.
Right. So let's do some backtracking, right?
And they got security there. They should have security. They should know. Like, whoever's throwing the event should take caution. Precaution.
Oh, yeah, because you can sue them if anything goes down.
Yeah, but I'm not a good sewer.
Yeah, we know that.
Worst sewer in the fucking life. That's a problem.
Your ass could have your feet kicked up right now, sitting on millions.
Like, there's somebody got. I ain't suing nobody. I'm going to kill him. That's me, like a dick. But we don't want none of that to happen. Come on, man. We want to see a great, entertainment show. We want to see the Cuban Lincoln Hocus show. You know what I'm saying?
Well, wait. Let me ask you this, okay? Because you brought this up, right? Back then, it would not have been acceptable for you to sue because of just the time. The era was different, right? Now, in this day and age,
oh, people were suing people back then, but it was more business. It wasn't people like in the front. Even rappers too. We didn't.
But for business stuff, right? But not for like getting beat up and things like that.
I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't too. We wasn't too in tune with people like rappers suing and things like that. Yeah, but I could have sued. I could have sued the club. I'm saying I could have sued the club. It had to be about me suing Joe. I could have sued the club, Jimmy. I could have sued the other labels that was in there. You know what I'm saying? So I could have did that. It's just, where I was raised in from that cloth that we don't do that. It's personal. Like I knew where it came from. So once I knew where it came from, like, it's nothing to say.
But what about in this era now where everything is acceptable? Like you can get away with anything.
I'm not going in there thinking of that though, man. You got me thinking like I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? You want me to put a mafia move? I guess some of my guys to do that shit to me, and then I threw the play. Like, nah, that's a joke.
Nah.
Joe would do that shit. Joe would definitely do that shit. Yeah, he would do that shit. He'll get some anonymous people in there, probably start shit with Hocus and make it seem like it's me, so me and Hocus will go to war. There's a lot of tricks of the Belugas play, man. I hope they're ready for that type of mentality. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm going in there in a good sport.
All right, let's do some backtracking, right, and talk about how we got to this point. Now, everything between you and Hocus seemed to be okay when S1 got home. They was on the Uppercut podcast and said they were cool. They had no issues. You were on my channel and apologized for not visiting them. It was all good. S1 did an interview with me. He showed you nothing but love and respect.
S1 is different.
What?
That's just different.
Right. But wait, you end up doing the live on your channel with S1 and you had some words for AWOL. Who exactly is AWOL and why did you need to diss him?
Because that was Hocus' man. When Hocus got locked up, he was left outside. And we was doing the Bang Bang Boogie thing, they got arrested. And Hocus, it was always Hocus, P.O., and AWOL. You know what I'm saying? AWOL was always, and Skrilla. Also Skrilla, my man Skrilla. So those guys was like around, but when Hocus got locked up, like AWOL started like hanging out with me a lot, like going to my shows, my solo shows. We used to go to Long Island and all that. And say I gave him bread one time to give to the homies. You know what I'm saying? After a show. So it's like the love that I was showing Hocus, I was going through AWOL with, and that's the reason he was around me. Then he got really close with us. You know what I'm saying? So he was really, like hanging out with CLK like that. So we invited him in. That was love. Like he became one of us. And not in no gang shit, just out of love. Like, you know what I'm saying? But he always knew from me that my love for him extended from Hocus and Dollar. And that's one. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he was around. But then Hocus came out and all that. I guess he had a different mentality. And that's what I told you. He was in there with Percy. That was a Terror Squad member. So that's when mine changed. Started, you know what I'm saying? That's when, he didn't visit me, but this guy, Joe, visit Percy. All of that shit. So I'm thinking, shit, this nigga, he thinking a different way now. I ain't gonna visit him because I have love for him or whatever. And my shit, I already said my story about what was going on in the streets with me. I couldn't go see him. You know what I'm saying? So you believe that or you don't, but
So S1 was like, nah, you can't do that, right? He was saying you can't diss AWOL like that. That's his friend and everything.
I didn't even know if we was talking about that same one because but it was the same one.
Right.
He just didn't know that story. I don't think S1 knew that story about what I'm saying right now. That
he came out and he addressed you on some videos. He said that when you guys were cool, he had a lot of fun with you, getting with your groupies, but eventually he wasn't into the same stuff anymore, and he moved on.
That's how he wanted to recall. That's how you want to recall our time together. That's the appreciation I get. So it's cool. It's cool.
What do you think about him saying that you not visiting them is bullshit because you got arrested before and there was no warrants, no nothing?
Hmm?
You didn't hear him say that?
I got arrested before?
Yeah, he said that he knows that the whole warrant thing is bullshit because you got arrested before and you weren't held, there was no warrants, there was nothing.
I couldn't understand what could he be talking about. I don't want to go into that story. If somebody died, the incident I'm talking about, somebody died.
Right.
I got interrogated for that. 6 hours. Never dropped no fucking nothing ever. You know what I'm saying? It was stand up nigga shit. Then after that, that's when, the court shit, you want to, had to subpoena me to go to court. It was like, oh, well, they don't need me. I don't know nothing. I don't want to put me in that situation. I really don't know nothing. So, but it was a subpoena. That case over time got settled, whatever, you know what I'm saying? The dude they know the story. They know the story. If you from the hood, you know that story. You know what I'm saying? And that was like a 3-year situation. So after them 3 years, of course I didn't get locked. I mean, if I got locked up, that case been over. The dude got 9 years for some other thing. That ties down to a lot of things.
I didn't want to cover that part, like go into depth about that. But from the description of what he was saying,
that's a punk ass shit to say. That's a punk ass shit to say. It's like he's saying I'm lying. Why the fuck I need to lie? Why do I need to lie? These niggas got the wrong impression of me. Like, that's why I'm very surprised. Like, my word is not my bond to y'all. You think I gotta lie? So,
So he said the whole BX Hova video, right? He's cool with Hova too, and he's cool with you. He's a comedian, so he decided to make fun of that situation.
Tell him to ask Hova about that situation. If Hova got any honor and will tell the truth about, put aside how you feel about me. Tell him to tell you that truth that I'm talking about his boy Frankie. Tell them to go ask Hova. You know what I'm saying? Real niggas gotta say the truth, right? So ask Hova how he held it down. I don't think he could even lie. Or if he did, he's going, that's bird shit to do. I don't think he would lie if he asked. You know what I'm saying?
But the video that you guys are referring to, right, is that the one that Hocus posted? Or is it the one that Goya said that Hocus was laughing underneath and...
He's been picking at me for a minute, man. You know that. He said a lot of things that got under my skin. I just couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
No, but the one that AWOL did, though, that was the one that Hocus reposted eventually, like when you guys were having your issues, or this was like something different?
With me and Hova was having it right afterwards, the winning. You know what I'm saying? The LOLs and Goya asked him, yeah, that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It was through text, through computer shit, but it was like, fuck that. That's what Hocus said. He said, fuck that. That's my man too. You know what I'm saying? Which it is. It is. But at the end of the day, it's like you laughing, you edging it on or something. You happy this happened to me? Word? Okay. And then well, that's the skit. You know what I'm saying? Then they make fun. Hey, don't mess with Fat Joe. This, like something like that. Like they started mentioning what I was saying to Ovo, before he punched me. So he was making fun of that.
Right, and that's the one that was reposted, like during the time with the whole DMX thing and the last time where you guys had some static, right?
I don't know if it was reposted. I didn't see it, but if it was, it was. But that's why he did it. You know what I'm saying? It was like this ingrate motherfucker that after you chilling around me. You know what I'm saying? And all of this happened. Like these niggas got the nerve to laugh at me. Some real situation. All right. So that got under my skin. You know what I'm saying? I try to be cordial about it when I spoke. Because I still got love. It's like, maybe they got derailed. Maybe somebody put that poison in their ear about me. Maybe they told them a wrong story that they don't get. That's why I keep saying, like, how y'all be with these dudes that I know I did shit to? And y'all represent, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the Rich Play dude. This nigga talking about, that Rich Play is my guy. Maybe they're doing something that they they got them closer together. You know how it is. You rock with a new nigga, and now it's their man. I'm not a friend hopper like that. You know what I'm saying? If you're my man, I'm gonna speak on your behalf regardless. You always kept it real. Your morals was good. So maybe they got a little judgment going on from distance about me, and
So what's AWOL talking about the time that you saw him in person and you said, fuck you, man, like I love you, but fuck you?
Nah, I ain't say fuck you. I was like, yo, no, I just, it was in City Island. It was Bang Bang Boogie at the time when he first came out, Hocus and Dollar. And we was over there. Like I went over there because I wanted to see them. They came home, so I wanted to show love. And we met up. and Awa was there. And I'm like this because it was mad at him. It was mad people there in the back. I had the whole crew came there with like 3, 4, and I came through, show love and shit. Welcome to my home and show my love, show my face. And it was love. It was love. Especially Dollar. Dollar, my dude, man. I got love for Dollar. The whole fam. I got that's one too. So it's not just Hocus when it was really Hocus in the beginning, but he gave me love, whatever. Then I see A-War. No, I seen True Life. True Life King. Yeah, True Life King. And I gave him a little bit of attitude too. Because I feel a certain way with you. What I'm saying? He was my homie too. And he never hollered at me. So I just was like, I gave him like a cold. Last time I seen True was when he stopped me from doing that shit to North. You know what I'm saying? And so, and there's no animosity, but I'm disappointed. You know what I'm saying? Like, True Life was, he was my dude too. I stood up for his brother in Sue's Rendezvous when they wanted to jump him. I got in the middle of that shit and they ain't let that shit happen. You know what I'm saying? By myself. Against the same dudes that had problems, you know what I'm saying? With the over. You know what I'm saying? So I know I did a lot of things that, why the fuck niggas don't even show that love and respect? And that's just personal with me. So I think True, I gave him a love and said, what's up, nigga? Where you been at, man? What's up? You forgot about us? I did that to him. He was like, nah, Q, you my man. And I said, and then after that, I veered up to the side. And then I said, I got to AWOL. I said, like, this you too, nigga. What's up with you, man? You didn't show the love that I was showing you the love because of hope and all that shit. What's over this, you know what I'm saying? This miscommunication there. Because I know I showed you love to send to Hocus and the family, the Harris family. So, just like I said with Gilly, I did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And Gilly's even deeper. Like I said, he's from our squad. So it's like, he knows how I feel about them. So where did it come from? Where, people saying fuck Cuban and you standing right there not defending Cuban or not speaking for Cuban or putting Cuban on what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I have a problem. That's betrayal shit. And everybody always has a motive. So, I'm not too much interested in the motive right now. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's time and whatever, how it happened, why it happened. I know you should have no reason to do that to Cuban. That's what I'm saying.
Was that the last time that you spoke to AWOL?
Yeah, that was last time.
And so how many years ago was that?
That was way back. I don't know, 2011, 12.
Wow.
After when Hope first came out.
Right. Because his whole thing was saying, like, it's not like I did the video making fun of the situation, like, after you and I spoke the night before, we hadn't spoken years or something like that.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter if it's been years or not. What they got to do with years? That means what? That the Cuban stands for something different now or something? Or you can make fun of me now and later? Like, what kind of shit is that? You did it. You know what I'm saying? You did it. That's it. And that's to show me, though. Show me that. Show me that they're not my homies like that. You know what I'm saying? They won't get down like I would get down. Or like I have gotten down in the past for people that are in my crew. That's all. And no problem.
So how did you guys leave that situation when you guys walked away from it that night? It was just like...
I told him what I told him. I screamed on him a little bit. And I put my shit there and he said, yeah, you're right, Q. Dollar was the non. You did that. Dollar told the nigga AWOL that. No, let him talk. You did that. And he was like, yeah, but it was this and that. And it was like that. So he kind of seemed like he was ashamed of it. So I left it like that. I was like, it's cool. But he got the message from me, how I was feeling.
Aside from him making fun of the situation,
it was like 6'3". God damn.
Yeah, he does. But
now he look like the fucking guy from what was that shit? The Gap Band.
The what?
The Gap Band. Remember the Gap Band?
Nah.
Oh my God. The dude with the big ass hats. Remember the Gap Band?
Oh, okay, yeah.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know. But what I'm saying to you though is from that situation, right? Do you look at it outside of him making fun of you? Are you accepting that people just grow apart? Because that's what he said. He said we just grew apart.
Yeah, but you could grow apart, but you got to stay. You got to know, like we know each other's path, where we're going. I'm anti-fire, Joe, right? Cool, but you know that. That's a personal thing. You should know that, yo. Anything that happens with that, that's the Cuban, Joe. You want to assert yourself. You want to defend Joe now. I guess to get to his good graces, and he got a surprise, or he got a position for you. You got incentives now to rock with Joe, not with me. Are you going against me, though? In that lane that I've been on forever. You know what I'm saying? For personal issues. You want to assert yourself in that. You want to act like, so that means you think of me like you could stop me from this. So, okay. You got a celebrity boxing match.
Wait, but do we know if AWOL is cool with TS over there?
I'm not talking about AWOL. I'm just talking about,
Okay.
I'm talking about, like, focus.
Gotcha, okay.
No, not, I mean, AWOL, like I said, he became, like, he was a personal friend. You know, I consider him that after a while. It wasn't like we just hung out for a little bit. You know, he was rocking with us for like 2 years. So, you know what I'm saying? Rocking with people from the camp and all of that. I don't want to go deep.
So Hocus said he got tired of you dissing Joe. He's
Yeah,
not gonna
I-
let you diss AWOL and other people close to him. And he said every time he feels like sorry for you, he ends up realizing basically
You should never feel sorry for me.
crybaby. He
I don't know
called
what
you a
even-
50-year-old bitter bozo.
Yeah,
And
no.
every few months you get drunk and diss people and throw them under a bus, right?
After drunk up, that might happen.
But do you agree with him though?
Now I'm gonna get drunk and we're gonna be in the same ring together. Now he can throw me under the bus.
Do you agree with him that every few months that you start sending shots over there?
Well, maybe sometimes. I go back and, you know, I catch flashbacks. I'm a Vietnam vet.
Vietnam vet.
Yeah, I might. You know, I did it before. It's not
No,
like
you a
this.
TS
But
vet.
it's usually because I seen something they did that was new or something. And they're like, you see this, do this, how you gonna do? Like, you know, like when Mice, you know what I'm saying? And when Mice started like doing, like he did a fly on Joe, how real he is in the Bronx
Right.
community, that's when they'll be like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? When Hocus do some shit talking about Joe and you know, putting himself together with Joe, I'm like, look at these dudes. What the fuck? Do they got any fucking honor over me? So, you know, I might take a couple of swigs of the Henny and I might, you know what I'm saying, do a live and go back in there. It's mostly out of love, though. I do it out of love, but, you know what I'm saying?
Can you understand from his perspective? It's like he thinking like, oh, okay, we cool, but then all of a sudden he turns over and looks like, damn, he's sending shots at me again.
What though? We cool like what? Like he doesn't call me and say, what's up, Q? You
Okay,
know,
maybe ceasefire. A ceasefire.
What ceasefire? It was never no fire. You know what I'm saying? There was never no fire.
You know?
There's no ill intentions the Cuban have. I think they got it, you know, from me. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it looks bad to the world. They don't even see it like that. They don't see that, yo, my nigga, remember? That nigga started with the fuck Fat Joe shit with me. And now y'all over there looking like herbs. Like that nigga brainwashed you and he bought y'all off. Cuban staying solid over here in his own fucking square. I know he's stubborn. I know it's more personal than y'all. But the way y'all just left him there, don't even, you know, at least reach out, do a little thing together with him. I mean, I've been here. I went to the rabbit hole to check him out in Clubhouse. I asked fucking Mice to do songs for me and all of that. You know, they obliged, but it's like, what's up with the world seeing this? Like, we still cool. Bang Bang Boogie. They have a problem with that.
Okay, so if they don't want to talk about Joe or diss Joe anymore, right? But you're saying the least they could do is publicly acknowledge you, still show love to you and stuff like that, so people know it's real.
Of course, like they do Joe. Why you just showing? Why you saying things about this guy? When we got a story, we started together. We had a bond. We try to come up together. Y'all up. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? If I'm doing a project, you know, you fucking do what we do here. Like just like you and Joe, you got a phone and you promote your product. You know what I'm saying? You help each other in that way.
But can you? Okay,
Yeah, that's all.
but it seems like
That's what I expected.
they have more of a relationship with Joe now than they do with you.
I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Isn't that funny? No. Isn't that funny? I know how. Probably it was through Percy, the backfield, and that happened. But it could be cool like that. And it could be cool with me. Just don't go over there now and start pointing a finger that Cuban is wrong. Cuban is doing this. Cuban's a drunk. Cuban just gets mad or nothing. He hates on Joe so much and being the protector of Joe now. Like for real. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I began in my feelings a little bit with that. But I don't expect nothing. I don't expect nothing. I don't expect no extra shit. I just let it go sometimes because you know what? That's destiny. You know what I'm saying? Just like the Gilly situation. Gilly been with me for fucking 20. Next thing you know, he's over there talking about, he getting mad about stupid shit, but he's joining the camp over there, LOL. And to the world, it looks like, yo, what are you doing, Gilly? And you're Cuba's man. And now I got to say, I got to tell the story. I got to really, because like I said, the Cuban Revolution has to be televised. They done told a wrong story to latch on to whatever they on. They telling the wrong story about Cuba. Even Gilly was asked out by Terror Squad.
But okay, all right.
There we go.
In regards to Gilly, though, right? It wasn't like he just randomly started siding with that side or something like that. It was because of the stories that you were frustrated that when I did the interview with him, he didn't come out outright and say, this is exactly what happened, this is whatever, and you vocalized that publicly, so it made him look bad. So it made him feel a type of way, right?
A type of way. If the truth makes you feel a type of way, feel a type of way. Now it's making sense, though. Why didn't you want to say all those things? Now it makes sense. So it has to come to fruition at the end of the day. I get closure when it's like that. Now I'm wondering, and I'm getting get a whole 20-year check from me, almost. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's been rocking, he knows everything, the in and out of the business. He was there doing the extra, role managing with Flex and Joe. He's seen everything. You're in this side now. I'm over here trying to tell my truth, my story through you, right? Because you need evidence for this for my word to come to even more out there and be represented and understood. And you got a chance to do it. And we talk about it before. I say, yeah, my brother, go ahead, do that shit, man. You knew the numbers, and we do that. Then you interview him out of nowhere, and he's like, I don't want to get it. That's a 30-year-old. And then he gets interested, actually. And he reps, but he's like, he doesn't want to. You see him like, now all that attitude, all that behavior, I could see now. But see, maybe you don't want it. Maybe he's tired of all the whippings he's been taking in the business side. Because that black bullshit just doesn't affect me. It affects Gilly too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
you don't think of it as like he just wants to move on with his life as far as finding peace and not have to dwell on things that happened so many years ago.
Why join over there? Why put LOL? Well.
Because you were dissing them. No, that's fine.
I never dissed him like that. Gilly didn't get hurt anywhere, and I dissed him. I picked him up and I protected him. That's what I did. Now he laughing about a situation when I got snuffed. He put LOL when Hocus is translating the Hova video. Remember that too?
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Well, he put LOL, so he's laughing at his homie getting snuffed. And after that, I went to Gilly's house. That was crazy shit. I went to Gilly's house and I did the Prince of Pain video. I had glasses on. Right. But I went to Gilly's house. Gilly see my eye. I had a cyber. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you was there with me, dog. You laughing at me? Why you didn't laugh at me there? So that's what I'm saying. It goes deep behind the scenes. And it's like, I gotta take it like that. You show me who you are. And that's what it is. There's no return from that. It's like, it goes back to me accepting him when he would come through, when I seen them and they threw him out of Terror Squad. And I was already a year out. I already was doing my thing with MOB. And he comes with out of nowhere, like fucking Pamela Anderson through fucking South Beach. And it's like this. And I see him in slow motion while it was mad people around me. Cause I had the limo. I had the limo, and I have mad fans around the limo, right? Because I'm promoting my shit. I see Gilly. You know what I'm saying? And I see him. Oh shit, my brother Gil. What up, Gil? But in the back of my mind, I was like, yeah, nigga. What took you? a whole year to come and try to find me. So I showed him love. Get in the limo, my nigga. Got right in the limo with us. And then we talked and I said, come on, you rocking with me. Because he had nowhere to go. That's what happened. That's what Cuban did for him. And the reason, like I told you, they exited, they booted his ass out because his brother did some I'ma sue shit. And the guy he was going to sue, which was a big time rapper that Joe had beef with, it was going to make Joe look crazy. It was going to make, saying like, you don't do that. You don't sue your enemy when it comes, well, that's our morals.
So can you genuinely say that over the whole time that you guys had
that's why Joe kicked Gilly out of the Terror Squad, not because of me, not because he stood with me and he said, oh, I love Cuban, nah, you was wrong, not because of that. That's the moral. That's what he wants y'all to believe. Like, oh, I did everything, the Penny Gilly shit. And that's it. It has to come live, and I have to give him the medicine he needed. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm tired of motherfuckers being gypsies. You know what I'm saying? Especially after everything I did, and y'all niggas, you just turn your back on me like that, like it's nothing. Like, okay, I'm over here now. All right. He did that shit with the Don Lamar situation, but I'll put him in that situation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is like so many situations that I'm like this. Go ahead, my brother, do your thing. But don't forget, bring the meat back to the pack. Pause. That's how we do it. But when he gets to a certain spot, he keeps it moving. And I've seen it back to back, and I still show them love.
But can you genuinely say that during the 20 years that you guys were rocking together, that it was fake love, that man didn't really have your back or didn't
I wouldn't be this mad if I thought it was fake.
Yeah, okay, so you think at some point real. It just changed. That's what you're saying. That's why you're upset.
But it changed. You gotta give me a reason why. What did Cuban do to make you change? If it wasn't that money, if it wasn't the pressure that Joe put on you, he's over there with guns up.
I think that it was airing out the frustrations that you felt over the DMX situation.
I think that was just looking for an excuse. Because you know what I said? What I said to you in that interview? I said that to his face. I said that to his face years to years. So it's not something that he doesn't know I feel. Now, it would be different if I'm over here just telling you a story that he didn't know was coming or how I felt.
But you don't think that, like, some people don't like things to be aired publicly, though?
You're not going to be the paralegal right now for the bullshit.
I'm just asking you, like, you don't think that certain people don't like certain things
Nigga, listen to me, man. I'm a leader, my nigga. I'm a leader, my nigga. I'm a leader. I'm saying I'm a leader. You faulted the way out of the crew right there. You showed me what it was. You showed me. That's it. And many times. Not one time. Like, I get abused by niggas like this. I got abused by Joe. The bullshit. I had to wait and get sliced in the face like a dick. Because that's my loyalty. With Gilly, the same thing. I put him on shit, even though he fucked up on me. Yo, Gilly, give me DMX. Yo, I'm gonna try. Yo, you manager to bring it to me. I already had him in MOB. I fucking fought for that nigga to get MOB. You know, everything. I fucking Don Lamar. Yeah, my nigga manager. Don Lamar come to me and ask me for my blessings. Yo, can you leave? I said, hell yeah, Gilly's the great one. Never came back to get me in the Don Lamar show. Everything. He left me behind, and I'm like this. That's good. That's my bro. Still over there. When it's his turn, pure hat. Like this with the pure hats everywhere. Still represent. For love. Going fishing, you're your guild. I'm going fishing. Take it off fish. So what else? What did Cuban do? So those ways that the part that I told you, like Gilly, he should have got me DMX. So he was managing him. He was up and down with him. He didn't bring him back to me or something like, yo. And DMX is my brother before, Gilly. That's what he knows. He knows me and DMX had a relationship before him. So it's like, yo, wouldn't that look good to me? Because I don't know what was hiring you. I was paying you your 15, 20% when you was with me. As a manager, that your job is to link. And after the MOB situation went out with me, all I asked him is, bring him over here to I could do some shit. So I know if you tell D that, I know his love for me. Would have did it. But it's like, if I got my man in there, you're in the middle, you can't bring him. Gilly, I've been tired of asking you that shit. So, nothing. That's why I said that. Not because I hated Gilly, because after that, I still stood with Gilly. So he knows that I feel that way about him. So for him to make it and then Hocus jump in talking about, he mad because, Gilly got me, DMX. That was the worst shit ever. Come on, my man. Me and DMX got stories.
But Gilly did say that he gave you DMX's number, right? He did say that he gave you DMX's number, but you just never called him.
I did call him.
And Hocus did call him.
Yeah, no, but that's not. But what the fuck? Come on, man. If you're a road manager, if you've been a road manager for somebody for 15 years, who you try to connect and link up? If you believe in their talent, if you believe they'll be a good look, that's what managers do. You lower them, you lower them, the situations together to make it work. I mean, if anybody was the manager there, you put your homies on. I'm not saying that. And maybe Hocus did have the bag. Because Hocus paid. It's not like he did it for free. Maybe that's what, maybe the money was more an incentive. But I'm not mad at fucking Hocus doing a song with him. I love the fact he did a song with him. It's the fact that Gilly is my brother like that. And he rocks with DMX like that. And my birthday is the same fucking birthday as DMX like that. And it's Gilly's mother's birthday, December 18th. So all of that together is like, that shit is, the world is telling you that this should be happening. And when he doesn't realize it and make it happen, it bothered me. That's what I'm saying. Because after that, then he got fired from there. So it's like, God, you missed the opportunity.
So one thing I want to ask specifically is that Hocus said they made you feel safe in the Bronx again. Prior to Bang Bang Boogie, were you not in the Bronx anymore? Like, why did he say that?
Because you want to talk shit. Make me feel safe in the Bronx again. You're crazy, man. Don't even put that narrative out there. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's when you full of yourself. That's when you forgot about Cuban or my story, or you got a judgment. That's what you see now, and you want to say that thing, But I mean, niggas could be. They always do the fake narrative shit, but I expect people that fucked with before, saying to start running with that type of narrative. Who the fuck you talking about safe? Safe? That means that nobody over there is probably in their circle telling them, how Cuban get down or something. Like, or they're using just the things that they saw me. Oh, that's nothing. The sucker punch with me, and what are you using? Just that? So that's what I'm saying. I don't understand it. I don't understand what they're getting this from. You know what I'm saying? If that's the narrative they want to run with, okay. All right.
I can't imagine you staying away, especially because I know you was probably still in the Bronx dicking down some hood rats, weren't you? I know you. I know you.
No. But Cuba shit hit. You see me up and down. But the Cuba shit hit, so I don't know what they're talking about. Before the Cuba, I was right there in the Bronx. I don't understand. And after the Cuba shit, I was still in the Bronx. So I don't know what they're talking about. We stopped hanging with each other.
No, he was saying before Bang Bang Boogie. He said before Bang Bang Boogie. I guess, I don't know, that's the way he made it seem that you weren't in the Bronx like that anymore.
Bang Boogie, my brother, I had the illest crew in the streets. Before Bang Bang Boogie. You bugging. They bugging. And if Gilly's there and he lets them say that, it's because, he turned on me fully already. There's no way in the world you can say that. I had all the crazy niggas from the Bronx. And we stay anonymous. And they put in their work. And we put in our work. I don't take credit for that. My shit is rapping. But when you ever check my resume, you see my action. Like, I don't understand where these niggas get this shit from. The enemy must be playing it. Whoever told you that story is taking you for a long ride. Yeah, whoever telling that story is taking you for a long ride. Whoever believes that story. That's what happens when you start hanging out with the other side. You know what I'm saying? You hang out with the enemy. They're going to, of course, belittle the other side. But it's you that if you believe the other side, that you're going for a long ride. You believe that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's proof that you were in the Bronx anyways, because remember your DVD? That whole thing is shot in the Bronx.
I stood in the Bronx. Then I went to Yonkers, and I go from Yonkers to go to the Bronx. Everything I did was in the Bronx. I was living in Gilly's house. What the fuck are they talking about? We was with all MOB days. I was everywhere. Fox Street. I was everywhere. I was in my hood. What did they? So they remember they're from Soundview, that side. Who said they said?
Hocus. He wrote on the caption of one of the posts.
Hocus is crazy. Hocus just Yeah, Hokers is crazy with that. Hokers is nuts with that. I mean, maybe he's just throwing fire, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. I don't think he should use me. I wouldn't do that to him. I could invent shit that I've heard and then people that used to be his peoples that come back and tell me. I could do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, when you go below the belt like that, it's just that shit just bothers anybody if you're a real one. Like, you don't have to talk about that. Come on, Cuban held his weight everywhere he went. Everywhere. Everywhere. I don't understand. Like, these niggas got a whole different picture of me, like recently, though. Before that, it was nothing but, you know what I'm saying, respect. We got this side of the Bronx. I got this side of the Bronx. And we rocking together. Like, when the fuck y'all ever thought that about me, that I was pussy or something, or niggas was run me out anywhere? Are y'all bugging?
Yeah, see, this is the direct quote. For over 20 years, you've been blaming everybody except the man in the mirror. We held you down and made you feel comfortable in the Bronx again during Bang Bang Boogie.
So he feels good. Made me feel comfortable. I was always comfortable. So I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about what? Now you talking about gang shit? Maybe you talking about that or whatever? I was around y'all. So wherever y'all was at, yeah, it was full of y'all people. I came into y'all world. You know what I'm saying? So I was in y'all world. So if you come to my world, you're going to feel safe too. You're going to feel comfortable. Because we're a team. Where the fuck y'all niggas ever think that anybody could ever disrespect me in front of, even if it was 1,000 of them motherfuckers? They must have forgot who I was. There's a story that I think they should go and look about Cuban Lane to remind them. There's a couple of stories, actually. You know what I'm saying? Around the hood. And I think you could ask a story and see how Cuban got down. Always got down. So, question my G, never, brother. Never. Just that dude out there acting like I'm tough like that. When you put me in a situation like that, I'm going to show you. That's all. That's what happened to Joe. Same shit. I had to show him. So, but Joe knew how tough I was. We seen shit that I did before that. He could downplay it all he wants, but at the end of the day, he saw. That's never been my shit. My shit's to be cool, and that's what it is, to be cool. You give love, and they start thinking this of you. You know what I'm saying? And I feel sorry for people like that. They run into a brick wall.
All right. So you, Lord Jamar, and TA did a diss song called Here We Go, Here We Go, Here We Go, Here We Go, Going at Fat Joe. And this was done like back in January, and you guys were supposed to do a music video for it. Now, this was a genius move on Jamar's part for putting two of Joe's biggest enemies together on a song, going at him. I like that it was a boom bap type of song that you could really vibe to, but it's also a diss at the same time. And you did your thing where you switched up the Flow Joe part, but you said, you got to go, Joe. You got to go, Joe. So talk about that.
I mean, it was a situation where, Jamal put the SOS out there, and he reached out through you, actually. Right?
Yep.
All right. So, I give props where credit is due. Like, some people might, they might just throw that shit on you, like, oh, you don't look out for me. Oh, you don't do this for me. Oh, you don't. If it wasn't for me, but me and Cuban, I always give props where props are due. And I tell the truth. And it goes the other way also. So, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing about me. And when you reached out to me, I said, word. I called him up. He explained the story. I said, hell yeah, let's rock. You know what I'm saying? But coincidence is, he wants to diss the Fat Joe guy. I haven't done a Fat Joe diss in a long time.
Right, because I asked you so many times, I'm like, man, why don't you just put out another Joe diss? Why don't you do this? For 2 years, I was trying to get you to do one.
That's what people don't get to see.
For 2 years.
That's what people don't see. People don't see that. Like, y'all been really good. I stopped doing that. Yeah, I think my story.
The last time that you did a diss song was what, on Broken Chains or something like that? Like a long time ago.
Long time ago, man. I don't even know what was my last one. Shit. MOB? My hotel?
I don't know, but it's a long time ago. At least 15 years.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
I haven't done it. You know what I'm saying? And even with the Bang Bang Boogie situation, when I came to that studio, they already had that high blood pressure dissing Joe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I did a verse for it, but it wasn't Cuban that, let me design this shit and I'm going to get my little homies and these new guys and Lord Tariq and my son to go diss Joe. They trying to put that shit on me like I did that. That's crazy to me. They didn't get that shit. They put me, and I obliged, of course, just like Jamar shit. A year one, I got no problem dissing that fucking beluga. And he, no, and that's what happened. But these motherfuckers be switching, not even these motherfuckers, just bang, look at them niggas switching it up. Like, now they try to blame me. We made him, and we made them hate Fat Joe. Mother, they got nerve, yo. But anyway, the Lord Jamal situation came, he's the OG. Much respect to Lord Jamal, Brad Nubian. And he asked me, he said, yo, I'm gonna get on this track. I hear you on it. You know what I'm saying? Going at this dude, whatever. I said, hell yeah. So send me the track. Took me like 3 weeks to write it.
I was on you every day. I was like, yo, you ready yet? You ready yet?
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and I was like, yo, leave me alone. I'm thinking.
Right.
Yeah, no, I had to get the rust out. I got the rust out. Sometimes
I wasn't sure if you were going to do it. I was not sure if you were going to do it, but I was glad that you did.
I was going to definitely do it. That was what I was saying. I just want to make sure I was going to come out right, I'm my own worst critique, so I try to get it as much as perfect in my mind as I see it. So that was close to it. Everything I said, all the bars in the beginning, you know what I'm saying? I let it fly like a level 5 hurricane. I came to terrorize and send that Uncle Tom to cruise the vanilla sky. Just that, you know how many fucking similes in there? Like Tom Cruise, but the Uncle Tom Cruise, Uncle Tom Cruise, the vanilla sky, all of that crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? So those are thoughts that, you write the first draft and then you add on, you pile on stuff. And even when it's all done, you feel it done, I'm the type of dude to rewrite it again and reread it and think of more things to put in there. So everything that I'm doing, the Cuban Revolution and the lies apart, and then the hip hop at the end to finish it off.
That was perfect because of the time period. Remember, this was fresh off the FBA thing. So the way that you ended that verse was on point too.
Thank you. Yeah, but I still got the lyricist pen, and I have to go in on that and represent, saying, TA killed it too. I didn't even know TA was going to be on it. You know what I'm saying?
We didn't know that.
I finished my shit. I went to the studio. I sent it to him. Then he put it together, but he put it wrong. Lord put me off beat. And I was like, I'm just going to get caught up with the same shit. Fred Rowe. I did a song with Fred Rowe back in the days. He put me off fucking on a beat. And I hated it so much because it's like you missed one little fucking second of me being on the right beat. It throws off the flow. And it's not that it sounds whack, but it sounds whack to me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, other people like it. Because he was telling me, yo, nah, it don't beat. The way he had it. Lord was telling me, no, it don't beat, man. And I was like, no, it's not, my brother. Just move it to the left a little bit. Move it to the left. And he was like, yo, Cuban, everybody's going crazy in the studio with this, just like this. I said, no, move it to the left. Do not do this shit to me. Please. Then the final shit, he put it on beat. And then he sent me the track. And he said, oh, I forgot to tell you, TA's on it. I said, TA who, the legend? I said, yeah. He said, yeah. I was like, let me hear it. So I heard it, and I was like,
TA went crazy on it too.
Yeah, dope. You know what I'm saying? Dope. I love his flow. His flow is dope.
Yeah.
He got a swag to him. You know what I'm saying? Some relaxed, like you remind me of the old, like Law Finesse type vibes back in the day. So, but he's a young bug, you know what I'm saying? He got that fight. And he killed it. He killed Joe on that shit. You know what I'm saying? He dissected the body. I put the embalming fluid at the end. But Lord did his thing too. He flew through it. His swag and in the Lord Jamal fashion that he does.
Right.
They laid back and he killed it. So it was a dope track. It was a dope. I expected a lot because he was gassing me, calling me, talking about, we gonna do a video. It's crazy. Yo, I'm gonna fly tomorrow. I'm over here like this. Over back. I'm over here like, I'm going to take it. You know what I'm saying? I was telling you, yo, we gonna do a video. We gonna go crazy. You coming? I was telling you shit like that. So I was hyped up, you know what I'm saying? And just because, I ain't do a project in a minute. And, Lord is part of the industry. And it's like, damn, it's going to be the first time in a long time that we do something that, you know what I'm saying, that the industry, it'd be in there, it'll be inside of it, and people could critique it, regardless, you know what I'm saying, if it's about Fat Joe or whatever. I know they're going to be like, oh, I ain't talking about Joe again. That's what they put me to do. You understand? They put me to do this. So it's like, yo, Cuban, y'all forgot about that. I didn't do a song about this Fat Beluga, man, in a long time. So yeah, so he brought me back into the fire. They always know how to throw me back. All they got to do is show me a picture of a beluga, and I'll fucking lose my mind. You know?
Yo, but Lord Jamar's part that made me really laugh though is when he said that I heard you like to embezzle and cheat or something like that. Like
That's the word on the
was
street.
funny though.
That's the word on the street.
Yeah, when he said that was funny, man. But okay, so then you guys
You
were
a
supposed to do.
degenerate creep. You call him a
Yeah.
degenerate creep.
So you guys were supposed to do a music video. His man even asked me like, "Yo, you want to come there and do an interview in person?" You know, but you guys were supposed to do it. What ended up happening?
Then the little time down. Jeopardy started happening. Fucking Jeopardy, the little time, the fucking excuses started happening. Yo, this, and you know, I mean, he told me a story. He's procrastinating in my mind at the time. I didn't want to bother him, put the pressure like, yo, just make it happen. But I did. Like every 2 weeks, I would call him, yo, dude, what's going on? Let's take it. What are we doing? He was like, nah, I can't, man. I've been busy. And, you know, he had problems with his personal life. And I was like, okay. And then TA's hitting him up. And I'm telling TA, yo, I think it got to him. I think they got to him. I think he got to call somebody. And then at last minute, it was just the last song. It was like 3 months, like 2 weeks ago. TA calls me up. No, TA calls me, but I was sleeping. Now I'm waking up, and then Lord called me. And I pick up, and it was, and he got me and TA in the triple line. And he's like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. The time like left, and I'm like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Because TA didn't tell me yet. Like I found out what TA knew already. So he was like, nah. You know, TA was on some extra shit. He was like, nah, man, you came back out down there. We part of this. We part of it. And me, I took it like, so forget it, man. Give it a track. Like send the track, man. Send the vocals. I was telling him, send the vocals, man. I was tight. But I still have respect for Lord, you know. So it's not like he got me angry. It's just disappointment, you know. He said that Grand Poopa hit him up and said, don't follow that energy and listen, But Grand Poopa didn't know that was Lord Jamal's energy. That's his energy. That's not ours. Not like we told him to do this. So he put this together. So that ain't sit right with me because it's like, yo, Lord, you should have stood up and represented. Nah, this is my energy. I'm doing this because this is dope music. It's dope hip hop, and this dude came out of nowhere and dissed me. I didn't pick that fight. He did. So I would think that kind of rebuttal would have been, a little more stronger from Lord, in my view. But it felt like, nah, he didn't want to. Like, he thought about it after all this time. He was like, nah, I ain't putting up. But he gave us a track, and, he gave us the thing. So he said, do your thing with it, man. Do your thing with it regardless. I know he felt bad. And then I actually got a remix working. My own production side of the team, my man Coco Loso. He put something together, and we putting it together as we speak. But like a remix with a different type of energy, that street energy. So it's coming out crazy. But anyway, later on, then we got on Choke No Joke because we said we're gonna blow this spot up.
Wait. But before this though, because he had said that, like you said, he was having issues with like his car and everything, and you guys weren't buying it. You guys thought that.
Oh yeah, he got Chef Mark. And then TA told me about Chef Mark, and I know Chef Mark from back in the days, being TS, like affiliate TS when I was there. He was like a guy that comes from left field, and he was chefing, and he was Joe's chef. He was just blowing ball because Joe didn't charge. I mean, he didn't charge Joe. He just wanted to rock with us, like in tours. He could cook for us. He was a great cook. I know. He used to hang out with us a lot, shows and stuff. And he was there for the groupie status. You know what I'm saying? Like a groupie status when I was there. But then I heard that Lord and him had a relationship back in the days. Then TA started telling me, he called him and he got the receipts that you heard what Chef Mark said to him as far as like, yo, you gotta apologize. Shit like that. Lord was like, apologize to who? Crazy. And he just put that poison in his ear where it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, You be careful crossing the street. And it's like in the back of your head, it's like, you know what? I don't want to be part of this energy. People be like that. You know what I'm saying? They get that type of energy coming at them. And that was, that might, he told me it's not a reason. The Lord told me, yo, I had nothing to do with it. He didn't threaten me. He didn't take it as a threat. Um, and the real excuse was really his car was fucked up. And he didn't know how to say that to me or say it to TA, you know. And, I went on this podcast and I confronted him. He confronted me. I believed him. So, we all good. Lord,
yeah, when I spoke to him, he really felt like the time had came and passed. Like, do people really want to hear this anymore?
Yeah,
like,
but that's his fault. That's his fault. The flat fucking earth.
But he felt like if you guys had released it back in January, it was more appropriate. But now it's like, are we just bullying this guy now?
We was trying to. We was putting the pressure on him. So it's not like we did anything wrong. We actually telling him, no, let's go. We're ready. So you got the horn. You got the call. You said you got people to do the video. You had everything. The way you explained it. So
well, you guys went on Choke No Joke and you guys were taking shots at him, basically.
Tough love. Tough love, by basically exposing the truth. Like, what I'm saying? Like, yo, this, and the reason we got to expose the truth in this situation is because here goes yet another one that is blamed to, like, miscellaneous. You know what I'm saying? Like, another one that's like, why didn't this happen? And there's a lot of those that happened in my career. Like, we're ready to push the button and then something happens to get the call. When I went to the West Coast and tried to get my deal, they send me letters of intent saying, yeah, we have a meeting. And then when I get there, I'm sorry, we have a relationship with Fancho. This is one of those. So I was already, kind of expecting it. Not really expecting it, but then when I heard it, I was like disappointed because it's like, yo, this is MC. This is Lord Jamal. This is somebody that's for the culture. Believes in lyricism, believes in hip hop. He doesn't get bought up with money. He got morals. So when it came to him and he said he ran pullbacks, and now it's like, oh, he used the love. He used the brotherly love. He got mad ways. The beluga got mad ways to get to you. So it's like he didn't use probably the force or the bought or the buy him off. He used
more like an octopus, right, with tentacles.
The beluga puss. That's what he is, a beluga puss. So yeah. So you got to, I guess, but then I went to the show.
And I thought that was dope because you guys had a mature conversation about it. Yeah. Like, he could have felt some way about you taking shots, but no, like, he wanted to talk to you about it. And you guys were funny as hell, too. You guys were real funny. You kept taking shots throughout the whole live. I was dying.
I wanted to see him break, like, you know what I'm saying? But he did. He didn't break, and he was for real genuine with his apology. And he made me believe that it was really, bad situations that was happening. So, we came with a conclusion, like, yo, let's do another joint. We don't have to even talk about Joe. It's no fake about. So, that's how men do it. That's how, if it's really what he's saying it is, with bad situations happening back to back to back, because it happens. It do happens. Once you explain it and you face, whoever you face me, and we could talk about it, and I know you're not lying. Again, all right, things happen, but let's show the world, because we got a jewel here that I think that the world would appreciate.
Right.
And now I don't want to let that jewel be hidden, or I'm not like that. Like I'm let the world hate everything, because the Cuban Revolution has to be posted, has to be fucking televised. So
he got a little irritated when you brought up the chef thing about him getting threatened, because he was like, I did not get threatened. He kind of went off a little bit, but you were funny because you said Joe was Moby Dick's brother or something like that.
long lost cousin or some shit.
Yeah,
I've been making my beluga stories. I'm gonna write a children's book.
The Beluga Chronicles.
Beluga Joe, born in the fish tank.
So then there's talks about you and TA doing like an EP together, entirely produced by Lord Jamar, right?
He wants to do that. I won't mind doing that. TA got talent. I do. What I'm saying? We do the same thing with Lord Jamar. We do it. Through the hallway with Lord Jamar. You know what I'm saying? Do a duo with. I'm with that, man. I've been missing that. I love that energy. Like I said, when I bring it back all the way to Bang Bang Boogie, like Hocus and S1, they were the young boys that inspired me. Like Cruz inspired me, especially when we're working together. I love that. terror squad shit, full of clips. Like, I love that. But it works. Look, every time I've been in one of those things, they blew up. Who's the main common denominator? Cuban been in all of them. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, we do shit and it's just whack. Nah, we reach a certain, a certain plateau, and we could get, if we're working, keep working. Like, we would have kept on, we could go even higher. You know what I'm saying? But something always goes wrong.
What's so dope though is that you guys have like a natural chemistry. It didn't feel forced at all.
Where?
With you, Lord Jamar, and TA, like
That
it
was
didn't
dope.
feel forced.
That was dope. Yeah, that was dope. But that's how it usually is. You do you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not me trying to make somebody or them trying to make somebody out of a thing. You do your thing, your job as an MC, and let it play out. You know what I'm saying? But me, I'm an asshole. I'll tell you something like that line. But I didn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? I let people do what they do. But if I can help, I'm there to help. Is what I'm saying. I know how to make a track hotter. I feel that I do. I told you, I'm the maestro. Like, I love, saying, like, being there for the session of rapping and then the mixing and then the mastering. I love being part of all those levels.
What do you think of Joe's new TV show coming out based on his life and book? I'm thinking it's going to be like a Everybody Hates Chris or Young Rock type of TV show.
Beluga Tales.
The Beluga Tales. Well, you saw that, right? You saw they're making it?
No, I don't know. I didn't even know that.
They've been trying to make it for
I know
a
he
long
had a show
time.
in Stars. I know in Stars he had a show where he's interviewing people.
Right, that's every Fat Joe Talks. But they were trying to do this on Showtime before, and then it did, and now they're bringing it to Stars too to do about his life.
Of course, now they got to throw the violins. They got to throw the violins now. Prepare for the violins. This is the sad story of the Beluga now. Because before, wait. But before it's gonna be, before it was the gangster Beluga. Yeah, Brady Beluga, in real life. But now they have to soften his image because now the FBI hates him. He stole money from Pun, and it's proven. People are looking at him crazy. Now is the sentimental part. Now comes the his son. That part of Joey. It comes the poorhouse Joey. This is how they're gonna do it to bring him back into the limelight. You know what I'm saying? To make people, whip a tear for him. And, like he's like really actually the good guy. That's what they're going to try to do. I bet everything on that. Because he can't come out acting like he's a gangster now. Because if he do that, it's a wrap.
You're going to be in it, right? They're just not going to say your name. You're just going to see some Cuban guy in the corner over there.
Now I'm suing. I think I'm suing. I want to be no part of nothing.
How are they gonna say anything? They just don't say your name or anything. You're just gonna see some Cuban guy in the corner there. You know what I mean?
You don't want to play those games. I could do regular YouTube videos with people that look like Joe right now. Yeah, I'll do a whole better series than that in a minute. I just never wanted to do that because it's like, I know, saying, like the Fuller Clip story. Like my shit is like a series. Like our shit, when it comes to like me, Pun, and shit like that's more like a series. Me, Pun, and Sace. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'll see it better as a series. Me and Cuba and all of that, and what I'm saying, into America. That the boat ride, all of that's action-packed shit that really happened to me. So
right,
we can relive that and put some real actors in there. And it'll be
movie
crazy.
Is too short. You need a TV series to cover everything. It's just like,
but it'd be crazy. I'm telling you, just the history of the career, my career. Because remember, we can do the careers out here, start there, but my shit started in Cuba. So when I come over here, I'll bring, the energy, the link is linking with people. So the link is linking with the triple stations, what I'm saying, where, the big puns. And then me and Pun alone, that story alone, that was the energy really that took us to the next level. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, we shared energy. Pun was hanging out with people from the ranch and everything before me. He was hanging out with Safe and all that before me. So why, didn't get really into the rapping, the hip hop like that, and made something happen without me. So it's really when I met Pun and we had that chemistry, and we was in his crib chilling, going to boxing gym, playing basketball. We had that chemistry, just brotherhood. It was me and him that really said, let's do this. You know what I'm saying? Okay, because we enjoyed each other's company and we knew each other like that, and we was really helping each other, that energy. So when he got to Joe, he was already ready. You know what I'm saying? He was already ready, And it was me also that got into the terror squad. It was June, sick one, introduced me to that. But it was, saying it was me that brought Pun into that. So, saying that's how you got to meet Joe. I introduced Joe to Pun. So all of those things, little details right there that, made me feel proud that I named myself Link, Cuban Link.
Do you think they're going to be able to use Pun's image and likeness, or are they going to have to ask Liza for permission for that?
Yeah, of course they have to ask Liza for permission. Of course they have to if he wants to use Pun. But remember, Joe has his own career too, man.
Yeah, I know, but people are going to expect that Pun episode.
I think, but I think he could finesse it. He could keep that the shortest version if he doesn't get permission from Liza. I mean, he had his own adventure inside the industry. So he did his own moves inside the industry. He was able to stun a lot of people there and scare a lot of people there in his way. And he also did his gift of gab magic with a lot of people. So he's a triluga. He did a lot of different things. He's not just one thing, but in that way he's smart. He's like special ed, but in that way he's gifted.
Do you think the robbing of the 70 kids in the gym will be on there? What about the machete story?
You know what? I started thinking about all the shit that he said. All the stupid things. I think he did that shit also to go viral.
Absolutely.
I think he definitely just lied like that to go viral, but we don't expect you to be a liar, homie, unless you're a good liar. And he was such a good liar, people believed him. So at the end of the day, it's like, imagine the story he told about me behind the scene. All the lies he said about me. All the sleeping with lies, try to sleep with his wife. Oh, he did this foul shit. All of that goes into how good of a liar he is. That's why, God, this is like...
Wait, but do you think that is something that he's doing intentionally, or you think he just can't help it, like he's a pathological liar?
Oh, no, he's definitely a pathological. By this time, he already became that a long time. He got so much, how you say, he like to say respect, that some people fear. Some people befriend him, like the higher ups, that he's such on top of the world that he feels anything he says, they're going to believe.
No, because I feel like even if he wasn't famous, he would still be telling big stories.
But he forgot about the people, the actual public that be watching him do this. He forgot about that. He's spending too much time inside them rich circles and thinking he's the star and whatever. But when we are watching you in this era, this is the YouTube era, this is social media, we're watching you, all the moves. FBA watching you, I've been watching you. And other people are watching. So you're either gonna make them proud, or you're gonna make them feel fucking ashamed of you. And he did the best. He did his best to make people ashamed of him.
But me and you are gonna break down every single episode, right? After it comes out.
I don't want to really see. Then you go again, bringing me down.
That's gonna make good content, man. That's gonna make good content. You will be so entertained. Come on. Can you picture him showing a little Joey, and then next thing you know, he's like...
We could have did that. We could have did that with the BT special they had about him. When they made a whole thing talking about the terror squad. It's supposed to be about the terror squad, but at the end of the day, it was about him. If you see that BT shit, you'd be like, yo, this nigga's capping everywhere he could. It was the Cap Master Central. Like, I was like, yo. And me, they invited me to do an interview, so I did like 2 hours. And they only got me saying, yeah, Pun with my brother. That's it. They only kept that part of me. But I told them the whole story from back then. They got it. BET got it in the vaults. Cuban Link interview about the BET shit about Terror Squad. I told them everything. But,
what year is this?
It's like 2003, something like that, too.
Oh, so you went off on him. Yeah.
Of
course they're not going to put that in there, man.
Yeah, but they got it. I didn't really go off. I was kind of mature. I didn't do the beluga snaps.
I was kind of mature.
No, I didn't do the beluga snaps. I didn't call him out his name or nothing. I just told him the story my way. You know how I tell a story. But, yeah.
No, I know you had to take little digs. You had to take little digs here and there with your little laugh and stuff,
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, they got the story, though. They still got the film somewhere.
Well, maybe if you after you die, they'll release it.
Yeah, but he had Rich Player, and that's when Rich Player just joined the team. That's when he finished like betraying me and just joined team. He had Rich Player there talking like he had this dude from out there, Steve Lobel.
Right.
Steve Lobel gave me a shout out on that. He's
Wow.
a rookie. He brought out four great artists like Cuban Link. So, he gave me a shout out. I appreciated that. Oh, well, he still blocked me in LA. He blocked every avenue I had over there for Joe. And then you see who he had behind him, too. Big U.
Mm.
You understand? You got to
True.
follow that. And you got to follow when Big U talks. Look at his interview. He says, T-Flow Bell. You got to follow that story. Winky, winky.
What happened between you and Aguilar?
Nah, I'm just already, my mind is set.
No, why'd you diss him like that though? There has
Listen,
to
my
be
mind is
something.
set. Once I said that, I accepted, Hocus's offer. My mind is set, and I think the world's seen it. Like I said, it's televised. Y'all gonna go see it. Why would I accept that? Because he challenged me, and you see every fucking enemy Cuba has behind him, egging them on, and they all coming out. So that turns me on. That turns me on. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Pause.
well, it turns me on. Yes, yeah, I'm talking about turns me on. Gets me that. And now it just pushes me to the next level, right? So now, when I'm on that level, I don't want to hear weak shit. I don't want to hear fear. I don't want to hear the apocalypto story that I looked in his eyes and he gave me the fucking energy from his eyes to my eyes and I get scared and I'm not going to perform the way. I don't want none of that energy with. And that's how I felt when he did the old Sharif.
Right. So let's fill in the people that don't know, right? So what happened is you did a post on Instagram about the boxing thing, and he had this like positive, loving message that you guys are both his brothers and everything, and he doesn't want you guys to do it like this. He wants you guys to resolve it peacefully. And you said, "Shut your weak ass up, or you next, chump." Okay. You didn't have to say it to him like that. You could have said,
because I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear all that. If it's enough time behind the scenes, he could have spoke to Hocus. He could have spoke to me. Now it's out there in the open. It's a big fucking a movie almost. And now you want to get in it through social media. Like, I don't respect that. And I don't even respect the fact that the shit with Buckshot Shorty. I didn't respect that fact either. So all that weak shit.
He revealed.
Yeah, all that weak shit. I don't want it around me, my nigga. If you my man and shit, yo, what's up? Let's go. Ride, or just fucking die. That's how I'm on.
Because in the comments, he was saying that he was surprised by your reaction.
I love it, shit.
He was like, "We family."
Aguilar's another brother that I met, man. I had love for throughout the years. I met him later on with DJ Scribbles. We was doing things together. He got 2 tracks of me. I went to his house. It's nothing but love. I showed him love. But at the same time, it's like, yo, what did you do? That was like 3 years ago. What did you do with the material I gave you? Did you ever give Cuban a shout out in your shit? You promoting everything. You always say, yo, I got Cuban, DJ Scribble. Maybe he's ex-Scribble because I started working together, but you forgot about Cuban. So now that Cuban is doing his own thing, whatever the fuck it is, you want to do peace, whatever, you should have had a walkathon before this. You know what I'm saying? You should have made a fucking 100 million man march before this if you want to stop it. Right now, it's like, yo, don't get in here talking all this shit. Peaceful shit. And it's peace. It's not like me and Hocus is fucking, arch enemies. But he's down with, he's representing that side of my arch enemies. So I understand that. But at the end of the day, yo, we're doing it for a great cause. To get frustration out of ourselves. And to give closure to certain things. To get respect too. Because I feel like they forgot about respect at the Houston. I have to make you respect me. And then, just, appreciating each other, make each other some money. That's nothing bad about that. Yeah, for the kids. It's for the kids. You know what I'm saying? We could grown ass men could get in the ring and don't blow each other's head off. Outside in the streets like what they're doing. So it's a good cause. It's a good cause. So for him to make it like the drama queen shit. Stop. That's acting to me. You could have called me before, through all these years, you could have called me and said, what's up, Q? How you been, man? You chilling? You good, man? Yeah, I remember when you came to the crib. I was, 8 o'clock in the morning recording you. You know what I'm saying? But you didn't. So now you want to jump in this shit like, you fucking brother love over here. Brother love is locked up.
Brother love.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, somebody in the comments had asked him about the song that you did with him, and you said exactly.
I didn't even know how they know, whoever that person was.
Yeah, and you said exactly.
I did.
And he said it was on DJ Scribble's album, and you got to ask him. He doesn't know.
Wait, imagine what album is that? DJ Scribble's album. That was for his album. I went and did a hook for him too, in his house. I recorded a hook in his house. So I mean, I was there. I didn't charge him money. He never give me a dime. Say it. Nigga, I used to go pick that nigga up to go take him to DJ Scribble out. I bought a ticket fucking with them niggas. You know what I'm saying? I almost got arrested fucking with them niggas. You know what I'm saying? And that was all.
So you guys were really that tight?
For the little moment that we had, yeah. But before that, Terror Squad days, he used to be around. I used to be always showing him. He used to be, you know what I'm saying, around Onyx, Ferro, and all that. So we had a relationship where, you know, he was dope. I used to love him as an MC and as a beat maker too. But I didn't see him in a long time. And then when I went, you know what I'm saying, my man Chronic, he threw an event, a weed event. And I went in there. That's where I also saw Black Rob. And I seen fucking DJ Scribbles, and I seen Aguilar. And it was like my homies from back in the days. I did a record with DJ Scribbles. Way back with Pun, my first joints. One of my first joints. Must be the money, Cuban and Pun. So that whole reunion there was like, oh shit, my brothers. I gave numbers up, and then Scribble told me he had a studio in his crib, and then, you know, we was over there making music. Like I was there working with them. But something went wrong once again. After that, at this point, they got what they wanted, I guess. I don't know. They got the, you know, I spit, whatever. But it's like they never, it really, Aguilar, I expected more from him. You know what I'm saying? Like Scribbles is married. I know where he's at. I could go see him. I could call him. He'll call me back. But Aguilar is like, yo, you ran out and never really fucking gave me a shout out. You promoting that album that you say you're coming out. You didn't give me a shout out. You don't fucking promote me, but you're scared of it too. You're scared of saying the name Cuban Link because you think you're going to get blackballed or something. And I think that's what it is too. So don't say my name now. That's what I'm saying. Don't say my name now. Don't be over here joking about you want to be peaceful, you know, because it's like, yo, you could big call me on. You know what I'm saying?
I got something to tell you because I didn't know that you guys were that tight before, right? I tried to interview him not too long ago, and his manager handles his social media and everything. And his manager kept telling me, I need you to promise that you're not going to get him caught up in some type of beef or some type of shit. I'm like, bro, I told you already, whatever he don't want to talk about, we ain't got to talk about it. He says, no, I need it in writing. And I think it's because he sees how tight I am with you. So I think he thought I was going to ask him
how a nigga like
shit.
that now, why is the manager advising him, yo, do not jump in that situation. Do not jump in that situation, if that was the case. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you were so protective over, you know, getting into the Fat Joe beef because you hang out with me or you give me love and we cool. You try to, you know what I'm saying? Like, trying to keep that under wraps so nobody could see it. But now you want to jump out the window like you fucking, you know, referee Betty over here. And just be like, no, don't fight. Like, oh, come on, where that came from? You drunk or something? I don't know what that came from. All that peace and love shit is love. That's what we moving with. We resolving things in a professional manner, I feel. So I salute Hoka. I salute S1. S1 started this whole shit. Him with his fucking energy with my son. He started that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then they flipped it on me. How the fuck I just switched them from him? The next day he apologized, and then I say what I say because I had it with myself. And then Hoka's come out, the brother comes out of nowhere. Hey, yo.
Let's get into that, right?
Bang boogie me, yo. That's why I got to do it. They try to bang boogie me.
When you saw S1 post what he did about my son, what was your immediate reaction?
I was like, damn, I know that nigga feels like me. I was like, he's feeling just like me right now. I know why. Let me talk.
Did you have any knowledge that he felt that way about my son?
I didn't know shit. I just seen that the motherfucker going into a rant right there with that. I know how that feels. Like it gave me like relief my stresses. Like, damn, I know I was crazy. I know my son's been fucking like doing a lot of funny shit that I know I'm mad at Mike's for. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't reach back. He doesn't even acknowledge niggas no more. So I'm like this. And that's the same pain and anger he had. And he just came out. So you know what I'm saying? So he has that energy. I know his blood energy that just came out. But it's just like, I told him that's the wrong language. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but what was crazy though is like when he first came out, he was doing like little hints here and there. I don't know if it was on my interview or it was just on social media, but I had a feeling. I was like, you kind of feel some way about somebody, and I wonder if you're talking about my son. I'm thinking to myself, but he never said it, right? And then when this came out, I was like, oh, okay, kind of. kind of seemed like that makes sense
that shit caught me by left field. I thought I was the only one like that. I kept it between me and Mice because Mice had ropes
So
up.
before we go into your situation with Mice, though, right? You guys do the live together, and I thought he was gonna address it, but he held back on it. He said like, nah, me and his my son's issues are our issues, and he didn't really want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So then he comes.
No, because he got word from the big homies. They calmed him down. They explained it
right
in their own way.
But he went off though. With that video, he went like he held nothing back. Like he seriously.
I felt like shocked with that. I was like, man, a lot of yeah. It was a lot.
But I gotta call you out though. I gotta call you out on something because you said during the live, oh, I thought he was wrong for using foul language and yada yada, trying to act all innocent. But in the comments, you were laughing at that post when it came out. You was like, yeah, get up or some shit.
Because that's what they did to me. That's my whole.
I know, but your ass was so funny. When I saw your comment, I was laughing.
That was Cuban Link's flashback right there. I mean, it's also showing, I feel the same way. That's like a hint to him saying, I feel the same way also.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then that's why I had to explain myself in my own life and explain the my son situation. So I don't want to act like I'm over here agitating. Because even in my life, I told him, yeah, you chose the wrong language. But I agree with your anger.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I agree with your anger.
But when you guys did the live together, I thought it was great, right? Because like it seemed like S1 doesn't feel the same way that Hocus does. Like there's no animosity there on S1's part. And when I did the interview with
Hocus felt that way. Hocus felt that way with my song. I'm telling you, he felt that way. He told me this shit, and I kind of agreed, but then I was like, nah, that's our brother. And I called Mike.
But you squashed it. You squashed it.
Yeah, so I told Mike, my nigga, we feel certain, Hope feels a certain way because you don't want to really help, his situation, but he's positive. He's doing, guns up, things down, and the rabbit hole. He's doing positive shit. What? Mike's just like, I can't be seen with things like that, Cuban. This, that. And I'm like this. Come on, man. Just talk to each other like y'all niggas brothers. Like, I squashed that. You know what I'm saying? They got together, and now they ducking me. What the fuck? There's nobody there telling them, oh, yo, be courteous to Q, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, because, man, you know what I'm saying? Just understand where he's coming from. Nobody that with knowledge is telling them or sitting them down about me. So the only wild one that's off the hook that just came out of jail is the one I agree with. He agreed with me. And there was a mistake for him though, because now it made it look like he messed up. He took accountability, said, "Oh, my bad." But now Cuban is fucking accepting fights. Now they got me in the middle of this shit.
But what I was saying though, right? It seemed like S1 doesn't feel any type of way about you specifically. Like when he did the interview with me, he said that he had love for you. Love. He didn't expect you to come visit him or anything like that. Like he didn't seem to harbor any resentment, and it kind of showed when you guys. And he showed
genuine love. Like he showed appreciation. He showed respect, and he showed respect for the struggle that I've been going through. It's not just he went through a struggle, so maybe that's why we can relate. Regardless, I'm out here. Like I feel sometimes like I'm locked up. You know what I'm saying? With like nowhere to go as far as like with the talent and all that. He's seen this, so he kind of related with that, and that's what he's the loose cannon. He's the loose cannon according to. The circle he's in, but he's the right cannon. You know what I'm saying? As far as like what I see him, how he's reacting to things, even though, like I said, it was a little disrespectful. It was a lot disrespectful. But the anger, I know that anger. I felt that anger. I see it, and it's crazy that he comes out of jail and it's like, what I'm saying? Like he said, like when Mike came out of jail, we got together. We put him in, right? They put him in too. So it's like, yo, S1 come out of jail now. He's like, no, I can't be associated. That's the Fat Joe Beluga shit. That's that bullshit. Like you think you higher than people, and you look at them like peons, and you like, I don't know you anymore. That's that uppity bullshit. And that's what I'm saying. I felt that from Mice, like, but then he's so real, and his message is so real, right? When he speaks, that it fucked my head up. I'm like, oh, I'm proud of my brother. Look at what he say. He's leading the people to the right shit, but if his actions ain't backing up, that's why I got a question in now. It's like,
Yeah, because for when S1 came out, he did the guns down, life up too. So it seemed like he was making a positive change, right? Yeah. You saw Lisa Evers covering his story and everything. Yeah. It seemed like
why take advantage of that, right? If you could help him, You know, they didn't come to me. They didn't come to me for help. Like,
why can't my
they didn't
son
come
be
to help me.
associated with that? That's why I was confused.
It's no confused. It's what it is. What the fuck? Well, it's no confusion. It's either you're going to do it or you're not. Either you're going to help me or you're not going to help. And he felt, obviously, that Mike was not trying to help him. You know?
But you know, I made a point, right? Like, if Fat Joe can be next to the former vice president and everything, and he got goons around him all the time, you mean to tell me my son can't be next to S1?
There goes the hypocrisy.
That's crazy to me.
That's when you break the fucking little masquerade open. And the mask cracks open and you see who they are for who they are. And that's, you know, what can you say? It's not your intentions, but you keep doing this year next year, and nigga, we're going to be fucking 80. I'm 50 years old. What the fuck? When I'm 80, what is that? Yo, I knew Cuban Link, and he was one of the real ones, and he was my man. Don't be that hypocrite. I don't want you to speak on me then. Tell me you don't fuck with me now. You know what I'm saying? All that shit, you got love, we got love. Where's the love, brother? I'm out here like this, family, looking out, showing you I got love, showing you like, hey, like Gilly when he's sitting in the fucking limo. The same thing I'm doing back now, like this. Hey, I'm over here, guys. I got some chip hopping. Put the lights together so we could make the lights brighter, and we could feed be each other's purchase. I can help you, you can help me. Nothing. No, I'm too big.
All right, so let's go into that, right? You do your own live stream by yourself, and you address my son, and you said stuff that you kind of alluded to before in our interviews, but you didn't really speak on it. But you tell the story about a time where you hit him up and you asked him like, yo, what's up, my son? Like, you know, and he told you about Percy, right? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I just hit him because he put a post up. Put a post up, some real shit. It's about friendship, brotherhood, how you got each other's backs and stuff like that, and what he represents. That's an honorable core, real individual, and I related with that. That's how I feel. But it's like when he was staying there, he was throwing actions like, "Damn, if you're my bro like that, then that's how you're supposed to be with each other." So I hit him up. I said, "Damn, my brother." You know what I mean? Like I felt that, man. I feel the same way, man. But in my situation with the whole thing, shit, it was something that related to my situation. Like it went to like my situation as far as like some, you know what I'm saying, like everybody against me or whatever in a bad way, and the truth, you help your brother out. So I hit him, yo, why you never like spoke up on my behalf then, my nigga? Wait, you know what I'm saying? Like something like that. Not even asking him for anything, just relating with him, and I asked him a question. Why, when it was time to make a decision, why niggas just broke away from me? They was like, nah, Q, you know what I'm saying? Me and Percy, that's why he said the Percy name. And in my mind, it's already like, oh, Percy was locked up with Hocus. He already changed Hocus' mind. Now he's with Mice. And he's telling me he's his day one too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this guy that day one is you don't see how the other side of the coin feels? Like, so now y'all can't be cool with me or be bang bang boogie with me because somebody else came and feels a certain way about me. Because in my situation with Percy was never person. It's just Joe. He's protecting Joe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, y'all don't see that? So that disappointed me because it's like, this is going on forever. So you're not my man for real. You really have that bond that I thought, you know what I'm saying? When I went to your crib, you let us in your crib, chilling with Bang Bang Boogie, you know what I'm saying? I was with your family, your wife, your kid, you know what I'm saying? We're playing spades. All those things run through my head like, yo, what the fuck, man? We spent enough time that he know me, he know my situation. He know that, at the end of the day, it's like, yo, you could throw a little bone here and there. You could point me to the right directions. You could talk to people in the business, and you don't have to be directly affiliated with me, but you could throw me, you know what I'm saying? Because it'd be reciprocated. The love will be appreciated. But these dudes don't work like that. And I do, though. That's the thing. I got a history of doing this through all my career. This has been Cuban. The Lincoln, I'll bring you up with. I'm a stupid motherfucker that be thinking that people gonna do that back, and I don't expect it. But damn, you as an individual.
You don't expect it, but you expect it.
Yeah, honor. Yeah, because it's not like you're putting money on a whack individual. I'm gonna make you look good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe in your talent. I know if I put your talent up and I'll gamble on it, you're gonna make me look good. So you don't feel like that about my talent? If I'm not that talented, like, I'm gonna make you look good if I got a project and I need you part of it. What? So it's not. You don't want to. You don't want me to look good, or it's somebody else that's stopping you from being a, between our relationship. So that's corrupted already. You know what I'm saying?
Because the whole Whack 100 beef with you came from standing up for my son, right? Because my son and Whack were having issues.
That's the main one. That's the main one. That's when I like I said, that's another time he wrote a post, and I said, "Yeah, my nigga, that's how real niggas are. Something about real niggas." You know what I'm saying? And he might have been throwing indirects to Whack 100 at the time, and I kind of co-signed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got your back, but it wasn't that type of shit. But that's why Whack took it. Whack is a fucking lunatic that thinks like me. You know what I'm saying? And he's paranoid, so he's like, so he went scavenging hunting. Who the fuck is this? That's the nigga. And put the pressure on him, find out how tight with Mike on he really is. That's Whack's mind. But me, I'm like, that's why he came up with that fucking line, and I went to get check in in LA. I was like, nigga, you never. He threw that shit just to throw me off, to start with me, because he saw my post on Mike. I understood that later, But
and you got jumped by the 100 side when you went on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I got cyberly jumped.
You.
Yeah, they cyberly fucking jumped me. And where was my son? Where was my son? At the end of the day, it stems from his problem with Whack.
And he didn't salute you or anything like
that? Nothing. Even say Cuban, you know what I'm saying? Not even a call, personal call, and say, "Yo, my nigga, good looking." I know what he's doing. Because he's a real dude. He knows what happened. And he did a couple of songs that I asked him to do with me, like verses. He gave me couple of verses. But that's not equal up to the fucking real nigga shit. I'm thinking of you, like, we got a deeper bond than just verses. Like, I feel I'm making you better. You do a song with me, I'm putting my talent, and you put yours. So we just making our energy make a hit. That's what I'm thinking when we're talking music. But as far as, like, individuals, like, you know what I'm saying? That me and Mice, remember, if you go back to the battle, when he battled E-Net, I was next to Mice like this. Yeah, he the nicest. I was backing my pro up.
Oh, man, why you got to ruin it? That was one of my questions that I had down because you was bugging because you was like one of the judges or something like that, right? Or they asked you on camera after, like, what you thought about it?
They asked me what I thought about that. Mice is going to eat his ass up. Mice don't even write rhymes. It's incredible. Like, bigging him up like.
Oh, I thought they asked you after the battle.
After the battle, I was going to fucking mess up because Inez fucking started fucking saying Cuban stinks and all this shit. This to me. And I was like, that's my first time really hearing that shit. He did it, I know how battle rap is. So the niggas is, Bang Bang Boogie's right there. I'm like, yeah, I'm like this, watching this shit is like a zoo in there. That nigga's like, Cuban stink. I was like, oh, that's my name. So after that battle, and then Mike choked the second verse. So I think they gave it to Inez. But it was,
right. I'm not gonna lie, Inez was going crazy on it though. He
was. He had that rhythm, yeah.
He did kill it though.
Bang Bang Boogie, he's up the freeway. Yeah, he's killing it.
Yo,
but no, Mike Rhymes was still crazy. He just fumbled the second fucking
right.
Verse.
But Inez was saying, like, going at Bronx dudes and everything like that. The way that he came across was crazy.
He shit on everybody in there. The whole Bang Bang Boogie. But he used my name. Cuban King, right. Cuban Shrink, Cuban Pussy, all this shit. I'm like this. I'm going to fuck this nigga up. I said, fuck this shit. And after they finished the whole battle, I was by myself, my nigga, my hoodie like this, looking for this motherfucker like this. Catch him. I didn't need them to do that for me. I had to go to the front to the guy who was holding the tickets. I said, yo, where the artists go? Where Inez went? He was like, nah, keep it. He said, my face is you, all right, Q? Yo, listen, this is just battle rap. I said, nah. I was like, nah, where he at? I don't know, Q. He was like, I don't know. But yeah, I was on it like that. I was on his goal line. I ain't had to tell him that. But yeah.
So you never saw him though?
No, but I spoke later on in life with him. I got love for Inez. He's one of the fucking dope motherfucking battle rappers ever.
Inez is dope, man.
It was about being real. And nobody disrespects me. Nobody ever said my name, rhyme this to me in front of people like that. I'm there. You gonna have to see me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my attitude. Because that's what the school we come from.
It was more than just rap. Like, if you're gonna say something, you have to live it, basically.
Yeah. But then I understood later on. I started looking at battle rap and shit. And I was like, oh shit, I was really gonna lose my mind. But then my man in Philly had put him on the phone with me.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, you still mad at me, nigga?
He said that.
Yo, this is like 20 years. No, this is like, this is like
no, it had to be like
7 years later.
Yeah.
He said, yo, you still mad at me? And I said, nah, man, my bad, my nigga, for even feeling that way. You know what I'm saying? You're a dope MC, man. Keep doing your shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Yeah, that's stupid things that, we grew up like I said.
Right.
Doing is not part of our shit. Yeah, uh, disrespecting unless we want to fight, it's not part of our shit. Like we really take shit for serious, which is bad this day and age. I know it's a lot of shit sets for views, for clout, and I don't rock with that. Especially when it comes to my people. I will never like do shit for clout when it comes to the people I share the energy with. We big each other up. We don't do that shit. You know?
So, in the past, I asked you about how you felt when you saw the My Song freestyle with Joe, right? And you responded saying that you were just excited that you wanted to see him like rap better than Joe.
Yeah. No, you want me to go play by play? I mean, when I saw, I was like, in my mind, like this. Fuck that nigga Mike's doing next to Joe like that, right? But then I seen Joe uncomfortable a little bit.
Right.
Joe's face, he was uncomfortable a little bit. And then I see Mike going in, like he had passion to go in that mic, like he took it like a battle. So it's not like I started thinking, that's not, it's not like they rock together. He just, business. They was in the same shit, and I'm sure Black Tone probably put that together to squash it. I understood it. I understood the business side. I never told these brothers to go hate on that man. Never, man. But step the fuck away from me. Don't get in my shit between me and, you know what I'm saying? If y'all don't see, you ain't trying to help this side over here, trying to resolve shit, then don't be over there in that side trying to block me from doing things. That's how I felt. But when I see Mike going in on that mic, killing it, like lyrically, embarrassed Joe.
Right.
Embarrassed Joe. And then Joe go next, and he start, and he's fucking up. Oh, man, I was like, yo, Mike's my man. Right? He's my man. That nigga, that nigga. I know that go to Joe was embarrassed when he got next to a real MC. And that's how I really felt. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't take that, like, you know what I'm saying? But then later on, with the fucking,
Then you saw the video of him talking about reacting to Joe, talking about the guy that shot
Oh,
him.
then he told me the Percy part. Remember, the Percy part goes next. That's years later. Because we still have I'm calling him. He's doing verses for me. I'm trying to put something together. So we had a cordial relationship like that. But never been that I was mad that he didn't put me on or he thought, he was doing, he did a couple of verses for me. And I was like this, thank you, he's still with me, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But now the problem probably would have came when I would probably put those songs out. That he gave me the run around. I can't be seen with you. Because, you probably would have did that shit. I would have got me even more tight. So nothing happened with those songs. But then he told me, like I said, the Percy thing. I was like, damn, you felt this way about me, man. This other individual was in the middle of our relationship. It's crazy. I didn't know that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it's already breached. Somebody breached that brotherly shit we had there. I guess because you can only limit yourself to certain things you're gonna do for me as a friend and in business. So he told me straight up, bluntly. So that's why day one, bro, I got up in the chair. I was like, oh shit, what are you talking about? It was not about picking, but I guess that's what they made him feel like. You got to pick.
Wait, so Percy was his day one even before Bang Bang Boogie?
I guess so. That's what he said to me.
Because then, how could he be in the group of everyone dissing Joe then? If Percy has had a relationship with Joe since like what, kindergarten or some shit?
You gotta ask him that. I don't know.
That's crazy.
I gotta evaluate and say certain things, but I don't want to say that. You know what I'm saying? Percy was a dude that had weight on him. You know what I'm saying? He had weight, so he could intimidate certain people. I'm not saying that with that, but you know what I'm saying? Moves a certain way that people are, and that's crazy. Like I said, me and Percy hung out in Sin City, and it was like two regular dudes just chilling, having fun. Even though I didn't know he was a terror squad, but at the end of the day, I found out who that was, and it could have happened at any time, right there. I'm saying, and nobody ever. I don't know if they probably thought maybe Percy was telling them like, "Yo, let's just get away from that guy around," but in front of my face, he never did that. You know what I mean? And I'm very aware of what he was about, but he also knew what I was about. So him going to them to try to maybe just for them to distance themselves from me is for a reason. They got to see it that way. Maybe they was putting fear that, something's going to happen if you hang around me, whatever, putting that to them, but not to me. And I was there. So I don't understand. Maybe that's the story they got. And they ran with. But that's the wrong story. You know what I'm saying? Always been ready. Always been ready. I don't give a fuck who it was. And those that was ready for me, they knew. They have to go that way, ear off, and try to catch me from side. They never had me like ever, ever. And, maybe they didn't get that vibe off of me, or they didn't know my story. Like I said, I'm not the toughest guy, my brother, but you already know I'm down for whatever. So whatever with anybody, if you threaten anything around me, anything, anybody too. That's just my MO. I'm a dick like that. I protect, and I protect myself. So, all that other narrative talking about, trying to put a nigga reputation down, like, oh, you saw, you're not building. All right, yeah, niggas, but that's why I got to tell the story. I got to let the revolution get televised. Y'all going to see the revolution get televised because they should know my story, and those that watched it and witnessed it, they should have been ready on the mic talking, proud of Cuban, and they not. So you know what? This time I'm going to let the world see it so they can judge it for themselves. That's all.
So the time that you really felt the way,
and Mike, wait, let me tell you another shit. The latest shit that Mike did with there was a freestyle that he did on YouTube, and I wrote a comment on it about 8 months ago. You can go look for it. It's some shit, protect you, check you, something. I had to protect you, something like that, right? So I rewrote the lyrics that he said in the rhymes. That's when I was cool with him as far as like, my mental. So I on the comments, I just recorded his own rhyme, and I said, "Thank you, protect." And I went like that. I put like emojis, like fire. That's how I feel, my brother. Same way I feel. Like giving him a compliment, right? Motherfucker, that was 8 months ago. Like probably, 2 months ago, he wrote back on that because he never, I guess, saw it. So I guess he saw it. Then out of nowhere, he writes them to me. What do you talk about, nigga? I had to protect you from Percy and all of that. Like, he just took this shit the wrong way. I'm quoting him, giving them love about that's the hot bars. And he's thinking I'm telling him that the same words that he used, the bars, he thinks I'm saying that about him, that I had to protect him. That's how crazy his mind is, the insecure and his conscience is like.
Wow.
Me giving him love he taking it like I'm fucking, like I'm throwing shots at him or something. That's crazy, yep. But things happen for a reason. That's why I just let it be. You know what I'm saying?
Did you write back?
Of course I wrote back. I said, what are you talking about, brother? This is your own words. Look at the clip. Look at your rhyme, the freestyle. I said, I quoted you. And I was trying to tell you that it's just not. You know what I'm saying? Then I said a lot of other things. You got to go to that. I forgot what freestyle it was.
But what did he say? Anything else?
Yeah, he said a lot of shit that was like, what? And me, I had to, yeah, right. So I mean, he wrote one big paragraph, and then I wrote like 3 on top of that. And then he ain't writing. Then he ain't writing.
Did he respond to your 3 though? Oh, okay, got you. All right.
I don't think so. I didn't check it again because this is like playing chess with a Russia, where every fucking year is a move. So it's like.
All right. Well, the thing I was gonna say was that the video that really seemed to like upset you was the one where he was reacting to Joe talking about. It was on Matt Hoffa's podcast, right? He said that the guy that shot him is pussy and stuff like that. And then my son watched the video and he was bigging him up and everything like that, right? And it made you feel away.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh my.
Yeah.
That's what it was. The guy that shot him. How do my son know the guy that shot him is pussy? That's what I'm saying. Like, how you know that? How you know that story is real? You don't know that Joe is the Capitan master? He's Capitana. He's Joe Capadonna right there. No disrespect to my Wu-Tang brother. I love Capadonna. But he's saying, but that's the Cap Master. How do you believe it? And that's what I'm saying. In
Capagina?
Joe Capagina. That's what it is. So he should know better. Like, this dude be just saying things. Somebody call him. I think they're just caught up in that world with, the industry world where Joe lives, where the Belugas live, where it's like they feel like they create the narrative. So nothing, nothing could stop them. It's all the way up. So at that level, they think that they down with Joe. And, saying it. And whatever Joe says, since he got so much juice in there, in that circle, they believe everything he says because they want to be up with Joe's level. That's what I feel. I feel that. And it's like, don't. It's just, the world is watching y'all. It's like they're watching me. They're watching all of us. You know what I'm saying? Because we entertainers and we out there. You're doing your political work and all that. You know what I'm saying? They watching you. They seeing you. You know, they seen the whole Hassan thing when you did it. You seen the WAP 100 thing when you did this. They seen the drunk, you know, the white boy grabbed your balls and y'all niggas was fucking fighting in the hallway. They seen that. They seen a lot of things.
Well, wait, okay.
They seen Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
wait. They seen the Black Lives Matter. Then you go off Black Lives Matter, and then you know what I'm saying? The check comes, and the actual people, the parents of the boy that died, nobody gave him money. You seen that? That we all seen this. So, you know, this is repetitive shit. We seen the math show when you got on there talking about, oh yeah, we're an organization. You hire us to go and make. I can't believe he said that shit. You work for the whatever party, you hire them and they go over there to create enough noise, you know what I'm saying, to bring money into that. Like, dude, you're not even doing it with no real intentions of helping. You know what I'm saying? That's like a hollow fucking job that you're doing. You're not even doing it because the real incentive of really looking out for justice. And you talk about no justice, no peace. Whoever hires you, you just do this like it's a fucking company. You create chaos and then, you know what I'm saying, bring shit to up front and then you bring the lawyers and that's like a fucking renegade. It's like renegade shit that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? I thought you was doing it for a cause, for a community, for your people, for our people. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I start thinking that way, because it's like, yo, I put your actions with mine. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I just related with that. So that's what I'm saying. And I usually voice my opinions, and they can always call me. You know, I extend the hand to call me. They should know I feel a certain way, right? But they don't care. You know, they don't care. You know, it's just like when Hocus said, oh, you know, he said I should have called him. Yeah, you should have called me as a homie. Not because you're my son, I'm treating you left. It's a homie that you spend fucking time with me and you know me. We cool like that. Call me and say, yo, Q, you know what? I'm making this move, this business move. I'm gonna fuck with the beluga. You know what I'm saying? Over here and do my thing. So don't think that I'm over here. And everybody be like, no, go ahead, do your thing. You have to do it, you have to do it. You know? That's it. That's what I expect. Yeah. But they take it like it's other places. Like, you know what I'm saying? They take it, that's when you know if they're your people or not. So they're gonna show you who they are.
One thing that I said in one of the news videos that I did recently about my son was, it seems like over the years he's been having difficulty finding an identity. You know, is it like the gangster but woke guy? Is it the political Black Lives Matter guy? Is it like, what exactly, who are you trying to be? And it seems like he's kind of struggled with that.
Well, he's not struggling, I guess, financially, because he's following a code. He's following that path. So he's doing very well for himself. You know what I'm saying? He's doing very well. Do you get what I'm saying, though? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it kind of seems like he's a little over the place. That's a projection of his persona to the world. Yes, we all see that. But he doesn't see that because he's making money and he's happy. He's taking care of his family. He's doing whatever he's doing. That's a job or whatever he's doing. You know, but you play with those kind of like Martin Luther King speeches and Malcolm X speeches. We expect Malcolm X action. We expect, you know what I'm saying, like Martin Luther King actions, because you're working for the people. And, you know, it shouldn't be no agendas behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? But it's politics. There's always agendas in that game. So politicians always been liars and fucking. So maybe he became one of those and he learned how to play the game. You know what I'm saying? But I always knew Mike was getting his word.
Did you see the video of my son on his live and a fan told him to fix the situation with Bang Bang Boogie?
He got mad at me too. Wait, boy, he got mad at me because I said Trump. Because I was like, you know, Trump. Because I was like, Trump won. When Trump won, he got mad at me. And then he made a blog come out. Mike got mad at me. And I told him, yo, my brother, you don't have to get mad like that. Like, yo, you could come. We could do, like, I try to tell him come and debate me, like, you know, on YouTube. We could talk about it.
The first time or the second time?
The first time. And he got mad at me. No, the second time. Yeah, the second time he won.
Oh, so recently.
Yeah, recently. He got mad at me. Because I was going for Trump. I know I can't vote, nigga. I'm a fucking... But I was going for Trump, right? Because I told you how I felt, you know what I'm saying? And, all that shit. I even did a song with him where I said, Trump, you know what I'm saying, make America, you know what I'm saying, great again. I did. I forgot I did that song too. So he knows, like, I support Trump. But he take it so literal, it's like, After that, he made a whole shit. Yo, I have to kick people out, even in my own family, because they rock with Trump. If you're not rocking with my agenda, then I got to get you out of my circle. Like, that's how you on it.
Wow.
That's how you on it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what kind of, it's crazy.
So did you see the video of my son on his live where a fan told him to fix that situation with Bang Bang Boogie? And like he kept looking at the screen.
You instigating, fuck. You instigating, motherfucker.
What?
Yeah, what? You instigating, but go ahead.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Okay, well,
you put that little clip up where he had the little blonde moment right there. He's like, he's trying to ignore the comment.
Right, no, I did the news on it, but I'm saying, did you see that video though?
No, I just seen with your clip when you put it up.
Right, that's what I'm saying though. Like, did you see it? You saw it. So you saw it. Okay, yeah. So then like he's like looking away from the screen, and then he looks back, and the comment is still there because nobody's commenting, so it hasn't moved, and it's just staring him right in the face, and it's like for like almost 2 minutes long. He keeps on looking back and forth, and he can't ignore that comment is right there, and so he ends the live, right, and then he starts a new live after.
I love social media though. That's how the beluga gets caught up too, like that. Like, it's like you're real time doing this. It's like, and I know we can't. You think you probably could get a second take at this. It's like, no, we see you, dog. Like we see you. So it's like,
look mad
I don't understand why they don't want to confront it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I know why. At the end of the day, they can't hold a conversation with me when it comes to me saying they know I'm saying the truth. That's one knows exactly what I'm saying the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's just that they gotta. I think they learned the beluga naughty ways, like the way the system works. I guess it has corrupted their mindset. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is like it made them trade things that they wouldn't normally trade if there was, coming from the bottom again. And they knew that, certain things you don't do to your own people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I see that. It's like, but it takes a minute to see that because I was too busy just being proud of them. I said, I'm talking more about Mike's. Hocus was doing his own thing. I was happy for him too. But then he made himself look crazy with the Wack 100 situation. You know what I'm saying? He made himself look crazy. And Wack was going 100 miles on him. You know what I'm saying? It got to the family shit, and I was feeling like, damn, man. This nigga Wack wild and disrespecting. I got mad a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But that's their thing, you know what I'm saying? That was their thing, him and Wack. But yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like the way Wack was talking to Hope. You know what I'm saying? Even though I got love for Wack. Wack, you know what I'm saying? I still got love for Wack because what he did for Liza. And he was the only one that really stood up for Liza and put Joe out on blast. That was the truth. So I respect Wack with that. You know what I'm saying? So.
But when you see like my son ignore like that question like that and things, it seems like he really doesn't want to vocally, publicly say your guys' names.
Those tricks are known to Joe. Joe does some tricks. Fat Joe does some tricks. Tony Sunshine does some. The subliminal shits. Even when you do talk about somebody subliminally. These are guys like, I didn't have no problem with Mike. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't have no problem with Hope. You could say their name. What the fuck? Are we such a bad, you know what I'm saying? Bad shit.
But do you view it like he's just like he wants to completely forget that chapter of his like life and his career?
I don't know. You gotta ask him that. I don't know. And if so, why? If so, why? What did we do or what did I do? I understand me because Joe is on that level. What he has to do with Joe, he don't want no associations with me on that level. He just he ain't gonna say it. But with Hope, and that's one. Like why? Why not help them? You know what I'm saying? They fighting a good cause too. They're in the street doing what they do for the kids. So why not?
Well, one of the fans commented on my video today with the Instagram live where my son is like ignoring the question, right? They said that they were on Mice's live like a few months ago and they asked him about Cuban. They said, yo, why don't you rock with Cuban like that? Or like, what's your problem with him? And he said that Cuban is just negative or something like that online, going at people all the time.
I mean, it's been crazy, right? We turned back Glock. He's fresh out of jail. Like, Cuba could have said, I was in a way higher, plateau than all of them, really. You know what I'm saying? At the time, more noticeable out there in the industry and everything with my situation. And it's not one time that I ever thought that about them brothers. Oh, they're bad for my image. Oh, they are this and that. Oh, he's a jailbird. That's what he's doing to us. When you're in a position to do that. 50 of them niggas back in the days with Bam Bam Boogie wanted to sign us because of me. Because of my situation with Joe. Because that was his enemy at the time.
Right.
So I don't understand how they don't see that way. And I was so humble about it. I never acted like that. I treated them like, we part of the same crew. If I'm up here, you up here with me. When we went to industry parties, we walked in together, and that was my team. So I don't understand. I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I do understand. Because, betraying your fucking, the Cain and Abel shit is running rapid out here. That's the new thing. You know what I'm saying? Bucket, crabs in a bucket. Just get up there and stomp every other crab out so they don't get up there with you. That's crazy.
When you did the live with S1, right? You spoke about a time that my song got beat up.
I threw that extra jab in there.
Yeah,
He didn't really get beat up though.
Were you talking about the hotel thing?
No.
You were talking about something else.
Him and Red Child, you know what I'm saying? He was down with Bang Bang Boogie too. He was our manager. It was S1's manager. And they had a fight, you know what I'm saying? But it was like even.
Oh, okay.
It was like,
you just felt like talking some shit.
Yeah. That's Cuban about it.
Man.
Yeah, but
All right, but what was your reaction when you saw my son fighting in the hotel lobby?
I was surprised. I was a fucking high-class mice? The fucking president, the bodyguard of the president? And the Black Lives movement with the suit and the tie with Erica Murray, wasn't it?
I don't know. I forgot her name, but I know who you're talking about.
Oh my God! Anyway, his partner, the talks of on the floor with a giant fucking wrestler screaming out loud, drunk. Not nice. That's not the behavior of an executive.
Well, when he went on Matt Hoffa's podcast
of a black tie fan. That's what I'm saying. But you see that my nigga, you worse than us. You in a fucking presidential ballroom fighting, with fucking wrestling with a giant fucking dude in it, and y'all playing fucking ballsies right there. Y'all squeezing each other's nuts in the fucking floor, screaming, embarrassing everybody. So how you fucking gonna look down on us? How can you look down on us, buddy? Oh, damn, it's crazy. Well, and then he was drunk, right?
No, he said when he went on Matt Hoffa's podcast, wasn't he like defending some woman's honor or something like that was getting disrespected?
Main thing I heard, he said, I was drunk.
Well, and he said that the guy grabbed his nuts with both hands and shit. That's why he was on the ground for a while.
Oh, yeah. He might try to slam him or whatever. They was fucking tussling. Yeah. Shit happens like that, But that's when you drink. That's what happened. It happened to me. It happened to me. I got fucking stuff, drinking, talking shit. I was supposed to. Mike did the same thing. He got drunk and he got fucking ball hugged. You know what I'm saying? He got ball hugged.
Ball clamped.
He got ball pumped. And that's crazy. But it's just a bad look for a guy that's supposed to be so righteous, so uppity, where he can't even mess with the gang affiliated friends that he grew up with. Or, saying the fucking Cuban guy is a black fucking sheep of the industry. Oh, yeah, it's so much fucking uppity shit there, but you're tussling, you're fucking mud wrestling with a fucking, big job stud on the floor.
So what's the situation with Tony Sunshine? You commented on one of his old posts going at him, saying, this muffin is crazy, who are you kidding, right? You used to be bored and start sending shots up, because I see you be doing it with Joe's Facebook page too.
Oh yeah, because it comes through my feet. It comes through my feet. So he's wearing the little shorts where he's like, this is all the stories. I gotta say something. Wherever I see, I gotta fucking make sure that they know. Even on Pistol Pete shit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta say something. So
it seems like Tony's the only one that's willing to respond to you, though.
Of course, from a distance, yeah, I know. But the thing about Tony, he's gonna make himself look even crazier when I rebuttal, because everything he says has no weight. Like even in that Hocus shit when he's rooting for Hocus and he said, then I told him that, the muffin, whatever. Oh no, because you're the tough guy. Remember he said that,
Right.
right?
That's the thing. He said that you're
So
the
read it,
only
read it, read it,
killer,
read
the
it.
only tough guy known to mankind. You're a crash out dummy and everything like that.
When I say crash out dummy, I mean crash out dummy, right?
Right.
All right,
And
what I
then
said
you
after
called
that?
him a baloney, and you crash out for your people. You protect your people, and you
I
said
even
that
crashed out for you, right?
right.
Funny how the guy that
He
I
hid
crashed out
underneath
for
sinks.
got the nerve to say that about me. So it already looks crazy. Like it's evidence that I crashed out for you to protect you, but you got the fucking low class scum of the earth kind of mentality and piece of shit that you could say that to the guy that protected you, you know? And then what else he said?
Well, you said to him like you hid underneath sinks and garbage bins and stuff like that.
Right, well, I'll
And
protect you.
yeah, and then you said that he turned out to be Judah.
Right. But then after that, what he
Then
said?
after that, he said that.
But that's why I think they erased my shit after that.
No. He said jealous of you. Too hilarious that you stay on his dick basically, and you lie all the time and everything. You lie. Oh, he basically alluded to the fact that that situation with your stabbing is actually your fault, not his fault.
Yeah, that the nerve for him to say that. I know my fault. Why was my fault? Because I didn't want to go down? Because that my jaw is stronger than yours? Because you was under a bin and I was punching people in the face while it was hitting me too, and I was fighting back. That's why it was my that's why it's my fault. These guys are fucking incredible, especially that piece of shit right there. That's what I'm saying. He's a piece of dirt, piece of shit. When I see him, I'm gonna give him the biggest hug and kiss that you gonna see in the ever. It's gonna be better than any Cinderella kiss. It's gonna be tongue down the pause, no pause. It's gonna be that type of shit because he deserves this. You know, for him to even think that way in my mind, it's so dishonorable. It's so like.
But you saw I did the interview with Stu, right? With Big Stu, and Stu confirmed. He said that back in the day there was he was Tony was talking about he couldn't really go back to the block or something like that, but he wouldn't tell like Stu why.
And sick one was gonna beat him up.
Right. He wouldn't tell Stu why he was lying. And then next thing you know, it was confirmed basically that it was the situation with you getting stabbed, and that was why. And Stu came out and said that.
Of course it was. It was that. And then Stu saw us, me and Pun had me. Yo, sure, I want to fuck with him, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know how he feel. He asked me to green light that. Because he knew, yo, Q, you all right with that? Remember, you got stabbed for him. So I said, nigga, that's no problem. That's one of the homies still. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. It's talent. It's about money. Yo, he's talented. Let's get money. That's what it was. That's the kind of guy Cuban was. And he forgot to tell you about the time they robbed him in Weeks, where Stu is from. That's where he saw him.
Tony?
They robbed him for my chain.
Oh, right. When you came out with the Mac 10?
Yeah, me and Raul circling the block, looking at him with Tony in the back. You see him? You see him? He's like this, no, you're not around. After he get beat up. Like it's, a crackhead robbed him. Crackhead robbed him. So, you understand? These are stories that he forgets or that he doesn't want the world to hear, but he knows that I know, right? So when he says things like that, I'm going to go deeper in that fucking, that jelly made heart of his. So I could expose him. And then you see Dren.
Wait. Before we get to that, though, right? The worst part, though, was in the comments when he said, yo, you talking about you got money more than you have ever seen in your life, but you left your brother's wife and kids in the shelter. That was like, I was like, bro, but then you over there signed to the actual guy that did that, which is just insane, bro. And you've been defending him for how many years now?
But the guy that also robbed him and used him for many deals to get money from him, and he doesn't get nothing. He's always broke as crackhead. He was sucking dick behind, public staircases in the Bronx, from $5 to get high.
Wait, what?
Right, all the time. He got 10 deals, but he was always the fiend on top of the roof, sleeping in the roof, getting, busted in by cops. I've said the sucking dick extra.
Okay, because I was wondering if you
He was
really
that
honest.
low. He was that low to the ground. And he was begging. He was opening up gas station doors, begging for quarters. For real. Like begging, like a bum that does for drugs. This is the guy that you said gave you 10 deals. So you must have had a couple of millions yourself, right? Keep getting deals. Why you always broke as a druggie back in the Bronx every time? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Is like I have money. I know I see money. I worked for mine. I was doing shows. I didn't see that shit from my deal. I was doing it shows. I was getting 12 G's a fucking show, and my shit was 7 days a week packed. And I still gave Joe 20%. You know what I'm saying? So I was getting that type of money. So I made over $1 million in the street before I even dropped an album. That's to tell you how hard I was working. But this nigga over here, he got 10 deals. So he's just a guy that likes to get used and abused. It's just that.
You know what's crazy though is like the stuff that you said, like the barbershop situation with the OD.
It's confronted.
But the guy that owns the barbershop hit me up on Instagram recently and was all like, "Yo, I want to come on and I want to tell that story." I was like, "Man, you can't be just interviewing these people like just to like expose them like that, bro."
I brought you the cock slapper. I brought you the cock slapper. Now you're gonna see the fucking the barbershop owner that he got EOD'd in the bathroom that the ambulance had to come. That's right. Let them say the truth. Let them say the truth. So that's what he looks for. He's looking for shit like that. When he speaks like that, he speaks like that. That's what he's looking for. He's gonna get what he's looking for. That's the thing. They're gonna bring the mirror back. He's gonna be I'm telling you, these guys gonna be stripped naked, man, when that truth hit him. He got no shirt on already. Joe got no shirt on and no shoes. He's in the pants about to come off in a minute. They all gonna be butt naked.
Pause. Okay.
Yeah, the truth strips them naked, man.
Well, after the comment that you left the brother's wife and kids in the shelter, you said you rest balls on your face, pussy boy. We all gonna laugh at you. And then you brought in Nonstop. Hey, yo, Nonstop, can you smack this dweeb punk in the face, please?
Yo, because now I gotta go to extra foul. And it's like, you wrote all that big ass paragraph like you're making sense. And the way I see it is like, because I know it's lies, so it's like, yo, dog, you're trying to throw the violence in the beginning. Oh, because that's like a girl would say that. Oh, because you're so big, you're so tough. That's how they talk. Like this bitch ass nigga. Like, oh, you're so tough. So you trying to say, I'm so tough because I stood up and fought. But you're under a sink, begging for life.
Which we heard the conversation. He admitted to it on the recording, right? He admitted
from the lock. What is it?
The lockout. Yeah, but
the lockout. That I'm throwing the lockout.
Yo, well, Warpath was gassing them though, okay? Because Warpath's like, well, if you can find shelter there, man, should you get shelter?
I know. But see, at the time, Warpath is acting like he's like they're both double teaming me, like they're hurting me. But I'm like this. Look at this nigga the way he talks to me on my back, because he never had the nerve to say that shit in front of my face. So he's telling this shit behind the scenes, so you can tell how he moves behind the scenes, how he gas people up. That was I love that moment because of that. So I was thinking Warpath because of that, because I know Warpath trying to that was his buddy. But then the whole situation flipped on Warpath.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When he bit that nigga hand off too. So then Warpath was like, "Fuck you too, nigga." Now, you know what I'm saying? And then, you get to see the truth, because the truth is the truth. You can't hide it. Nobody lied to you.
But Tony, he challenged you, though, to take a lie detector test. He said that I dare you to take one. But he not talking about he going to take one either, which he should if he's going to deny that situation.
Right, I'll take one if you take one. I'll take one if you take. I'll do it for the people. I'll do it for the people.
But, yo, shout out to Nonstop, because he saw the...
And I'm talking about everything I ever said about him. Everything. Talking about the contract,
right.
Talking about the druggy shit, talking about the wife when I walked into the crib. Everything.
And shout out to Nonstop, man, because he went on my news video where I did the Tony one, and he started commenting. And he's like, "You do not want to."
Oh, that's what another thing. I fucking told Nonstop. I said at this show, I'm about to have a fight with Hawkins and Bang Bang Boogie Chad, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Crazy Legs is gonna fight Lord Jamal, and I said, "Yo, it'd be dope shit. We have to set up the real cockfight, which would be, but the real cockfight in a box is like, you know what I'm saying? We're naming cockfight because this guy don't want to cock, right? So I told him, listen, do it, my nigga. We could. I set it up. He was like, I'm down. Yeah. That nigga accepts I'm down. So, guys, we might have the guy who slapped Tony in the face with a cock, a man Nonstop, against the cocky boy. The one who, Tony, Baloney, Sunshine, Moonshine, Shoeshine, that guy. If he accepts, remember, some animosity there. He didn't do nothing when he got slapped with a cock. We already confirmed it. He did the airbender. He prayed to the Buddha or whoever. But he was there and he calmed down and he walked like a nice little good boy that got slapped with a cotton would have did. Walked out in front of girls. This happened, guys. In front of the girls, in front of us, the whole crew. I was there.
But remember, Tony said that if that ever happened, he would have killed Nonstop's family.
Oh yeah, I know. But now he has the shot. I could put that. I could tell the guys and fucking celebrity boxing that we could make this match happen, and Tony could be involved. Now Tony against Nonstop, the fucking cockfighter.
Nonstop might not be famous, but he's infamous.
Of the century.
Nonstop may not be famous, but he's infamous. You know?
Very infamous, especially in that boy's life.
No, but not.
And I can make it happen. Ask your boy now. Nonstop challenges him to fight, and don't bring nobody else either. Don't be pussy. Don't be pussy because this is your own fight. So you, with your muscles and your fucking, the fucking little pink mushroom fucking shirt that you was wearing with Joe. I never seen a shirt like that in my life. That shit look crazy, real gayish. Now you can show the world how of a man you are, how much, you could now actually go back in time and make things right. Fight the guy who slapped you with a cop 3 times.
But Nonstop was in the comments and he was saying that Tony does not want to take a lie detector test. He does not want to do that.
Everybody, he says things that are so disgusting because it's such a it's trying to cover up the truth so much that he makes himself look so petty and disgusting. And it's like, that's how I feel about him. It's like, I'm tired of even talking, but I can say disgusting things to get on his nerves, but much should be true. Like he say shit that to play the violins and try to everybody to feel pity for him. That I'm picking on him. Oh, he's the one in my day. He follows me everywhere. Yeah, I want to follow you, my nigga. I'm stalking you. So when I catch you by yourself, I will fucking beat the shit out of you. That's why. The fuck did I lie about that? You understand? That's why you're scared. You better lift some more weights too.
Well, it looks like he on steroids now.
Oh, they all are. All the whole side, That's what I heard.
What do you think about the recent interview Tony did with Dren Star talking about pirate recordings?
Oh my God, that's the beautifulest shot. That's the beautifulest fucking shit I ever seen in my life. And when I say beautiful, it's disgusting. You know how disgusting it is? Those are 2 guys that got knocked out by the same crew. Hova knocked out Dren. And so was that I defended.
That was the first time that you punched Hova.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I defended the guy there, Dren, over there, interviewing the fucking guy that even from Hova's block stabbed me, but I was protecting that fatty, the Tony Baloney. Beautiful two. Those are the duo. That's a duo made in heaven. After all the time. Dren was in jail, protected him in jail, everything that I did for these guys. Now they're together, throwing subliminals to me. The other guy. Now they got another third dude in there talking about I'm the other guy. That guy I don't even know, never met, but they already got a program that they got to get their story straight. Disgusting, right? Disgusting. These are the 2 motherfuckers that got knocked out in front of me, and I protected them. And yo, Hova, go knock these niggas out again, man. You want to get in my good graces, Hova? Yo, tell the truth about this one here, man. Incredible, yo.
There was someone else there, too.
Well, let's not say that.
All right.
That need to be anonymous.
But do you think that he kept it 100 when he said he was pulling out the Mac and everything like that? Like he was like real...
Who?
Tony. He said that he pulled out the Mac 10 when he was in the studio and everything. You didn't see that?
No, I didn't see that.
In part 2.
Oh, I didn't see part 2. No, I see part 1.
Okay. In part 2, he talks about pulling up to pirate recordings. He pulled out the Mac 10 and everything, and like,
nigga, of course there was guns around him. We all crazy carrying guns. So did Tony touch guns before we played Round Brothers? Yeah, but it wasn't his. It was us. It was other guys. It was the ones that It was not Tony. Tony will pose though. He'll sing a song and then look at the picture. I didn't do that. Come on, man. What must have fucking fly a food fight, man?
It's interesting though, because of course they don't say your guys' name, they don't say your name, they don't say Smooth's name. But how can you talk about pirate recordings without mentioning Smooth?
It's Smooth first, of course, but then you got Roy too. Roy came later. You know what I'm saying? Even though they probably had different views of each other and they feel certain way, but I remember Brandon Smooth first foundation, and then Roy joined the team.
Well, what about Dren talking about?
But that team wouldn't be together if it wasn't for Uncle.
Right, Uncle B, rest in peace.
And they didn't even give him that fucking grace in the first episode. Like this, to bless his soul, bless that. But they couldn't. Uncle B was too real. Things happen by design. And
what do you think about Dren Star talking about bringing out the camcorder and it has dates on it from '98? He was saying don't make me pull this out and show the people.
98?
Yeah. It kind of seemed like it was a shot towards you or Smooth, saying yo, we got footage of this.
Maybe the Smooth, no, me, they don't got no footage of me fucking, that I remember. I got no footage out there that I regret. Put it like that. Now, Smooth and him, they had a tighter relationship. So, you know what I'm saying? That people probably talking about Smooth with that. But, Trent just got, then you say he got nerve to I mean, both of them got nerve. There's some people that they're alive because of me. You know what I'm saying? They're alive because of me, literally, in life, in the street. Stay together there and act like I'm the other guy, or just be fresh-faced like that because they're in a position maybe now that they feel they could because I guess the money and the limelight there, and you looking at me like that, the guy. Oh, no.
I'm telling you, that's how they're going to put you in the Fat Joe TV show. The other guy, or the other Cuban, or something like that. That's how they're going to do it.
I mean, if it's, they should know how to do it. They do it, and it looks like they're not portraying me. You know what I'm saying? If it's maliciously intent, that I have to sue. First time I'll probably ever sue. If they characterize me in any way, shape, or form, that I'll definitely.
He does the Connecticut story, and show that you were the one to blame.
Listen, if he keeps the 100 and does the real story, I won't mind. If he does the real story and doesn't do the bullshit like I'm over here flirting with the wife or something like that, that's what they do. That never happened. Never happened. You know what I'm saying? And I see that's where they go. Tony was talking that shit in Joe's life. That I was trying to do that, like a little bitch life, fucking bitch ass under the sink worm that he is.
All right.
Nigga's a sink. He's a sink worm.
So I did the interview with Big Stu, and he got a lot of history with you guys in the Terror Squad multiverse. What did you think about the interview?
I think that, you're put me in this situation, you piece of shit.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I think? I think he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
I think he was telling the truth. I think from where from his position where he was in his side the group with us, like Terror Squad, but he was around. And it was definitely with Tony came into there. Like he told you the story when I was for Tony to get back in good graces with Pun and Sigma. So he knew that much. That kind of surprised me. I was like, yo, he was there. That's dope.
Right.
That's dope. You know what I'm saying? That's dope. But that's exactly what happened. I can fucking remember that. Like, I remember that. He was there. See, when you remember shit like that, the truth is for real. So he definitely said that. And he said the truth about every other thing. It's just that you fucking got to stop smoking blunts on the camera. That's what I feel. You got to stop fucking smoking. After he smoked that blunt, that nigga went to fucking La La Land. He was in the fucking cloud atlas. And then he's like, I don't know what I'm doing. It's like the slow motion shit happened. I'm like, this too, man. What the fuck you smoke that blunt for? And that happens, because it happens to me. Like, if I smoke a blunt, nigga, you see me smoke a blunt, I'll be like, hey,
I remember right before you went on stage, okay? That was a bad move.
I was fucked out. Like, this shit high as fuck. But yeah, I make it fun. Stu just makes it like, he's like a fucking sloth. Like a sloth, like talking mad slow, and he did that. So it was really slow, but I got love for Stu, man. We got history.
Shout out to Stu, man. But the thing
And he knows the story. He knows the story.
The thing that I was surprised about was because he was talking about, because we know he's the one that introduced Liza to Gongu Roach, right?
I didn't even know that too. That was dope.
Yeah, so I had expected him to know more about that lawsuit and everything, but it seemed like he wasn't really informed.
That blunt hit him and he fucking blacked out because I know you asked him the question. He was like, "Word, that's what he did." And he forgot shit that happened. And then he started, "Word." He couldn't really get into his business bag and defend it. And he was about to, like, you know how people, they stay in a neutral zone?
Right.
But then you hit them with the actual proof, then they have to be on the spot. That happened on the spot to him. So he had the dumb moment right there, like, I don't know what to say. You know? So
Yeah, because I don't think that he even knew that that Joe was your guys' manager too. It was yours and Pun's manager.
of course, you know, that's the way it is, man, you know. And he should know. I think he was trying to play stupid, but the blunt hit him, and he was like, extra. Like, we saw it now, dude. Stop it. I know you're trying to be nice and cordial with your business, but I appreciate him for telling the truth and saying his side of the story. He enlightened me with things that he was around that I didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? That he was around with. But I did see him perform, and that Willie Esco, me and Joe was at the thing. We saw him. We thought it. See, this is like a fucking bootleg El Cool J. He was got Diesel. Not to say like a bad thing, but you know, we snapped on each other like that. But we knew that he was with us, like with the crew, with me and Pun, with me and Joe saw him on the thing, and he was performing. He got Diesel like LL is when we met.
But it was funny though because he said that in the beginning of the interview. He said that people used to say that I look like LL Cool J.
Yeah, he was a Cog Diesel LL when he performed. He had the leather pants and everything. He was going off by himself too. So he killed it by himself. So me and Joe was like, this is all we say. He killed that shit.
Oh, and let the record reflect that before Cuban had said that Pun was planning on leaving TS because he had Foundation Records, right? Yeah. Stu was going to be a potential signee to Foundation Records, and he confirmed that was what was going to happen, that Pun planned on leaving TS, like he was focusing on Foundation.
He spoke up. Another applause for Stu right there, because no other ones that was done with Pun, that was part of his like lyrical staff, like the Reeves, Hustle, the Sunkiss, they didn't come up and do an interview yet. And they always been welcome. Right. You know, that side always been welcome to speak on what they got going on now, but they know they got to take a little trip to the past and hit certain subjects. You know what I'm saying? Which will definitely play that. I guarantee you they know how to piece the puzzles. And they probably watching me and they be like, yo, this nigga Q, man, he telling the truth, but
I want that Sunkiss interview so bad. I want that Sunkiss interview, man.
God bless Sunkiss, man. You know, I'm disappointed in him in different ways too, but you know, I learned to let that go because you know he was riding with me that day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he knows what happened. You know what I'm saying? So
and it wasn't even your fault for getting punched. It wasn't even you.
Of course, it was just, you know, that's why I say it was a setup. Like after they hit him, he wanted to hit me, so that was already premeditated. You know what I'm saying? So. He could know, he know better, but he don't want to be, I guess, you know, it's too much shit too. I've been carrying this shit for a long time, my nigga.
Right.
So not everybody's built, you know, I take it personal because it's personal to me. I bled, you know, I got scars on my face. You know, people could understand that at the end of the day, but, you know, I OD with it. You know, I OD with it because of the things that are coming out now. That's why. That y'all didn't see. So how could this dude be acting like this? Acting like he loved my brother, this, that, using my brother, having his family, all this is evil shit. This is not just regular shit. This is like really, really, like, you are evil when you do that. You know what I'm saying? So I made him a project, always. That, you know what? My brother would never stay for this. How the fuck? Just because he's not here, all of his friends that were supposed to be friends, I know I'm his fucking best friend at the end of the day, because my love for him is unconditional. And I'm doing it. I'm showing you this. But other people that's supposed to be repping for Pun, boy, that man come back down here to earth one day for one hour. I guarantee you won't see the other guys nowhere. You'll see nothing but blood on Pun's hands. Because that's why he's like, that's coward shit, man. You didn't stand up for him. He stood up for you. You know what I'm saying? And I have the same problem. I'm still out here. I stood up for people that are going against me right now.
Right.
So, you know, it's different. You're not here, but I know I'm still protecting what, you know what I'm saying, what his morals and his integrity was. while other motherfuckers just sit back and and they rocking actually with the team that robbed it, the guy who put them on.
Mm-hmm.
They're rocking with that side. They know that nigga robbed the brother that put y'all on, the best MC that came out of the school. The one who blew the doors open for us. Y'all gonna stay with the guy that robbed the family. That's how you know.
What do you think?
Wrap that up in a book.
What do you think about what Stu said about Sunkiss visiting him before and after the fight with Joe?
I mean, they had a relationship like that with Stu, you know. But yeah, and Joe said this in a YouTube clip. Man, you need to pull that up next time you interview Stu. If you do,
he said
that he didn't want to say it. He didn't want to say the story because you don't know if Sunkiss cool with that. He never said that story. Sunkiss never did say that story, but Joe said that story.
Right.
In fact, Joe said a story.
Something about where they fought at the park and Joe claimed that he won and then he picked him up and hugged him.
He didn't just say he won. He didn't say he bragged about it. He didn't just say I won. He bragged about it like crazy. Like that. Watch that nigga. Crazy. Like that with extra oomph to it. And, you know, that shit got me mad. Like shit. I was mad for Sunkiss, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, look how he talks. He probably told a whole different story to Sunkiss after the fight. Like, oh, squads, don't worry about it. But you see how he acts with the attitude when he's on TV? That's why I know that.
Because I heard that they, like, hugged after the fight and everything was cool after that.
Yeah, they squashed it. It was done, but, you know, best buddies after that. Cuban is cut, though. Cuban is cut. But they're best buddies after that. They hugged it out. It's cool. Hey, yeah, party tomorrow. Cuban is cut. Like this, 73 stitches. While they fight. So that's how I put it. You know? Then it would get worse after that. But let's not go into that. It gets worse after that.
Right. All right, man. Well, I don't know if you saw it, but Vlad did an interview with Adam 22, and he asked Vlad, why do you think black people make better rap music than Mexicans? And then he included white people as well. And Vlad said, actually, Be Real is my favorite rapper, right? And Adam said Pun wasn't even in his top 10, but he listed Tupac, Nas, Jay-Z, Jadakiss, Chief Keef, Cameron, 50 Cent, Young Thug. And I found out about this because Mr. Criminal from the West Coast spoke on it, right? What do you think about that? Like,
I mean, that's their prefer. That's their preference, you know? That's their liking, I guess. You know, they're used to that. And black folk are the best, you know, in a lot of ways. There's a lot of MCs that, you know what I'm saying, they're black artists that set the bar forever. Saying my favorite that I grew up listening to was nothing but, you know, said black artists, man. And they were my favorites too. G-Rap, like I said. You know, Big Daddy Kane, Nas, Mobb Deep. Everybody that was the top. Was that? Like, you know, when Pun came in, of course, we come in that way as far as like to set the bar lyrically. So that in account, of course, you know, it values in different ways. And maybe we're not there. And there's just people that think Pun is the best in the world. You know, that's their favorite MC. You know what I'm saying? It's just those guys. They prefer, you know, whoever they prefer.
I guess Mr. Criminal's point of view was like saying things like this creates like a division between races that worked really hard to create bonds together. You know what I mean? Because it's going to cause like that debate.
Well, it's a preference. Like I said, it's preference, you know. At the end of the day, we all MCs. We might be different colors and all that, but we all MCs. We respect the hip hop game like that. We put the best out that we could do lyrically and musically. So it's for the people to judge. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, Vlad is Vlad. Adam is Adam. They both white boys, but you know what I'm saying? It'll be like a cliche. We say, oh, Eminem is my number one, right? They say Eminem is my number one rapper. It'll be like, so what they gonna say?
Well, you know, Vlad did say that Eminem's in his top 10, but Adam said he's not. You know,
that's what I'm saying. So it's different preferences and stuff like that. Like I believe any Spanish dude should be like Punch should be a number one rapper. You know what I'm saying? It's part of me that feel that way because we broke the mold when it comes to, you know, getting Spanish black folk to really respect, saying Latino lyrics and things like that in the music. So I feel that, like, saying, when like a Spanish dude be like, yo, my favorite is Jada Kiss. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody else. I'll be like this. You don't like Pun, man? Like, we did a lot for the culture. Like, you did a lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the same way should be with, but that's just us being, wanting our merit and our credit. Uh, but no, this music is for the world. So the people get to say, what I'm saying, at the end of the day, who's their favorite.
Do you think that it comes more from like a place of like who you can relate to? Because like, I guess, a lot of
I think it's within the artist, who that artist could reach with their talent, really. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could definitely argue if they pick whatever. You talk about Tupac, who's gonna battle? Ain't no Spanish or white dude or Indian or yellow or red could ever mention Tupac. You know what I'm saying? You say Biggie. Yeah, maybe because he had a short span of life and a career, but guys like that. We say Big Daddy Kane. Who you gonna say? You know what I'm saying? You can't. Yeah, they got a point when they say that. And I'm not saying never get to the level. You know what I'm saying? Because there's not that many competition either. A little bit done block that shit off. So you know what I'm saying? And then you got Eminem. He didn't really put another white guy on. That, you know what I'm saying? That was crazy. He didn't.
Oh, he put on Yellow Wolf.
Yeah, but Yellow Wolf wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't on his level, I don't think.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. So, but it wasn't that many. It was good. It was good. Eminem is great though. Paul was great. You know what I'm saying? Joe was good. I'm fucking great, but I got to show you that. But at the end of the day, it's like it's a lot of it's lopsided. You know what I'm saying? It's really lopsided when it comes to the population of rappers that really meant something. And that's the whole fucking. It's over years. It's not like one lucky. You know what I'm saying? Like with Pun, maybe they might feel like, oh, they got lucky with Pun. And when it comes to Eminem, oh, they got lucky with Eminem. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody that was consistent enough like the Nas's of the world. You know what I'm saying? The Melly Mel's, even back then, they was putting the bar to the next level. So,
do you view it like kind of like Eminem and Big Pun are like once in a lifetime generation talents where it's like there's never going to be another white rapper that can compare, another Latino rapper that can compare? Because not anybody has come so far to compare, right?
In their era, I think in their era. But I think for the future of hip hop, no, I think it's going to be better MCs. They always get supposed to get better. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? We've seen that throughout the years, and that's part of hip hop. You know what I'm saying?
But okay, for example, in 25 years, right? Have we seen a Latino rapper that's better than Pun since he's passed?
No, we haven't.
Right. So why is that? 25 years is a long time.
Because the market ain't really picking up the right MCs. I'm talking about all colors, see, too. All colors. That happened. That's got to do with a lot of things in there. And there's no predecessors really like the ones that are the key fucking they call it the gatekeepers. Mm-hmm. They're not filtering the right type of talent. They're doing it for a buck. So it's like that was quantity over quality. It's not really quality anymore. It's not no DMXs like that with a whole, pops right. Or, what I'm saying? It's not no more of those. You know what I'm saying? Even Snoop Dogg. I mean, he's doing other things, but he stopped really rapping. But, he had his era. Some MCs, they get to that shit too. They convert and they do other things. But, as far as the music that impact the public, the way these guys like DMXs, the Puns, the Nas's, when they first came out, the Snoop Doggy Dogs, the Dr. Dre's, Chronic, NWA, like these Wu-Tangs, when they first came out, it was a fucking feeling and it was a power there that the words had and they spit on that mic. So, we don't got artists like that no more.
All right, Cuban, I just want to thank you.
Except me, though. I'm coming out. I'm not going to let y'all down. I'm still over here. I got to fight now, do a fucking celebrity boxing match just to get my music heard. This is what I got to do. Your boy Cuban is in the
Yo, what
revolution.
song are you coming out to? What song are you coming out to? Undeniable
I'm surprised you.
or Toe to Toe?
I don't know. I don't know. We do it. We do this shit when we get everything ready. Then y'all gonna see.
Gotcha.
We're gonna see
All right, Cuban. I just want to thank you for your time, man. Is there anything you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
The Cuban Revolution will be televised. It's time to make.
Auto insurance all seems wouldn't go to jail, and that cemented. Auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims. Me and Will's relationship as brothers, because we were already friends, but that is what brought us into brotherhood.
Okay. That's it. I'm still like.
And you can Google this too. You can go on and look at Will, and there was an AP. What's good?
Everybody who takes the stand, everybody. First question, could you leave? Were you told you had to be there? As opposed to, and you mentioned that great piece you did about Mexican, about cartels. Those people are trafficked. You want to talk about traffic?
Mm-hmm.
Traffic, threatened. They can't leave. Kidnapping. These were parties. Where were these other people? First of all, number one, 3 charges. What do you think Diddy's charged with? 3.
He's not charged with being a freak. He's not charged with loving baby oil. And he's definitely not charged with domestic violence, which seems to be the focus and the sensationalism that everybody's putting on this case right now, right?
3 charges.
It had to do with weapons, if I recall.
We start. Not beating up Cassie, not having a party, not using baby oil, not being not having escorts do undonism and forms of urolagny. I'm going to keep this safe. No. See, that's great for TMZ and Harvey Levin. Mm-hmm. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy for allegedly running a criminal enterprise. So when you hear something, when you hear a fact, ask yourself, where is the criminal enterprise?
He brings up an excellent point there. Like, are we seeing exactly what Diddy is being charged for in all the coverage of that's what's happening? We're getting all the details and the rundowns. Of course, Cassie's being cross-examined right now. We're hearing all this story, but are we getting down to the core of what Diddy is actually being charged with? Let's hear that one more time.
Fact, ask yourself, where is the criminal enterprise? That's number 1.
Where's the criminal enterprise? The RICO.
Sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion. Was Cassie the only one I'm hearing about so far? We're going to hear about others. Was she forced into this? Could she leave? Do you think she made any money from this? Did she benefit? Was anybody actually held, kidnapped for? I don't know. That's number 2. And third, my favorite, transporting individuals across state lines for prostitution. This is the white slavery statute of 1910, the Mann Act.
Crazy.
This is what. So whenever you hear somebody talk about this, whenever you hear this, you got to ask yourself, where are these charges? That's number 1. Number 2.
And that Mann Act is the exact thing that they got R. Kelly on. A law that was created, 1911, to prosecute Jack Johnson, the boxer Jack Johnson. And I know his name has been coming up a lot recently. He received a pardon during the Trump administration, I believe. But this law is now being reenacted and used on our modern day celebrities, Diddy being one of them. It's a few things we're hearing in all these celebrity cases. Young Thug, RICO. R. Kelly, RICO. Diddy, now RICO and Mann Act. So I brought this up in a previous video. Like, they're trying to now say that transporting women across state lines, having a relationship with a woman. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened here with Cassie, because obviously there was some other stuff going on. But transporting women across state lines, that includes your basketball players and NFL players that are flying these women all around the world, the flyouts. Isn't that transporting across state lines? That's what I said. This is a slippery slope. And we're now seeing an abuse of these two things, these two statutes. There's an abuse here, and we're starting to see these trends pop up more and more. So Lionel's cooking right now. Let me let him keep going. Right?
Two. Let me tell you how he could walk. First, load up before you begin with the court filing copious motions in limine, meaning, judge, do not let this, and this in, and pray to God the judge denies them all. Thank you. I am creating the record on appeal. Thank you, Judge. Number two, stand up and object to everything. What does Cassie have to do with trafficking? In cross-examination, Ms. Ventura, were you trafficked? No. Could you have left?
Well, she says he had some texts, he had some sex videos, he was threatening to release. Yeah, I mean, again, that's against.
You heard that? That dude says, so what? So what? And this isn't just anybody. This is an attorney speaking. Now, of course, there's other attorneys that have other opinions, but so we got to really start thinking about this. Like, is this something that, and I don't know if the defense is going to be able to build this case. Obviously, it's still early. I think they're going to be in there 8 weeks, potentially. This is just week one, right? After all the trials, the jury selection and all that stuff. But are they going to be able to build this case that this one man is a organization, a racketeering organization? That's what they would get the mafia for. Like, I love watching old mob documentaries, where they talk about the history of the mafia and the La Cosa Nostra, when they show they show what was going on back in the day. That's what they were doing to get those guys. So now you're saying Diddy has risen to the level of this, but with a successful career in the music industry as a producer, as a executive producer, as a artist. Say what you want to say about Diddy's artistry, but he is a performer. When does he have time to run a criminal organization? That's what's really kind of confusing about this whole thing. And, like I said, the moral police and the, people are going to be on you for believing. You got to believe. You got to believe what they say. But I'm always skeptical of people who just want to make you believe what they want. You know what I'm saying? So I think Diddy is actually, he's actually got to, his defense team, and he got some hitters. He got Brian Steele. He got Garagos. Garagos is Mark Garagos' daughter. I hate to call her that. I forgot her name. But and Agnifilo, right? So his team is strong, and they're basically going to make the case that this man couldn't possibly do these things, despite all the news and all the coverage that says he's a monster. You can be a monster. You're welcome to it. And I might even tend to agree with all the bullshit that Diddy's been accused of. Yeah, he's definitely on the monster scale. I'm not going to take that away from you. But is he guilty of racketeering? And is he guilty of trafficking? Got to be YouTube safe. I know he's already said some crazy stuff on this video, but let's get right back into it. I'm gonna let this attorney say something that, to actually drive his point home here.
The law, right?
Did you ever hear of revenge? Did you ever hear of revenge? Did you ever hear about this? About, hey, I'm going to make your life miserable. I've got this picture. Is that trafficking?
Right.
No.
Let me ask this question. This doesn't really come into play, but I want you to put this into perspective. Do you think maybe we could go back in life and look at the Stones, the Beatles, the Doors, the Who, Led Zeppelin? Remember the Led Zeppelin stories?
All those bands.
Who had their own versions of freak off parties, roadies? Remember the Plaster Casters, Sweet Sweet Connie? The whole notion of groupies, and this is the most convoluted story so far. And you better, if this is where they're going, because you want to start off with your best stuff first. You don't want to lead into something. Never lead into something, because you got to anticipate the judge could say, I don't want to hear any more of this. But judge, I was leading into this. Sorry.
That's a good point. Is this the best that the state has, or the feds have? Is this the best stuff that they have leading right up front with Cassie up front? And I'm going to tell you, it's an unpopular opinion. Cassie was down with some of this. Like, if you listen to her testimony, and we'll get into that hopefully a little later if I can find it. Everything's all confusing on my computer right now, but you got to forgive Unc. I'm Unc now. That's crazy. But Cassie was very much a participant in this. And I know they want to paint her as a victim. And she is entitled to that. There is a line where you can say no. There's so much positivity. And in these text messages that she wrote that are talking about, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to the FO. Freak off. Freak off is crazy. She's literally setting these things up while Diddy is in a whole nother location watching on FaceTime. Does that one count on Diddy's behalf that he's participated even? Because he's just watching it on the phone. And is he forcing her to do it? Or are they trying to introduce something to spice up their relationship, in addition to also being raging addicts? Like, these people are on some serious drugs on a regular basis. That's all we're hearing about. Drug-induced this. Somebody said they like the modern day Whitney and Bobby. You know what I mean? Like, if you start thinking about it in those terms, is Diddy now, I was about to say James Gandolfini. Is Diddy now the Teflon Don? You know what I'm saying? Is Diddy now John Gotti? That he deserves a RICO? And they put out that video. CBS, I think it was CBS. Whatever news network put that video out. The original ones that put the video out of Cassie actually in the hotel lobby and Diddy attacking her. They sped the video up. They actually had to file to have them play that video at the right speed. It's heinous. Let me tell you, I do not condone anything that happened in that video. But the fact that they were speeding it up to make it look worse, and that was the view of the situation from the public's vantage point, like, that's what we got to see, was this high speed, like, Diddy just teeing off on her. Imagine, now, I've lived in New York City. I've lived in Los Angeles. I've lived all over the place. Have you ever seen a couple of drug addicts fighting each other? Yeah, I might have to break out my acting skills for a second here. Just let me have you visualize this. You got a guy saying, hey, you got any spare change, baby? And he got his girlfriend with him. Because for some reason, these people that are addicted, they seem to be able to find relationships all over the place. Probably more successfully than you and I. Anyway, they always have a companion. If it's not that, it's a dog. It's dog that doesn't want to be there. But sometimes they have these girlfriends, and something happens. She decides to pour his 40 out. Show my age. She decides to pour his malt liquor on the curb. That was his last malt liquor. They begged for money all day. Damn it. You just threw my malt liquor in the drain. And goes off on her. Not only are they drinking malt liquor, they also injecting, they smoking, they doing everything they can. It looks a lot like what happened to Diddy and Cassie. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Diddy is wealthy as he is. They were moving like some junkies out there. If I had to be honest. Yeah, somebody in the comment, thank you, Vase, says CNN shared the video. Yeah. Yeah, Timothy Taylor got it right. Samuel L. Jackson and Halle Berry in Jungle Fever. Gator. I do it. You know I do it. Cause I'm a crack. Hey. That is what we're dealing with here. So when you introduce drug addiction into this, D-rugs, I don't want to get flagged. That narcotic, when you introduce that narcotic into the situation, things get strange. Anyway, we're going to get back to the video.
Ask your next witness. Where are we going with this? Everybody who takes the stand, everybody. First question, could you leave? Were you told you had to be there? As opposed to, and you mentioned that great piece you did about Mexican, about cartels. Those people are trafficked. You want to talk about traffic? Mm-hmm. Traffic, threatened. They can't leave. Kidnapping. These were parties. Where were these other people? And by the way, where were the other people that were in the criminal organization? Why is Diddy the only one being charged with this? And I know as pregnant and beautiful as Cassie is Cassie part of the criminal organization? She was there. She was setting up appointments with these people. In fact, Diddy kept his hands clean in that way, which is manipulation, obviously. But Diddy actually didn't order any escorts. No money from exchange. Everything was coming through Cassie. In fact, she believed that her music career was secondary to this function of being this person. Now we are getting into an organization. If you have more than one person, then you start, I don't know, finding other staff members that might have set things up. Right now, we have Cassie purely in the victim column. And I'm saying this is an unpopular opinion, and I do not agree with domestic violence in any way. But they were in this together. And some responsibility has to be taken. In fact, I just read somewhere, shout out to my homegirl, she sent me a link of the actual transcript here. It says, Cassie's on the stand talking about her friend Carrie. Carrie said, Ventura, I saw the hanger. I knew he was angry that I was doing narcotics with Carrie. Estavo is the lawyer. Estaveo, I think is how it's pronounced. This broke up your 17-year friendship with her? It did. Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband? Because remember, that also happened in this time. She ends up getting with her trainer, who now is her husband and father of 3, almost kicked out of the courtroom as well. Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband?
No. Miss Morgan, I think Carrie Morgan is her name. Miss Morgan sued you and Mr. Combs. And Cassie corrects him, says, made a demand. And the lawyer says, and you paid part of that? Cassie says, I did. And you haven't spoken with her since. Maybe one text. That was the relationship ender. She says, yes. So Cassie actually, her and Diddy are Cody's co-defendants. They, including Cassie, out of her own money and her own admission, had to settle a case with someone that was a friend of hers, and I believe a freak-off participant. You can put it in the chat. Yeah, she called it a demand, but she settled that case with Diddy. So leads me back to my point again. Is Cassie part of the criminal organization? Yes or no? That's all we need to know. All right, moving right along. This is Lionel at Lionel Nation. Shout out to him. He's killing it right now.
Hey, another question. The individuals that they get, these escorts who did these despicable acts with Cassie, remember that guy?
Yeah.
First question to this fellow. Did anybody grant you immunity? Because you did this to Cassie, not Diddy. You did these despicable acts. You defiled
just
her.
watching.
You degraded her. You abused her. You did this.
That's another part of their arrangement. Diddy is most of the time just sitting back watching. He's a voyeur. You know, that's his position in the FO.
So you're testifying under oath, or somebody said you did this. Did the government grant you immunity? Are you the Sammy the Bull, so to speak, of this? Why weren't you?
Not to mention the mob. Sammy the Bull. Let me explain. John Gotti is the Don. He's the top of the heap in that crime family. Number two, or slightly there around, underboss, Sammy the Bull Gravano. Now, Sammy the Bull went on to do some less than honorable things. He's also a YouTuber now. He's always on podcasts and stuff, but he is widely considered to have testified against organized crime, and part of the reason that John Gotti was eventually sent to prison. But Lionel here is saying, is Cassie Sammy the Bull in this scenario? If Diddy Organization, Diddy Enterprises, Bad Boy Entertainment, for lack of a better term, is a criminal organization, what role did Cassie play in that? That's all we're asking. And did she have a title? Underboss. Cassie the underboss.
Charged with this. Then we go on. And what happens is, if the jury gets the impression, forget Diddy, his gray hair, the sweaters, the Bible, any of that TMZ Harvey Levin stuff that no lawyer cares about that. But assuming you're there and say, I'm going to be here for 6 weeks, and this is a dog, and pretty soon you're going to say, you know what? Why am I here? What are we talking about? And after a while, when you start to look at these people, and you don't want to act, you don't want to be emotionally discourteous to these people, but you're going to have to ask, why were you there? During the course of this, you made how much money? I mean, Diddy, listen, I'm not supporting him. Do you know how many jobs this guy started? Do you know what he's done? The Hamptons White Party? Do you know how many people, how many young women were on a waiting list to go to be defiled and trapped?
Damn. But you know what? He's telling the truth. I just came across a video from 2005, and I don't know if I can play it because it might be under protection for copyright, but everybody was loving this thing. Let me see if I can find it. because that is a true fact. Like, these people, everybody wanted to go to the white party. If you're old enough to remember the white party, everybody wanted to go to the white party. I wasn't invited to the white party. And it usually took place in the Hamptons. I wasn't nowhere near the Hamptons. But it was a thing. And it wasn't just, one race of people. It was very diverse. When you see all the people that went to Diddy's parties, you'll understand how this was a big deal, man. There's another quote here that says, Cassie said, "I'm always ready to freak off." She was literally doing this, she said, at one point, because she just didn't want anybody else to do it. Yeah, here it is.
Diddy.
Let's not say the M word. It's a short one, so let's just see.
Diddy once threw a party on a jet flying around the world.
Got teetered up there.
It started on a Tuesday and somehow ended on the previous Sunday. I don't know how he did that.
Now that I'm engaged, I've decided to slow down a little. 3 Diddy parties a week. Maybe 4.
This was a joke. I caught her in a bad shot. Nicole Richie. Oh, wow. I'm missing part of the quote there, too. It says she's attended 4,870 of these Diddy parties.
Not including the weekends.
Well, I remember one day we went to this Diddy party. What happened? Lil Jon forgot his pimp cup.
Yep.
D-Rock went to Diddy and asked if he had a pimp cup Lil Jon can borrow.
Yeah, he had a whole bunch of pimp cups.
He had a pimp set.
It's hard to say which is more off the hook.
Joe?
A Diddy party or a Diddy after party. Or a Diddy after party, which is basically a pre-party.
Isn't that the one where they told all the kids to go home? Yeah, the after party was the one.
Next Diddy party. The Diddy parties.
Diddy once threw a party on a jet flying around the world.
Okay, we saw that, yeah. So, yeah. Diddy parties were quite popular, and this is from 2005, right? So, yeah, we know what a Diddy party is. People over a certain age. Maybe people now aren't as familiar because, everybody's so prudish and they didn't do anything. But I think you're going to be surprised how many people have already done this and more. Like I said, this is not absolving Diddy of what he did on that tape from CNN video, but we got to be honest here. Especially if you're going to, like in the Tory Lanez case, take somebody's freedom without just cause. Let me get rid of this.
Traffic? What are they talking about? Why are they? This better get good and quick. Because I'm not hearing.
That's what I wanted to get to. So that's what you're saying here. I mean, you're not defending Diddy at all. What you're saying is the prosecution here. Like, what is the state doing? What is the government doing in this case?
Precisely.
They're not doing. They're leading off with her, and they're not even going after the most harmful stuff. If you have this massive sex trafficking operation, why are we hearing about that right now, right out of the gate? How horrible was this stuff?
Right, it's a lot like the Stormy Daniels bit where, you know, you're prejudicing the jury with grossness, but that doesn't have to be a part of the case. You have to make the crime the lead.
You're bringing up.
You hear that? You hear that?
Something which is the most important case. In the Federal Rules of Evidence, there's Rule 403. This is my favorite. And what it says is, you cannot put on evidence that you know is so prejudicial, even though it's probative, even though it's important. Classic example. In a murder case, you have to always introduce evidence that who this person is. Who is he? Who's the stiff? Who is he? So you have somebody, maybe it's dental records, maybe it's somebody they knew, and sometimes maybe it's a relative. Can you imagine if during the course of the prosecution, I as a prosecutor want to introduce evidence, and I call the mother of the victim, and I say, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you know who this is? the judge will say, that just prejudiced the jury. That's a
Right.
mistrial. What are you doing? You
Right.
can't do that. That's 403. So what they're doing is they're going to be hearing about, oh my God, this poor pregnant woman when they defiled her. And they may not be able to understand, wait a minute, I've got to remember that's not what he was charged with. Clayton, if you were charged with speeding, and at your hearing, somebody brings up evidence of you were drunk, it's like, wait a minute. That's a bad thing. That's not what I'm charged with. Yeah, but we found bottles. That's not what I'm charged with.
Right.
This idea that you can just bring out everything and just show case after case. Now remember, who was the individual who trafficked, and that's force, fraud, or coercion? Why were you there? Do you know how many people are going to say, well, Diddy might have promised, wheedled, cajoled them by promising them, big roles in the music
Record
business.
career.
My friends,
Music career.
we've all been kind of in the entertainment business for a long time. Have you ever heard about a radio station or a TV station or a producer or a manager
Yep.
who might have sometimes promised somebody the stars?
I'm gonna make you a star. You stick with me, kid. Yeah, that's the old common phrase. And what happens? That's how the casting couch gets rolled out. They had this relationship. They had this, we also leave out the fact that, shout out to Ryan Leslie, but Cassie was with Ryan Leslie. Cassie was Ryan Leslie's artist as well as being in a relationship with him. She left Ryan Leslie like a bad habit, running, sprinting to be with Diddy. Even though she explains it a little differently now. We all thought that was strange when it happened. We were like, damn, that's what we doing now? You just jump out here and all of a sudden you leave your boyfriend that brought you into the industry to lurch at the possibility of being a bigger star with Sean Diddy Combs. And in that, you become Sean's girlfriend, right? Now, Diddy, if you know Diddy's history, it's probably going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to have that relationship without some type of mutually beneficial relationship. So, yeah, this doesn't look great for the whole idea of this victim narrative that's being pushed out there. Even though she might be a victim of some sort, let's focus on what's really happening here in this case and why this man has already been in jail for being accused of taking women across state lines, the Mann Act violation, and for RICO, which is crazy. So.
Might have maybe taken advantage. This happens all the time. Do you know that right now, in the world of professional sports, between the NFL, Major League Baseball, and the NBA, there's about 3,000 athletes. Do you know how many roadies there are? How many groupies there are when the teams go into hotels who follow them? I'm not trying to blame the victim. I'm not doing this.
At all.
But as I harken back to your brilliant report before, we've got victims. We have people who were disappeared, put in boxcars and in tractor trailers, sent labor trafficking. That's what the government should be paying attention to, not this. And I don't want to blame the victim, but you've got to ask yourself the question. If all of these women, I'm sorry to say this, went there of their own volition, wanting to rub shoulders.
Hold on, before he gets on to that, I had a point. Why are we always hearing about these cases in celebrity situations? Like he's saying, like there are real trafficking cases that are going on with people being trafficked into this country illegally. You ever heard of the coyotes and all that stuff? And, the money that exchanges hands for that type of trafficking. Why is it we're supposed to draw all our focus to these celebrity cases and somehow they're supposed to be equal? They're supposed to be the same thing. That's what I want to know. He brings up a great point about that. That is not parody. That is not the same thing. And it seems like a stretch. Like I said, this guy has a full career as a music executive, producer, whatever else he's doing, party promoter. He could be, all that. Does he have time to run a criminal organization and in ring? I guess I should say ex-worker ring. I don't know, man. YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Coalition, wanting to rub shoulders, rub elbows with whoever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying if there are cases of individuals who are minors, but I've got to ask yourself the question, and I'm sorry, somebody's got to ask this. What do you want? What do you want? What do you think you're going to get? Is this where the federal government should be paying its limited attention and time? That's what I'm going to say.
Well, his lawyer had said, I think on CNN.
That's great, man. He was really spitting this whole time, man. Give it up for him. Once again, that is redacted, and the guest's name was Lionel from Lionel Nation.
everybody who takes the stand, everybody, first question, could you leave?